an orange whip.
Ooh.
Orange whip?
Yeah.
Orange whip?
Yeah, take one.
3 orange whips.
All right. Good morning, traders, friends, family, and of course, everyone else. Welcome to TopstepTV. We have an all-star once again. Yes, we do it every day. Every day we got an all-star lineup. And you're not going to find another show like TopstepTV anywhere on the internet like we bring it to you here each and every day. Education, trading, buddies, cool swag, market knowledge, banter, rants, and tradertainment. Yes, indeed. This is Opening Call. He's Johnny Cash, and I'm Willie Nelson. We have an informative and educational show for you today. Each and every day, we'll be your trading buddy, your trading mentor, newscaster, fellow trader, good friend, neighbor, and a kid that shovels your snow, and even that voice in your head that keeps telling you that ring of fire is not that burning sensation from eating ghost peppers the day before. So keep that in mind. So let's get ourselves ready. Let's say hello to everybody's friend, of course, and trading mentor, the guy dressed in black with his rally sweater. That's been everywhere, man. Johnny, the Hoagland. Hey, John, you lost some weight.
Yeah. I trimmed up the beard a little bit. Hello, I'm Johnny Cash.
Looking good, my friend. How are you today?
Good, thanks. Good morning to you, Eddie, and good morning to everybody. Thursday, April the 25th, as always, we're going to be focusing on seeking accurate context, good risk management, and patience in our trading today. Market's already on the move this morning. It looks like it's going to be a bang-up day here. I am wearing the rally sweater, but I'm afraid the rally sweater is more about seeing a rally in all of your P&Ls and your account balances than market direction, at least this morning. It's going to be an interesting, challenging, and hopefully profitable day for us all.
Yeah, a nasty old head fake here today. I typed in the chat, I hope we weren't gambling here today because that thing took off north and said, oops, we're going the wrong direction. Turn on your GPS. And I think the only one that actually recovered, but tried to, was gold. But anyway.
Yeah. Yep.
Let's get to our news here. Stock futures pointed lower today as investors assessed earnings from big name technology companies. We had the Dow futures shedding 95 points here. S&P down 34, and the NASDAQ down 211. Main indices on Wall Street are mixed closed. The prior session that we had was a little choppy yesterday. We had the benchmark 500 gaining 0.02%, so really not really moving here. NASDAQ 0.1 in the 30 Dow Jones pulled back by 0.1%. Shares in Meta platforms have dropped more than 15% in the extended hours, and I'm not sure, I didn't get the update here. Maybe even more, maybe even less, but that's a pretty big drop here, erasing billions. Yes, billions of dollars from its market value, despite the social group posting better than expected revenue in the first 3 months. What's up with that? Meta, whose family of apps also include Instagram and WhatsApp, elevated its projected annual capital expenditures forecast to $40 billion from $37 billion, chump change, and cited a desire to accelerate an ongoing push to expand its AI capabilities. Last year, these cheap asses only spent $28 billion. So there you go. They're digging in their pockets deep, and they're getting things done. U.S. economy has seen slower growth here in the first quarter. U.S. economy activity is expected to decelerate and still solid pace in the first quarter, thanks to, in large, the resilient labor market and strong consumer spending. We did see the Commerce Department reading gross domestic products is slowing by 2.5 first 3 months from 3.4 in the fourth quarter. It's a sign that the U.S. is remaining more robust than other advanced economies, despite the period of sticky inflation and elevated interest rates. Yes. John, what do you got?
Well, economic numbers this morning. I'm sorry, was that loud?
No. You're speaking English. I understand.
Okay. So economic numbers this morning, 7:30, the first quarter's preliminary GDP number came out. Last quarter was 3.4. They were expecting 2.5%. It came out 1.6%. So the economy seems to be slowing. Markets are responding to that, to the downside here this morning. We also had the jobless claims. It came out the lowest since February. They were looking for 214,000 additional jobless. They came out 207. So the job market is remaining relatively robust here. We also had trade balance in goods. They were looking for 91.9 billion. Negative, it came out minus 91.83 billion. We also have retail and wholesale inventories that came out 9 o'clock. We've got pending home sales. Nat gas at 9:30, 10:30, a 4 and an 8-week bill auction at noon, a 7-year note auction. As far as earnings this morning, Merck beating on both earnings per share and revenues, Cat missing on revenues, Comcast beating the street on both categories, as well as Northrop Grumman, just to name a few. There is a very long list of earnings that are already out this morning. Looking at the kind of heat map, looks like earnings per share has done pretty well, but seeing a lot of red numbers on those revenues. After the close today, we got a couple of doozies, ladies and gentlemen. We have Microsoft, we have Alphabet, Google, we have T-Mobile, we have Intel. VIX this morning spiked about 4%, and after that 7:30 number, 16.61 is the last level that I saw. Dollar index kind of flat here this morning after the number came out. It jumped up to yesterday's settlement number of about 105.85. And again, that's last I looked. And the yield on the 10-year spiked up above 4.7% after those numbers came out. So looking like we're going to be holding higher interest rates for longer off of these numbers. Don't forget, tomorrow is the real doozy. The PCE numbers due out at 7:30 in the morning. And that's what we're looking at as far as known economic indicators here this morning. Of course, we know that the talking Feds won't be saying anything because they are blocked out until after the Fed meeting on Wednesday of next week. And that's what we're looking at as far as economic numbers, Eddie.
All right. Lee, where's my Texas tea? I'm going to tell you, oil prices rose slightly here after European trade. We did see that the oil right now just sort of hanging around the bottoms right here. Brent oil futures expiring in June edged up 0.2, and the West Texas intermediate crude moved 0.1%, 82.92 a barrel. It's early. I haven't had my pop chart yet, John. U.S. inventory data showed that Wednesday that oil stockpiles shrank 6.4 million barrels in the week of April 19th, ducking the estimates of 1.6. John, you heard of space junk, right?
Yeah.
Space junk.
I hear there's a lot of it out there.
There's a lot of it. When it falls from the sky, who pays for repairs? Well, that could be a question that could appear on a law school exam. If your home is hit by debris falling from space, who's liable for repairs? Well, Naples, Florida resident Alejandro Otero, whose home was hit by debris from the International Space Station earlier this month, he says that his homeowner's insurance put a cost damage of about $15,000, and he'll be sending NASA a claim for damages not covered by the insurance. The insurance is like, what? No, you're SOL. But under the convention, what they're saying is there was a 1972 International Convention on Liability. The launching state is absolutely liable for any damages to property or persons that occur on the surface of the Earth. So he needs to contact NASA, and they're not taking any responsibility for that. We don't know what happened there. But, back in 1979, Skylab landed in my backyard. It took out my chicken coop, but luckily the chickens were on vacation, and we used the debris to build another better chicken coop. So no bitching here, not at all. Chickens love it. Um, John, did you know what today is? The 25th of April. It's the annual NFL draft scheduled to be held
Ah,
today. This year's draft is the 89th edition and will be held in Detroit, Michigan. I'm excited. I'm excited. See what they do.
probably see some lower activity in these markets today because everybody will be watching that.
There you go. There's a point. After all the years, there's a reason for everything. James, my good friend, you got tip of the week for us here today. There it is. Continuous learning. Now, John said this a while back, and it's been tattooed into my memory banks. Invest in yourself. I really like that. Invest in yourself. If education is available for you to excel in any career venture, make sure you use it to move yourself forward. Like the great American philosopher Mr. T once said, I pity the fool who don't educate. John, what do you got on continuous learning?
Well, I mean, I am attempting to live by the way I speak, and I'm continuing to learn. I just got two more books to read yesterday, including Brian Shannon's Maximum Trading Gains with Anchored VWAP. And I'm going to learn all I can for as long as I'm here and as long as I'm in these markets. I'm going to have to do that. I've had lots of different iterations of myself as a trader, and I'm going to continue to learn and grow. So I'm hoping that all of you do the same. This is a journey, and along that journey, there is a lot to know. Absorb all you can, and always keep moving forward every day.
You got
Thanks,
that
Eddie.
right. You got it right. All right. We're running a little late here. Let's get going to our charts. John, what do you got for our contestants today?
All righty. Well, as we've been discussing on these two up days, the market hasn't performed very well. The pullback off that recent low tried to continue yesterday. It did not do very well. It has been performing poorly to the upside with lower volume and lower open interest. We lost 4,700 in open interest on that pullback yesterday. Maybe some longs were taking some profits before the numbers today. That is quite possible. But again, it kind of indicates that this pullback to the upside on the low volume and the reducing open interest wasn't going to last for very long. And yesterday it kind of ended. We've got almost a bearish piercing pattern on this daily chart. And right now with the numbers, I mean, it looks like this market is set to continue this move to the downside. I'm not sure where we're going to attract buyers. If this market does become directional to the downside, the last thing you want to do is to start trying to pick bottoms. You're going to need some sort of structure in the day time frame before you can start looking for anything contrary. And we never know what's going to happen. Anything can happen. So it's going to be an interesting trading day. I'm looking forward to spending the fast markets with everybody and seeing how these markets kind of respond when the regular trading hours open up. Before the number came out, we had a pretty narrow overnight range that, of course, has been expanded to the downside. Let me get this 30-minute chart scaled for us here. So the market is already directional to the downside. We were going to be opening with a gap before the numbers. We're opening with a much bigger gap to the downside now. There's always going to be some weaker structure down below that the market is going to try and visibly target. The main target that I'm looking at right now is this 50-30 point of control from back here on the 24th. Now that's a TPO point of control. That meta smush yesterday and the numbers today certainly have investors and traders alike really kind of looking at risk off opportunities here. And I'm not going to try and jump in front of anything as far as directional activity is concerned. I mentioned that before. I'll mention it many times. So with gap rules, I mean, if we can't close the gap, it looks like we're going to be looking for opportunities for continuation to the downside. Again, the up move didn't perform very well. A lot of cautious price action on that upside move. Things seem to be heading in the opposite direction now, and that's kind of what we would look for, even without the news. When the rally isn't doing well, you're looking for some sort of change, and that change kind of occurred yesterday. So there were a couple of levels that I was looking for. If the market, gave us the opportunity, this afternoon pullback low here from the 24th. Now we're looking down towards the weekly, the point of control from that day. Again, that level is 50.30. And then, we've got our weekly kickoff low, which is 48.50. 48.50. The market price can come all the way down to that level before I think we're really going to start to see some longer time frame adjustments in inventory. I don't think we've seen a lot of longer time frame adjustments in inventory. That's a long way to go for that, but it really was the only level that I could find that I was kind of impressed with. So the profile yesterday was a normal variation day, neutral. There was kind of a late spike in it. That late spike in the profile is a late spike with the meta dive. It's a long ways away. That the base of that late spike is 50.82. If we get up there, that might be an interesting level for us. It's basically the range gap close from yesterday. Let's move on here. Take a look at the NASDAQ. I know we're a little short on time here, so let's take a look. So the daily, how did the pullback perform? Well, it didn't perform well. It started cutting off volume. It came in a little bit higher on the downside yesterday. Open interest in the NASDAQ, I'm going to call inert. It was positive 500. That's not a big change. Nobody was coming in to buy or sell this market. In particular, just a lot of risk transfer, I believe, is what happened yesterday. There is so much data due. We know we got the GDPs, we got big earnings to do. We got PCE tomorrow. We got FOMC next week. There's still, geopolitical uncertainties, and the markets don't like uncertainty. They were able to kind of get past that for the last couple of days, but the way the market performed, JD and I both agreed yesterday morning, it didn't do well. We should be looking for shorts, and that those shorts may continue to pay today. And I say if we are kind of falling into a range here in the NASDAQ, well, we've got yesterday's high, 17,768. That's that 5% off the all-time high level. We got last week's low, 17,113 quarters, 17,113, the lower level of that area of balance. And look where price is. It's right in the middle of it. This is going to complicate things, I would think, for a lot of traders, at least some of your longer time frame traders that are looking to take bigger bites out of the market. Our little tennis player is center court looking for the next volley. Take a look at the 30-minute chart. So again, we had a very narrow overnight. Basically, I mean, the meta smush, I'm calling this, meta smushed after the market. Keep an eye on the Mag 7, of course, to kind of look for opportunities here. We do have the price approaching the afternoon pullback low from that same day we were looking at on the S&Ps, the 22nd of April, and then the point of control from that day is right down below that. That afternoon pullback low level, 17,325. I'm not suggesting that that's a level to buy it. I'm not suggesting that that's a level to sell it. It's just where the market pulled higher and pulled back to, and then continued to rally on that. Now, this rally wasn't very strong, and I think the bigger picture on that daily chart is saying that this market is in a downtrend, at least for now. So narrow range, we've got another push to the downside, a couple of visual targets that might be possibly useful for targets. Maybe there's opportunity going to be there at some point today. I'll be keeping an eye on them. And then we've got last week's low, 17,113, quarter below that. The profile yesterday was more of a double distribution trend day to the downside in the NASDAQ than it was a normal variation day. And the single TPOs are way high in the range from yesterday. I'm not even going to mention those unless we start heading towards them. Then maybe we'll get a chance to talk to them. But to me, that's a pretty low probability opportunity. Now you look at crude oil now. We've kind of preempted a potential head and shoulders reversal here, and right now it is still holding that formation for us. We don't know that this is going to happen. if we do take out the neckline, which is in essence 80-30, which is kind of the weekly kickoff low there, then this might kind of prove to be a head and shoulders. But right now it is not until it proves to be. Volume yesterday, pretty meager on an attempted move to the upside. The range is overlapping to higher, but it did close lower. Open interest, a little bit higher. 13,000 we added on that pushback yesterday. Pretty much a range bound day. I mean, it was a normal variation neutral day on the profiles. Take a look at the 30-minute chart. Let me get this scaled so we can all see it. So there was our pullback, very range bound, rangy day for range traders. You probably put together a pretty nice day yesterday. What did we do here? Right now we've opened, we've looked lower, we've come back to settlement. No overnight inventory to really speak of. This is going to be, this is an interesting situation. We looked below the range from yesterday. We opened in range and value. If we continue to try and push lower, rejecting the range from yesterday, 81.06 last week's low seems like a pretty decent potential target, but that's a pretty wicked pullback off that. These markets are really moving. So let's move into gold so we can get ourselves ready for the equity open here and see what we can find. All right. So on the daily, basically set up a 2-day balance. We're still in that 2-day balance. Now there's opportunity in this 2-day balance, although the ranges are kind of small, a little smaller. If we're going to have a risk off day today, be careful if you're trying to short gold. The 2-day balance volume has really slowed. We added 2,200 in open interest yesterday. That's building a little bit of energy in this market for whatever the next leg is going to be. Is it going to be lower? Is it going to be higher? Is it going to be sideways? We don't know. Anything can happen. All we're trying to do is to help put these markets in context so we can put together our own hypotheses, our own possibilities and probabilities, and then trade to whichever of those hypotheses begins to ring true. So that 2320 was a previous weekly kickoff level that I left on this chart here because I felt it was going to be somewhat important, and it ended up being supportive last night. Take a look at the 30-minute chart here. Lots of kind of weak structure, even above the market. Now there's lots of sloppiness, lots of naked points of control, lots of little gaps down below. So this market, has plenty of visual targets on both sides of the market to seek and see if there's business to do there. This is the 30-minute chart. We didn't really have any overnight inventory. The numbers came out. It was a knee jerk. We took out yesterday's low. We weren't able to take out the overnight low. Didn't even get to get a true test in the regular trading hour session down to that 2320 level that I've left on this chart because I felt as though it was going to be impactful. I don't know it is. If it proves not to be, we'll take it off. We won't look at it again. But inside the range and value, try and stay patient. And with the number that came out at 730, we know that gold opens at 720. Number came out at 730. We were in range and we were in value. We've pretty much kind of gone through the entire value area from yesterday. If we get stuck in there, maybe some range opportunities. If we start to drive away from it, maybe some bigger directional opportunities. The profile yesterday was a normal variation day, neutral with a pretty big excess high on that profile yesterday. So meaning that the price got up to this point of control, which I'll come back off that. Naked point of control from here on the 22nd again. That naked point of control was 2348.90. We looked at it yesterday. That would prove to be too expensive, leaving excess in the overnight. If this is going to be a risk off kind of day, and we're going to start to see gold kind of accelerate to the upside, I'd be watching that the overnight high here, 730 high. It's not really the overnight high. I'd be watching that if I'm going to be looking for any continuation to the upside. And that's pretty much what I'm looking at. And again, it's only trying to put down markets in a little bit of context. And hopefully this is going to help you take your deep breath, Make sure you stay humble, grateful, creative, and centered in your trading today. And please, by all means, every day pray for peace. And we're ready to get down to business.
Ready to get down to, and you know what? Crude's getting down to business. You see, upside, this thing's taking off here right now. Just sort of getting back everything it gave. But crude traders, heads up. Yes, coming up here in just a few minutes, Fast Market with Andre, JD, Jack, Hoag, and Marie. They're going to be dusting off the house account. Hopefully it's not the House of Pancakes account today. And we kick some ass and put some money in that account. Power players, Andre Dolby, and Heather's going to be back with us. I'm excited to see how Heather is doing. Top quiz, Jack and Vanessa. I will be with Mick, Shoulder Tap. And we've got coaches takeover today. Coach Jay, Coach Paul, and Coach Vince will be with JD. And to end the day, Max Maserati with the dynamic duel. So, Johnny, I'll meet you at the coffee machine. We'll be right back in just a couple minutes. All right, let's get our NFL draft picks in the gates. And I'm going to pass the torch or hand off the football to Andre. Andre, good morning, sir.
Morning, Eddie. Thank you very much. Welcome, everybody, to TopstepTV. We are in fast markets. We got about 1 minute till the opening bell. Hello, Anne-Marie. Hello, JD. Hello, John. John, when this opening bell rings, what are we looking at? I guess we're not cutting rates this year, huh?
It's looking kind of slim. Markets are sure feeling that way.
Oh, yep. All right, so GDP came in a little bit soft there. All right, let's see how we play this opening bell. Anne-Marie, do you have any levels coming into today that you're keying in on?
I sure do. I've got a fair bit of them, actually.
Right.
17,339 is an area, I think, in the NQ that the traders are going to bounce around. 5,035 is that low edge in the ES for floor, and then 38,089 is the line in the sand if the YM cannot get up over 38,210. I think right now everything is just heading lower into the floors. If it continues to fade under those zones, we'll have that continuation. And then I'm seeing 519 to 509, 5,019 to 5,009 in the ES, and then 12,291 to 12,165 in the NQ. So I am walking it down, selling the bounces. But what I'm watching for in the volatility bands is watching them get lower lows away from the band. And if we get lower lows away from the band, it means that momentum is slowing. And so we start looking for lows to stop heading lower, a little bit of sideways chatter for the framework, and then we flip our head into that 5-minute Dolby box that we might have in any frame that we use. And then if it breaks out, it's the recovery. And if it breaks down, it's more continuation. I'm not really sure why the market is moving so aggressively. What are the bonds doing? Where's Jack? What are the bonds doing?
Where's Jack is right, Anne-Marie. I ask myself that question every morning.
Yes, I am in the background. Let me take a look real quick.
Well, the 10-year note jumped up above 4.7%.
Okay, that's
so the 10-year note is right on its lows right now. It's just getting smushed.
That's what it is.
We noted last week too that 4.75 is kind of a key level that a lot of the banks are looking at. That'll force a lot more selling in the bonds as people try and hedge things.
And so, how far are we away from that?
Well,
4.73 right now.
5 basis points.
Are we really?
Okay.
Yeah.
Yikes.
Man,
well,
we got this royally wrong, didn't we?
Bank of Japan is also fairly. Everybody's talking about how concerned they are. So we'll see. We are open, aren't we?
Oh,
we are open. Thank you, Eddie.
Don, are you going to take the opening range trade?
No.
Okay. Nope. We're out of range, out of value.
Normally I would, but we're trying to focus on doing something in the house account here.
House account.
So let me know if you guys see any levels, John. Anything that sticks out. Anne-Marie, you just said 50-35. We are at that level right now in the S&Ps. Kind of like want to wait and let this opening play out.
Yeah, they're going to fight right there. It's going to be a fight zone.
Let it play out. So, John holler at me. JD holler.
We're in a decent buy zone.
I've got. Go ahead, JD.
I was just going to say, we're in a sort of a decent buy zone in the NQ right now between 17,360 and 17,300. If you look at my chart, I'm looking at a 15-minute NASDAQ chart right now. Mm-hmm. These two levels were actually measured move targets from some major reversal patterns we were looking at last week, and it held as a decent buy area earlier this week, and 17,360 held to the tick on Tuesday morning. I actually I dipped my toe in the water already today. I took a buy right when we crossed through 17,360 earlier, just in anticipation that we might come back and possibly close that overnight gap going into the open. Didn't happen. Kept the risk real tight. I lost $250 on the trade, so I'm down just a little bit already. But we are approaching the bottom end of that zone right now. So, like I said, it was a decent buy zone earlier this week. We might see some similar price action, or at least just some jacking for position around this area for a little bit.
All right. So 17,360. You guys like the buys down here?
And Marie, I've got a couple of levels down here that are 50-30 is the naked TPO point of control from the 22nd. And then there was an afternoon pullback high on that same day, which was 50-40. So somewhere here between 50-40 and 50-30 is your level.
Yeah, that's why I think we fight in that range. And, JD, you were talking about that 17,300. Dakota likes to look at those little 5-minute reversal bars or 1,000 ticks or whatever it is that he uses right there. Yep. I just look at the forms because I'm sort of a pictures kind of child, old lady, whatever it is. From day to day, it changes. But right there in that 15-minute chart that you were looking at, JD, over to the left, right around that noisy old resistance support area, there are those formations that Dakota looks at that are those bottoming edges, and they're around 17,291. So I'm with you on stalking that zone. let's just hope they come in and give us the cheap price.
For sure.
Okay.
Yeah.
We have
We are
Nick
at
for
those
a
levels.
tick.
Yeah,
Nick
I
for a
saw
tick
that.
saying, "Be careful with longs," and I'm not
Oh yeah,
not interested in looking
100%.
for longs until we build some sort of structure to lean on, even if it's just a
I
5
like
minute
that.
Dolby range.
I like that. All right.
Totally agree.
All right, let's let some structure build here. We are only 5 minutes into the open here, so we got plenty of time. We did have earnings earlier this morning. GDP, as you said, John. We are Fed's in trouble here.
Yeah, they
Fed's
are.
in trouble. They've painted themselves into a corner. They do not know what to do. Hey, we got here in the chat. So we got Nick T. Got the code in there. Rips. Isaac R. Shoot us your levels here. ES and NASDAQ.
Hoag, do we have a
Agree,
naked
John.
point of control? Do we have a naked
there
point
right
of
now.
control down here in the ES coming
50-30.
Yes,
50-30?
50-30. Naked TPO point of control from the 22nd.
Yeah, I'm looking
All
for
right, so how do you
us
guys
to- Go ahead,
Yeah.
sorry.
How do you feel about, we're just going to let this play out, I don't know, next 10 minutes or so, build some structure like John said. Sellers do keep coming back in here. We typically see this on the opens. We do need to build some structure. Might be just discount prices at this point in the long term. Let's see how this plays out here in the next 8 minutes, 8:45-ish. In the meantime, Eddie, if you're there, what do we got on the docket today? I do see some things, but maybe after the bell especially. But Eddie, what do we got for economic numbers today?
Yeah. In about 22 minutes, we got our pending home sales. I got that marked up here, so I will remind everybody. Got the alarm ready to go. Inside an hour here, we got natural gas storage. We will also see the KC Fed Composite Manufacturing. Taking a look here down here, 4-week, 8-week bill auction, 10:30 a.m. Central. High noon today, 7-year note auction. And we got a Fed balance sheet a little later in the day. So that's what we got going on here. Oh, Federal Reserve balances also later in the day. Back to you, Andre.
Thank you, Eddie. All right, John, we say build some structure. What do we mean by that? For those traders that are looking to get on board with this trade with us, perhaps take a long, but Nick T does say careful with longs beneath 50-35. We're seeing more sellers, John. What does it look like to build structure? What are we looking for specifically?
Well, I would look for a consolidation in a short time frame chart, maybe a 5-minute chart. We seem to be kind of creating structure kind of as we speak. This is a 500 tick chart, and
right.
Our afternoon pullback high from the 22nd is capping off, and we've got that naked point of control down here capping off. So with the opening range at the dead high of the session so far in the S&Ps, and look at all the moving averages. They're all heading lower. We have let's put it on the 5-minute chart here. This will be a little bit better. We got all the moving averages heading lower. We got VWAP heading lower. We're very far away from them on the 5-minute chart, but it is indicating, that there is a downward trend to this. Obviously, JD, you and I were talking yesterday about that. That pullback did not perform well. Neither of us thought that pullback was going to end up being, the lows, right? We were looking for those for that to fail, which it did yesterday. Here's the 730 number. We're starting to kind of see a little bit of balance in here. I almost feel like, this 50-40 level and the 50-30 level, if we can break out of them and go either direction, that might be a good opportunity. But I just have this feeling that it's going to be very full of traps, very full of moves through it, getting everybody short, and then coming back into it, or moves above it, getting everybody long, and then coming back inside of it. So, since the 730 number, and certainly since the 8 o'clock, we're only the 8:30 open here. We're only 10 minutes into this day.
Yeah, can't hold a bid right now.
Opening range in the S&Ps remains the high of the session. Both the NASDAQ and the Dow traded both sides of it.
Yeah, can't really hold a bid. Hey, JD, I know you like these. You like longs down here.
I'm just kind of scouting the zone in the Nasdaq right now.
What are you looking at exactly?
I don't know. I'm kind of thinking we get some type of two-way trade for a little while this morning.
Okay.
Just kind of chopping around. We're seeing that right now. But we're still. I'm really looking at the zone 17,360 to 17,300 in the Nasdaq. Might stack some bids down below. See if we get a test of the lower level of that.
Yep.
The sort of buy zone that I was talking about. And it will be a cheap long, not heavy risk at all.
Gotcha.
And that's what we're looking for.
Exactly.
Low risk, asymmetric opportunities.
Mm-hmm.
Everybody is very serious today. Is it because we're house account trading?
Yep. You can tell, huh? Is it coming through on the screen, Emery? Is it coming through on the screen? Gosh.
What's happening?
No more to the shed yesterday.
No more fun of any kind, Anne-Marie. Yeah.
No laughing, Anne-Marie. No laughing at all.
Yep. Old house account. Working through some stuff right now, but yes, we're going to lock in on this house account. Don't worry, we'll still have fun today on TopStep TV. At the end of the day, at our core, we like to have a good time. We just do it around trading. I did catch a bit of a bid there. Nasdaq. I only have, now keep in mind, I only have the ES and Nasdaq up right now. I'm hyper focused on equities right now for this house account trade. Hyper focused. So if you guys see anything going on in crude or gold, please let us know, as I'm not really watching that right now.
We're getting a bounce off that afternoon pullback low from the 22nd in the NASDAQ.
Yep.
That was 17,325. 17,325 was that afternoon pullback low.
Okay.
A little congestion in the overnight there.
All right.
Getting a little bounce off of that right now.
Yes, we are. You fill in any of those bids, GD?
S&Ps are getting a bit off that naked point of control at 50-30. We're still in that little 10-point range there, though.
Here's the 60s JD was talking about in the NASDAQ. Upper end of that range.
Right there again.
Okay. NASDAQ is holding stronger than the S&Ps.
Yep. What's the Dow doing? Is Dow just doing its own thing? Dow just doing its own thing.
Laggard. That was still below the opening range.
Dow always playing in the corner by itself.
NASDAQ extending the range to the upside above the opening range. The S&P is about to take out the high of the opening range.
Yes, we are.
And that's our 50-40, 75 right there.
Yeah,
let's see if there's resistance there.
All right.
You know, if we were looking for a breakout above that, and right now it's just stuck on it.
The 70s, John? Or you're looking at NASDAQ or ES?
The 50-40s, I'm sorry. Yeah, and the S&Ps, the 50-40.
Yep.
That afternoon pullback.
Sometimes those are just so powerful, and they seem so obscure. The afternoon pullback low here. I mean, there was support after that. We're back down at that level. But it seems obscure, but so many times it actually becomes impactful. That's why I threw it on the charts this morning, because we were approaching them.
At the top of the chat here, you'll see pinned Topstep daily levels. Make sure to click that. Have some real estate on your screen to have those levels in play. On the corner of your eye, at the very least, at all times. Our levels are damn near the best on the street, so make sure to have those up. JD, I think you were going to say something there.
I had a question for Hoag. What prices do we need in the ES and NQ to fill those overnight gaps? You got them handy?
So to close here, let me get the charts up here. So to close the range gap in the S&Ps, we've got to get all the way back up to 50.82 even. To close the settlement gap, the S&P has to go all the way up to 51.07 half. Now, that's just the gap from yesterday.
Right. Got it.
In the NASDAQ? in the NASDAQ. The low from yesterday to close the range gap, we've got to get up to 17,567 quarter. To close the settlement gap, it's got to be 17,664 half.
Huh.
Okay.
Got it.
Seems a long ways away, doesn't it?
Yep.
But I
Hey,
am
Marie, have you
wearing
pulled
the
Gosh,
rally
not along
sweater.
like that.
You are wearing the rally sweater.
I hate
Catching along down there.
Well, no.
Yeah.
Here's something very interesting. This is what I've noticed. And Andre, you talked about it the other day. When traders have to make a collective decision because of the way we make decisions individually, there's a lot of internal conflict. And so that's why, in my estimation, leadership by consensus only works so well. And then somebody finally has to go, all right, we got to pull the trigger. And so, of course, I'm what's that?
I said, think of Congress.
Yes, exactly. Well, think of any organization that's got way too much consensus action going. Nobody wants to be in charge. Nobody wants to say, okay, ultimately I'm responsible for this decision, so I'm going to take the heat. Let's talk together, but ultimately we'll weigh it and I'll make that decision. Yep. And so my throw out here to you gents is why not in the morning draw some straws and go, okay, today JD's our lead man. And
yeah, JD, you want to be lead man?
Everybody comes in and, well, he knew. Well, I'm calling him the lead man today because I was looking for the same long. Yep. And I wanted to take it, but I got into a space of analysis paralysis.
Yep.
Sitting here with everyone. And then everybody's saying, look at all the moving averages. They're moving down and da-da-da-da-da. And so there's all that cross and counter. And you know what?
Yeah.
Traders in the chat, they feel this. They feel it when they're working together with other people. They're feeling it on their own. Every time they have a new observation, they go, oh gosh, yeah, those are all moving down, right? So what we do know, there's going to be slosh here. But in terms of decisioning that goes, okay, we got one lead man today, and everybody else goes, okay, my thought is this, my thought is this, my thought is this. Now, you guys had the perfect storm with rips on. What was it, last week? I can't remember what day it was.
A couple times, yeah.
Amazing, where the convergence of ideas all fell into the same space and everybody said, boom. That's going to be a once in a while. Now, my husband says all the time, I don't play well in the sandbox. And because... I know, but it's not really because I don't play well in the sandbox. What I have a problem with a lot of ideas being thrown out and then the inability to distillate, right? Because I'm okay, let's get that done and move on because now I'm bored. Okay, because that's just my personality. And so what might get us to a space of how do we move as a team from trading? It's rotate the point and then go, you know what, ultimately I'm accountable for what happens and be comfortable with that accountability because that's the strength of trading, right? It's sometimes it goes bad, sometimes it goes good, whatever, next, move on. But giving ourselves a space and say, all right, this is our move and this is what we're going to do. And then, of course, we ask the chat and they go, all right, what do you think? And to have them be part of that consensus as well.
I like that.
But at the end of the day, it's a lead man that goes, all right, I'm going to take either the crown or the pie in the face.
Oh no.
And I'm okay with that. Right?
Yeah, you are
Can I
100.
give-
Henry,
Yeah,
couldn't have said it better.
absolutely.
Couldn't have said it better myself.
Yes.
JD.
And can I give Andre some props, even though he may not want them? I think Andre has been very good, very decisive. And I think he's done a really good job of kind of collaborating all this conflicting information into one thought process. And I think he's done a very good job of that.
I appreciate that. I'm just here to click the button. You guys, lean on you guys for levels, especially JD over there. JD's going to be the point man here shortly, and he's going to be clicking these trades and executing these trades here shortly. Thank you, John.
I think it's all about who's more in tune with the market that day too. I mean, we could take
That's true.
Exactly.
We could all take some test trades and see, who's out there performing better than the rest, and that should be your lead man for the day.
Good call.
Well, how do you estimate that in the early part of the day?
That's a great question.
We just got to throw some trades on and see.
Yeah,
see
I
who's
guess so.
measuring,
But again, what we want to do is work from that consensus space. So even if you can be a strong dissenter. If let's say no matter what, Andre's always clicking the button, but you're the point man today.
Yeah.
Let's just say that, right? Let's say it works like that. So, and that's the way it would work on a big desk. You call down and you go, these are the levels I'm seeing. The guy from the desk goes, all right. And he does the order, right? And so if you come in and you go, hey, listen, there's a long down here. I don't want to chase it because we're in negative rotation. And certainly the first pass bounces are going to get sellers.
Yep.
So we're looking for the sweet spot. We all agree on certain things, but because we all know how to trade. It's the sense of, if you have a strong dissension, hey, I don't think we ought to be looking for any longs. And as a matter of fact, first pass bounce into 30-minute congestion, I'm taking a short. Yeah. That's you personally, but you've put your line in the sand and gone, all right, this is where I stand. And that strength of motion, if John goes, hey, listen, I'm not looking for any longs either. I'm looking for a better value event, but I will agree that 50-30 is a region we definitely need to hold if we're going to do something. And so we end up putting these frameworks around everything, and it leads us to drivers. Hey, can we agree that 530 is the 50-30 is the floor for now? And if it breaks, we've got more downside action, or XYZ. I don't even know how I got into this. This is what I love it.
I love it, Amber. You got into it because you wanted to take a long around 320 in the Nasdaq, and you did it because we talked you out of it.
290. No.
Oh,
290 was what I'm waiting for. Right?
You're looking to take a long on the Nasdaq.
Floor.
You didn't take it because we talked you out of it because we were talking around each other.
No, that's not. No, that's my fault for indecision. JD says, look at 300. I look to the left. I see Dakota's little 3-candle XYZ that he looks at when these things are making their rotations to the upside. And I go, you might take a little heat there. That looks like a sweet long, at least into the front line of 30-minute resistance.
We're breaking out below 50-30 here in the S&Ps.
Okay.
Right.
Now, is this going to be a trap, or is it going to continue?
Well,
I think it continues.
I would think so too. We got a number here in about 6 minutes, though, right? We got a number here?
Yes, sir.
Yeah, new home sales.
Okay, cool.
Eyes on the prize.
Eyes on the prize. Thank you, Eddie.
Yeah. Pending home sales, sorry.
Pending home sales. All right, JD. I owe you one. I owe you one there, JD.
So are we going to anticipate some follow through in the Nasdaq to the downside? We've got ES making new lows. Is this a good
Nasdaq kind of holding up here.
Scale into a Nasdaq short, maybe?
Well,
so the backdrop is, I think people are going to buy Meta, so that might lift it a little bit.
Ah, great.
You got the Nasdaq at near the highs, and the S&Ps just put in new session lows.
Yes, they did. All right, let's get this number out of the way. Then we can start pulling the trigger on some of these trades. I do like the short here on this Nasdaq, though.
Yeah.
So, Emery, I think what you were saying, and you know what, like you're getting all this different information and conflicting thoughts and ideas, and we have to kind of bring it into one decision.
Synthesize.
Stream,
Yes.
Yeah.
right?
Yeah.
And it reminds me of in the trading pit. I mean, there's 500 people in the S&P pit, and there's trades going on all around the pit. And the first thing you have to do is call in your trade. Hey, 80s trade. Well, there's people in the pulpit that are taking all that information. 80s just traded, 85s traded, 90s traded, 85s traded. So you're taking all of this information, and they have to bring it into one stream that is going to go out to the public as far as time and sales is concerned.
Right.
And they're human beings, and sometimes they'd make mistakes. You'd have to take out trades. You'd have to add trades in. And it just kind of reminds me of taking all of this information from all of these different sources, compiling them, and then bringing them to one decision-making process. And it's not easy, but I think we can do it.
Absolutely.
We can.
Well,
we will.
You guys are really all of one accord mentally. I mean, everybody's got a little bit of a different personality, but most of you are extremely congenial. And so that working together is not going to be a problem. It sometimes ends. I should have taken that short of 370.
Me too, Anne-Marie. I'm waiting for this damn number. I know. Me too, Anne-Marie. I know. A little indecisive right now. We're talking a little bit. Hey, I want to do a quick update. Eddie just alerted me to the tilt. NASDAQ was heavy long. ES was heavy short. Now we are seeing NQ in the tilt to level off with those shorts in those NASDAQ. God bless it. All right.
No FOMO, guys. No FOMO.
No FOMO. Thank you, JD.
That's right. Yes. I need to pull in the brakes.
Number in 3 minutes.
But I do think that I think everybody wants to get along, so there's not going to be whatever. And just because, I think what's lost in the world today is healthy discourse, right? Either you agree with somebody totally or they're going to block you, right? So this healthy discourse of, I hear what you're saying, but I want to challenge that number. I want to say, what do you think about this? Do you see evidence here? Show me the data that says XYZ. Speaking of which, let me see what Edgefield says on the size of this kind of move.
Gaps.
Yeah.
All right, minute and a half here. Check your positions if you want to be flat. Be flat if you want to position on check, double check, triple check.
Thank you, Eddie. Right after this, we're going to start
Thanks,
pulling the
Eddie.
trigger.
Okay, so we just came back above that 50-30, showing a potential reversal on that low. A little bit of a bear trap down there.
By weekday.
It's just coming over the wire here. Yellen saying there could be a revision in the GDP. Didn't know she was talking.
Of course there will be.
Data shows
Yellen,
strength in consumers and investment spending. Thank you, Janet.
There might be a revision. Come on.
Of course there will be.
I don't mind that number. Is that what she's saying? My goodness.
She gets paid per consonant, so she needs to speak.
Revision.
So this is an interesting stat. The stat says for the NQ in the last 6 months, if it gaps down, 80% of the time, it's not filled. 80% of the time it is filled.
Yes.
And so, yeah, it is.
And that's
filled.
only for gap
and
downs?
So let's go by size, for gap downs. If we, what did we gap down? 0.5%? How much did we gap down?
Which market?
The NQ. I'm sorry. What did we open up? What percent down? I can't tell. It changes significantly. Here we go.
All right,
Where we are now.
sales change month over month, 3.4. They were looking at 0.4%. Pending home sales index coming out at 78.2. Natural gas here, half past the hour. Back to you.
Thank you.
Thanks,
Wow,
Eddie.
very hot number.
I mean, we're
0.4 expected. 3.4 was the actual.
Anne-Marie, we're basically at the opening price here. So we opened in the NASDAQ with about a 1.8% drop.
Okay. And so did we just fill it?
We have
No?
not filled it.
Okay. All right. 1.8%. Okay. So that shifts the data quite significantly.
Mhm.
If we, wow, that's interesting. Year to date, well, have we had any drops? That's that. We have three. We've had 4 gaps down of more than 1%.
Mm-hmm.
None of them
here in
filled.
S&Ps.
None of them were filled. Okay.
None of them filled. So I did it by gap size and filtered in, and the ones that gap down more than 1%, not one of them filled. The data set is only 4 large, though.
Right.
It's only 4 wide.
Well, that's 100% though. Doesn't
Yeah.
mean we can't rally, but not close the gap.
Exactly.
You said the gap's to the upside. I'm sorry. Gap is to the upside?
Yes. Yeah. We
Okay, thank you.
opened, about 1.8% lower in the NASDAQ and not quite that deep in the S&Ps.
Well, I'm pretty much on the lows here in the S&Ps. NASDAQ, not as much.
Let's see if it
We are
gives
coming up
us a
to
shot.
beneath that 50-30 level in the S&Ps.
Yeah. And man, this 30-minute bar opened right under it and it's continuing to push lower. Check this out.
What does that tell us?
Well, we're one time framing lower.
Yep.
Right. This is the 30-minute chart. The market closed the first 30-minute bar below that, opened, tested back to that level, and is continuing to push to the downside.
Yep.
All right. Look up below.
Yep. Now, the reason that I felt like the break of that 50-30 would give us more downside is because there is an option chain there. There's some puts that are sitting there. Not big. 5,000 is still the big put level. The put wall, as it were.
Mhm.
So
Big fat round number.
Mhm.
yeah. So yeah.
ES short 65% in the tilt. John, what's Delta, just out of curiosity? Heavy shorts.
S&Ps, negative 13,300.
Damn, already?
NASDAQ,
Okay.
187. Positive.
187?
Yes.
Okay.
Just call that flat.
What? Wow.
So S&Ps are short in the hole right now.
Well, we left the opening range at the high of the session. We
That would've
didn't
been
want
nice
to take
trade.
a trade because we're focusing on that.
Yeah.
I mean, I took it in a practice account. I'm up $600 on one lot right now.
Good.
Still ranging in the NASDAQ.
Okay.
Yeah.
No real direction yet.
600, Johnny?
And yeah. Yep.
Dude, keep
Nice.
trading that house. Keep trading that sucker up. Yeah.
I mean, we're trying to focus on getting something done here in the house account, and that was in the opening range trade played.
All the air comes out of the room. Trading the house account. We have to have the dark, gloomy music.
Man. Anne-Marie, you're striking a nerve here, Anne-Marie. You're hitting a little too close to home, Anne-Marie. If you only knew. If you only knew, Anne-Marie.
James.
Oh, yeah. Looks like you've been sitting in on some meetings with us. You've been sitting in on these meetings, Anne-Marie. How do you
Oh, man. I'm going to pull
Have you
out the
heard?
lightsaber and turn it on.
get Anne-Marie?
Yeah. Anne-Marie, have you heard Andre's house account song yet?
I have one.
We'll cue that.
No.
We'll cue that up in a little bit. It's pretty dark.
The death metal one. Yeah. That's a jam. All right, guys, let's get this consensus here. We might pop up here to the 70s here, 370s in the NASDAQ. Are we looking for... I'm just consolidating right now, JD. We just find a bit of a floor, maybe perhaps a floor in the S&Ps. Uh-oh. Man, there's Darth Vader. Industrial, sorry, Dolby. Industrial.
Use the force, Andre.
Yes. All right. Well, speaking of force, we're at the upper end of this range in the NASDAQ. We did just break out to the upside, trading 376. The shorts would have gotten smoked down there. The shorts are caught stuck in the hole in the S&Ps as well. We did see a delta minus 13,000. Could have been a little bit of a short squeeze going on here. Are seeing a headline 10-year yield hits 5-month high coming across right now. All right. What are we looking at here? What are we looking at here? The shorts just got squeezed.
Wonder if this 50-30 is going to remain resistant.
All right. What do you like about you like 50-30s there, JD?
Looking to take a short at 50-30?
Perhaps.
Is that the
might be forcing a trade here, but let's see what happens. But
I mean, it's a risk limiter. I mean, we just broke out below it. We came back to it. You know, if it's gonna prove to be a trap, you don't have to risk a lot. I'm not advocating for it. All I'm doing is putting it in context.
Gotta come to a consensus. We gotta come to a consensus here. If it's a no trade, we'll say trade off. But we are talking about this 50-30 level.
Yep. I'm saying no trade for right now.
All right.
See where this next
it's
bar
super
closes.
noisy.
Trade
It's
off.
super, unless you're all
Real
about
choppy.
scalping. It's just nothing but noise.
Okay.
Now, if you're scalping, there's some opportunities, but it's very, very noisy down here.
Yes, it is. All right, breaking above the we just took a peek above the 80s in the NASDAQ.
No,
Beneath that. Augusto says, don't short at these levels. Andy says, we're stuck between two zones of liquidity. Nothing but scalps on the menu for now.
Mm-hmm.
I would agree with that.
Yep. Right, we're gonna be patient. We're gonna outweight this market right now. Yeah.
NASDAQ is still rangy. No breakouts yet.
Yes, it is. Upper in this range right here.
Very rangy.
I wonder what the traders are waiting. Oh, wait. Who reports after the close today?
We have just a couple of small companies: Microsoft, Alphabet, T-Mobile, Intel.
The little guys.
There's
that might be
a huge list of other companies today. I mean, there's just so much.
Oh,
we're getting a little bit of movement in the NASDAQ right now. Approaching VWAP. I've got VWAP right around 400, 99,
same.
99, 400.
Yep.
What do you think about short off of VWAP? Downward slope of VWAP.
It could be a nice low risk short opportunity.
I'm starting to think so too.
I would stack some offers. I would stack some offers just above VWAP.
Yeah, that's what I'm gonna do. 408. Maybe 402.
All right. All right.
Ooh, that's a nice 30-minute right there.
Yeah,
it is.
I like it. You got this swing low right here, right at about VWAP. VWAP is sloping lower.
Got a trade idea coming here, folks.
So I'm not going to poo-poo this.
All right. Let's see if we can get up there. All right. We got a trade. Oh, all right. I think we got a trade offer.
Throwing
what do you like it at?
Got offer 2 at 03, 2 at 08, 2 at 13.
I got 10 at
what would the risk? What would the total risk be? Sorry. For
good question.
Total risk.
$2,000?
$2,000 risk.
I got offer in at 04. All right, let's see if we can get up there.
Thank you for asking. So did I not share that?
Hey, JD, we can hear Mick doing his thing.
I gotcha. Muting.
Yes, I did get it.
Oh, I like JD's voice.
All right. I'm putting it in poll. We'll see what everybody thinks here.
Ooh, John's working the polls right now.
Nice.
Look at this. We are evolving here. Top Step. We are all
just trying to help. So now you can get your vote in, folks. So we're going to try. We're thinking about trying to shorten VWAP. We need your help. Do we do it?
Thank you, John.
We'd have to library of all John's sound effects. Pretty great.
All right, John Jones. We don't need that kind of joke.
NASDAQ,
No.
72% long.
72% long. All right.
Tilt.
Yep.
So we're getting, this is my favorite sweet spot to use the tilt. Somewhere close to a very solid number that a lot of people are watching, a la VWAP, etc. And watching that clip up into that area. That's where I will position myself a short.
All right, we're working this offer coming up to, what do you guys got VWAP at? About 400?
402.
Yes.
402. Thank you.
I'm seeing 399.
Yeah, it is $3.99.
Yeah, there's a fat order right there. Will we get the fill? Working 04. Working 04s.
All right. We got 636 closing the poll, and it is
You're filled. We are filled.
54% yes.
10. All right, great. We sold 10. We sold 10 at 4.5. 10 at 4.5.
NASDAQ is 80% long.
Oh, I like this trade.
80% long.
Yeah,
I like this trade.
that's so fantastic that this is the perfect sweet spot for using tilt.
This is what we're talking about.
Yeah,
right, what are we thinking here, guys?
Let's
work this sucker out. Short 10 from 4.5, 404 half. Switch to my screen if you'd like. Taking some heat. We're risking 2,000. We said, JD. We're gonna blow right through this. Nope. Boom. God, this NASDAQ is.
I just got my last one at 409 filled, and so I think JD said 4. Didn't you have something up above there? I want to know where to move my stop. You said 413?
I said I wanted to stack some offers at 05, 08, and I'm sorry, 03, 08, and 13. 13 would have been my final entry.
Okay.
With a stop just above 20.
It's coming in.
It's coming in. Should I shave some here? What do you think? No.
What are we thinking about? This? Where's our stop at, Andre?
I don't have it in yet. I'm trying. We said $2,000 risk.
Okay.
So I'm
good.
I'm trying to do the math on the fly here. We just entered. We are taking heat, though. We are taking heat. I'll run this up our giggy. What do you think? What do we think about for targets too? We're about to get stopped.
387. That's the last swing high on a very short time frame chart.
And
okay, there's your 413.
There's the 13.
13 would have been my final entry with a stop above 20.
Stop at 20.
20. All right.
What was tilt? Tilt 70. What's tilt 80%?
It was 73%.
It was 80
now.
and it dropped to 73.
Right.
Correct.
This could also be squeeze action.
Could be squeeze.
Which
you
is
see
also
some longs in the tilt.
Very
some longs in NASDAQ had only had plus 187. Grit your teeth sometimes.
we do see.
We just have to give it a little room. Go ahead.
I think so.
Give us a little pop in NVIDIA, a little pop in Meta, but Meta's whacked right now. So.
Yeah, that's the thing about these kinds of trades. You have to watch your size because it could squeeze out on you before rotating. If you get in before the crescendo of the move, like we're
right
getting
now
in on the way up versus the way down. Yeah. So that's where we keep size really small and then position adding in as the price action moves in our favor, right? So
yeah, you just gotta let it breathe.
Yeah, it is. You just have to give it a little bit of room. And a lot of times when you've got a combine, one of the hardest things to do is position and think about how much money you're going to make, but have your mind really drill down on exposure. What is my exposure going to be? And if this goes sideways, can I get out and get back in. And that's why sizing in as the trade moves in your favor is better than sizing in on the way up for short.
About to hit these 20s, JD.
Yep.
Do we have a stop in?
About to. I'm just going to manually
Did you
stop
cover?
this thing. About
Yep.
to.
Old boy.
There's a 30-minute candlestick formation at 423.
Sell this.
And
Sell this thing.
I'm holding. It's
Me
yeah,
too.
that's
Me too, Emery.
17,420. JD, I had that same line. I had that absolute same line.
Sell this sucker.
Andre, I'd put in some sort of mechanical stop just because with 10 lots on, you're exposed to some sort of headline risk if, you know.
I know. You're right. You're right.
What if Putin dies right now or something? You know what I mean?
What?
Like, I'm just like saying something could happen. You got 10 lots on, that thing could jump.
Yeah, you're right. You're
Very
right.
quickly.
What? Oh shit! You hear that?
I need to send a note to Michael about this live account business.
Why?
Why?
He's sending you guys into a.
I'm out. Flatten that shit. All right, we covered.
Covered.
You're right. You're right, Jack.
Yeah.
You're right, Jack.
Stopped on the retest. Here we go.
Yep. Watch it turn.
Yeah.
That's-
I have small size because this crap happens to me all the freaking time. I'll have the edge. It'll come right in, tick me out. Once in a while, it goes up, 5-6 ticks above me, but it'll tick me out and then rotate all the way back down. It is just one of the most annoying things ever. So
let's count down 3,115. 3,115.
Yeah, well,
That's
that's the way the ball bounces sometimes.
yeah,
rally.
it is what it is. Yeah, this bounce rotation. It's got to be a short squeeze.
What happened to the VWAP play? Where'd that go? That was the winner yesterday. Hopefully we keep rallying.
That was yesterday.
That was yesterday. We're still rallying though. Yeah, Brian Shannon on VWAP plays. We are rallying. All right. Hey Jack, if Putin died and we're short, never mind.
I recognize it. I was trying to let's say the
I got you.
Putin makes an announcement that him and Xi and Biden are together, and they say everyone's friends now.
There you go.
And they revised CPI to 2%, and Powell comes out and cut. I mean, something could happen that could send to the moon. It could just be those things happen.
Yes, they do.
Yeah.
You're right.
Now the S&Ps have taken out the opening
That's
range.
the squeeze.
Now,
That's
and it's now above 50-40. We trapped them in the bottom there below 50-30. We're back above 50-40 now, which is that afternoon pullback low.
Sure did.
20 seconds. It's really
Yesterday's closing VWAP level is 439.75, and we just came right into that number and faded off of it.
Are you still in, Amory? Are you short?
No, I got stopped out. Yeah.
What about VWAP and the S&Ps?
Oh, don't tempt me with a good time, John. Don't tempt me with a good time. Don't mind if I do. Don't mind if I switch on over.
I'm just
what do you got?
Just saying.
Oh, I love it.
47.
Oh, what's that number?
Yeah, Anne-Marie wants it.
The VWAP and the S&Ps.
Yeah, I mean they're buying every dip right now.
So that failure below that 50-30 was our shot.
Failure below 50-30, what, to the upside?
Yeah.
Yeah. Once it recovers.
Recovered, that was it.
Yeah, and that delta got pretty fat. That delta got fat in the hole there. All roads.
Yep.
All right. Is this Yellen? Is Yellen talking this market up? Is that what's happening?
Maybe.
Why? Because we're going to revise GDP.
I think it's a squeeze from.
I think you might be right.
You know, the overnight or whatever.
Still got a ways to go to fill these overnight gaps in the NASDAQ.
Oh, ways to go. So that would make 1 out of 5, Anne-Marie, this year.
Yeah.
1 out of 5 if we actually get there.
Yeah, that's crazy. Interesting. By weekday over the last year, 72% of gaps down fill. We had 18 gaps down and 13 of them filled. But in one whole year, we've only had 18 gaps down in an entire year.
Yeah, that's the rally, right?
Only 18?
Yeah.
Oh, boy.
18.
Anne-Marie, are you in a trade right now?
No, I am not.
Okay.
I am not.
Anne-Marie, are we talking you out of trades that you normally would be taking?
You know,
Great
I
question.
can't, you know, that's the thing. And everybody talks about how snowboarding, skiing and stuff. I can barely chew gum and wear shoes.
Oh,
okay?
come on.
It's just enough. Oh, no, I'm not kidding you. I am very happy to say the things that I'm good at.
Yep.
I'm very much of a klutz. And so the reason I'm bringing this up is because I have the attention span of a Cocker Spaniel additionally. And so I get very discombobulated sometimes when there's a lot of talk and ideas floating around, because my immediate goal is, okay, let me pull up all of these Post-it notes and try to sort them immediately. And that's what I was trying to do mentally this morning with us, just sorting through those Post-it notes of thoughts. And, you know, once in a while, I just get myself off kilter. And it's very interesting. A lot of traders, and I know I've talked to a lot of traders over the couple of decades that I've been around, and it's all the same. Everybody, they'll have an idea, they'll see something that detracts from that idea, and all the other data they've collected about the strength of that idea vaporizes simply because someone says X, Y, or Z. And at the end of the day, because trading is such an individual sport, sorry, you know, and I call it a sport because it's a performance activity.
Right? I think you're right. It is individual. Individual journey.
Yeah, it's an individual performance activity, and you have to learn how to collect data in your mind and sort it out and go, wait a second, I know they said X, but does that make my idea any less useful? Or, you know, a lot of times I will trade with Dolby. He'll be short, I'll be long, and we'll both end up making money because we get in at different spaces, right? And so it's not so much about, it's about, wait a second, keep your idea, and then say, how do I work this framework in that idea? And if someone says something totally opposite, just start breaking things apart and going, okay, am I right? Instead of just throwing your idea out and going, all right, I must be wrong. I need to be X, Y, or Z. And that happens a lot, especially if we have big voices. Like if MP were sitting here,
Yeah, what would
and
MP
he
be
had-
saying right now? What would
what
MP be
he would
saying
have
right now,
a
Anne-Marie?
giant he would have a giant voice, and we would all
Fact.
be okay, right? Because he just has that space of, hey, listen, this is what we're doing.
Yeah.
And so,
oh, we're doing it, Anne-Marie. We are doing it as we
Right?
speak.
And
You
so
are watching us do
I
it.
think, and
You
I
are watching
think,
us do what he's telling us to do.
I think that there's, that it's really all about the strength of that voice, and then being able to listen to your own inner voice and go, okay, I know I hear a lot of these things, but what did you write down this morning in your notes? And that's why prep is so important. That's why listening to John in the pre-market and going, hey, what were those levels?
Oh, yeah.
A lot of times we just stroll on in with our drink, whatever we're drinking in the morning. If you're on planes, that could be anything, because I am amazed at how people drink at 8 a.m. on a flight. I'm like,
there's no rules at
Bourbon.
airports, Anne-Marie. There's no rules at airports. All bets are off at airports. I'm more of a ginger ale guy myself when I'm feeling frisky, but there's no rules.
It's crazy. But we stroll in at 9:30. We go, okay, let's see what's going on. Okay, I'll take this straight. And it does not it does not portend to longevity. It just ends up kicking you in the face like that. You just have to write your notes down, take your levels, and then have a quiet space where you go, okay, this comes up. I'm going to be long because of this premise, whatever the premise is.
I'm looking
this
at
is
these
quite
shorts.
a balance.
I'm looking at short and VWAP here at S&Ps. I don't know if I'm getting married to these short buys.
I mean,
GDP was so
I
bad.
have 50-48 roundabout as a clean kind of number. 50-48 to 50-52. John, what are you seeing up there?
It does kind of look like volume's starting to peter out just a little bit.
That's what I'm worried about, JD. Typically, at least the zombie rallies.
In the 5-minute chart. So the settlement price from this 22nd, which we've spent the entire session today inside that range, was 50.47.5. And that lines up pretty well with VWAP.
Say that again, John. 50.47.5.
Yeah, that was settlement price from the 22nd, which, we've been in that range all day. So does that give it any impact? I don't know. Just the fact that there's confluence with VWAP at that level.
What's Delta? Are they still short? They all hit the squeeze.
It's come off a lot since we took out the high of the opening range. It's currently at negative 4,500. The high of the opening range was 50.41.25, which is above that afternoon pullback low here at 50.40.75, which we trapped shorts below that point of control at 50.30 even. Now we're trying to hold above that 50.40.75 afternoon pullback low. And I think
wasn't Delta 80% long when we got short of VWAP in NASDAQ?
Yes,
it sure was. Yeah.
Yeah.
This one got us. Props to the majority. They won that
paid.
one.
They got paid.
Yep.
Well, while we got a minute left, Jack's coming in sub me out in just a few minutes.
JD, we're gonna miss you, man.
Real quick.
JD, yeah, you want to do? JD, we got some. You still got some housekeeping to do, JD, don't you? Don't you have? You got some stats and stuff. We're a little running late here, JD. You can't just leave without doing your stats.
James, you got the overlays for me? Let's see those hot streaks.
JD, trying to get out of here.
Let me pull my dashboard real quick. Here we go.
All right, JD. Nice. What do you got?
Arian and James sticking around for another day, both at 29 days. Brian at 20. We did lose 2 traders. Say hello to our newcomers, Loic and Joshua, 20 days and 18 days. We lost 2 traders. Faye was at 25 days yesterday. Faye took a small drawdown, only a couple bucks. I was looking at his trade report earlier this morning. I think he lost like $30. Rough way to end a streak there, but yep, Faye was at 25 days. Nice job to him. And Esteban at 21 days hit the DLL yesterday. So those are the 2 traders we lost on our hot streaks. And yeah, welcome to the list. Loic, how would you pronounce that name? Loic?
I think you got it right. Look.
Yeah, which time? Go ahead, JD. How do you pronounce that? Give it your best shot.
I went with Loic first, and then I said
like
Loic,
it.
but... All right, let's check out yesterday's best live funded P&Ls. Jesus topping the list today. Nick, $10,000 trading the NASDAQ. Nick T, our guy. Nick in the chat. Nick for Tick. I think that's the saying. Whatever.
There you go.
Careful, JD.
Nice
Careful, JD.
Andre in the house account with 4,900 yesterday.
Hey.
Remy $2,000 and Dakota on the list again. Dakota's been on the list every day this week so far. $1,800.
Dakota, where are you? Wake up, Dakota. We need you in here for some levels.
I think he's here.
Taking a day.
Is he? Yeah, he's been crushing it lately. I know he does the slow markets. Always tune in for slow markets. 8 p.m. Central. Dakota's been on.
I've actually watched that. I
Yes.
stayed up late 2 nights in a row to watch it.
Wow.
It was good. That's how I learned about his three
Three-bar
reversal
reversal.
candlesticks and seeing So
Okay, JD, we're gonna miss you, especially Heather. Heather here says, JD, don't leave. We've been having a moment. So
We're having a moment,
JD,
huh?
make sure you say goodbye to Heather on your way out. You guys have had a moment here on Topstep TV. Click like, click
JD.
subscribe. I'm gonna say goodbye to JD. JD, appreciate it, man.
Heather says you were staring
Well,
right into her
yeah.
soul.
Oh,
Wow.
I am starting a
I am
fan club.
Power, JD.
Fan club.
I am a soul searcher, guys. But
Yeah, lost
all right,
those
I'll
Irish
catch you guys
eyes.
in a little bit. Is Jack here yet?
True Irish Chicago.
Jack is
Yes.
here.
Jack,
All right.
Jack is talking in third person now.
Jack.
It's
That's
easier to
so
identify.
funny
I'm
to
just a
me.
voice in the background usually.
Yes, you are.
All right, guys. I'll catch you later.
Later, JD.
Hi, JD.
Take care. Thank you.
And welcome, Jack.
Yes. Where is he? Our
It'll
bond
take a
expert,
few
Anne-Marie.
seconds.
Our bond expert
Yes.
is in the house
When I
now.
put him on. Hold on. I forgot.
I love when Anne-Marie
I'm
goes,
messing
where's
up back
Jack? Where's Jack?
Hey, what's up, guys?
Hey, Jack.
What do you-
Welcome to the show.
what have you been up
Everyone
to?
say welcome, Jack. Everyone say hi to Jack. All right, Jack.
Hi, Jack.
0 for 1.
Jack.
We are 0 for 1 on our trade today. You're right. Didn't have the stop in per se. It's kind of wanted to talk it up. I did change that. Automatically apply bracket orders. Next trade we might make. Obviously, it's the smart thing to do. Just don't want people to know where our stop is.
We may have
I
missed
think
our.
we break down.
Raimundo says bye, Jack,
You out
already.
here.
Yeah, stuck.
Dakota's in here.
Yeah, so are you guys scoping out anything else here?
We were looking. How close do we get to VWAP there in the S&Ps, John?
The high 5046
short.
UF. You did?
Yeah, I took the short at the
Cybernext in here?
NQ at 432 when it rejected yesterday's close
Mhm.
on that VWAP.
Mhm.
So there's that, and it's doing very nicely. It ought to come all the way into that 390 formation. So that was a nice solid drop. That is dropping like a stone.
Yep.
Hey, Anne-Marie,
And-
it looks like we lost your screen again. Can you share it one more time?
Sure, absolutely.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
We have a potential failed auction above the initial balance in the S&Ps. And that's right where VWAP was.
Wow. NASDAQ just what did we sell in it? Wow, they really look at NASDAQ
so-
go. Look at that go.
You would have
Yeah,
taken a lot of heat, though. That was
Oh, I would have
You
taken
were-
$5,000
you were early.
It was early. We all were early. I mean, man.
Yeah, for sure.
Yeah, that was a nice trade in the S&Ps, Anne-Marie.
Thank you.
Nice
It
job.
was in the It was in the NQs.
Oof, nice short.
But the
New highs.
S&Ps would have been great. Well, I don't know why I can't connect. Let me see if I have to close it and try it again.
All right, let's talk some trading.
All right, oh, there's the 35.
I'm glad
There's
you got
that 35 again.
it.
Oh, news there. Strikes in Gaza. Thank you. Strikes in Gaza. Thank you.
Oh, I was wondering what this was all about. Okay,
That was 3 minutes ago, guys. Come on. That was 3 minutes ago.
Yeah, I wonder
Well, there's
if...
a bunch that's traded here in the ES right now. I mean, we came close to that VWAP trade, and now I'm kind of caught between things where right here, I'm not enough of a bear just to sell and go away, but at the same time,
Yep.
I don't want to buy it right now. That's why I have a multiple box down there.
100%. 100%.
Nice little pop in gold.
Yeah, that makes sense.
Yeah, it's the Gaza headline.
Yeah.
Yeah, that makes sense.
Let me check out that news if it's something new, because unfortunately that doesn't seem like news at this point, but something must have happened.
Yeah.
Intensifies airstrikes on Gaza before ground operation. Ground operation is probably the key word there.
That'll do it.
That will do it. Let's go, guys. Come on.
Everybody, pray for peace.
That's right. There's that headline risk you were talking about, Jack. Jack said it exactly that. That's why you do have... Whoa, conviction was over. Sorry. That's why you have stops. It's a great reason why you have stops. We are one headline away from this market just reversing on your ass before you know it even hit you.
Even if it's just for a disaster or something like that.
Sure.
I remember back in the day, there could be someone's Twitter can get hacked. All sorts of things can happen
Exactly.
that can make...
Chibo, spot on.
If you don't have the mechanical stops in, well, the algos are going to know. They're all going to drop out. Liquidity is going to evaporate. And then you're kind of out there in the wind, nude, so to speak. And that is not a nice place to be.
Like a point of control, naked.
Oh,
yes.
There you
Very
go.
vulnerable. Very vulnerable feeling.
Yeah. Michael, we do have a potential failed upside auction in the S&Ps. We've got about 20 minutes to make sure that the next 30-minute bar opens back inside the IB, the initial balance. And that will then appear to be a failed auction above the initial balance. A nice trade-off of it. Yes.
You know how Dee says that she's tweaked that a little bit to define a failed auction? I loved what she was saying, but I don't know that I caught the bubble on the whole thing of it. She said she watches for that failure, but does not wait for the completion of the follow-up 30-minute candlestick. Remember?
Yeah.
She was talking about...
Go ahead.
What is her actual trigger point on that loss of... when she sees the failed auction and she gets in time.
Right. It's
what is it after?
I
was trying to
I'm not, I can't speak, perfectly for D, but what I'm thinking, Anne Marie, is, when price got above the initial balance of 50.45, it went 4 ticks above it. It went up to 46 and then came back inside the initial balance. So if you're going to preempt a failed auction to the upside, once it comes back in the initial balance, I mean, you're risking 2 or 3 points if you're thinking that this is going to remain the high. Gotcha. Typically to kind of verify, that it is going to be a failed auction, you've got to wait. But in waiting for that verification,
exactly,
it costs
you give up positioning. Yeah. Just like
So I'm, again, I can't speak for her, but. And then do the OODA loop for a close inside EB and inside IB. There she is. She's talking right now.
Yeah.
There she is. Hey, Jack, do you want to do our 35 or? Market's kind
Yeah,
of
why don't we got
slow.
some news, and some of it involves the bond stuff that Emery wants to hear about.
Yeah, you're a
First off,
bond guy.
Eddie. Yes, I should. It's not full time what I'm doing at this point, but I occasionally will have some stuff. But first, we have Eddie mentioned earlier, and you all probably know by now that huge Meta sell off. It's up off the lows, but at the lows after the earnings release, it was down 240 billion in market cap, which would have been the largest erasure of market cap in a day ever, overtaking second place, which is Meta. So Meta already has the record. Say what you want about Zuck. He's an odd guy, but you can't say he's not taking big swings, man. So
Yeah, he really is. Yeah.
let me check what that is at now, real quick. As soon as my trading view gives me a little inspirational saying, right now it's down about 12%. So people were buying that. That stock has quintupled in short order. So
Yeah.
hopefully the metaverse pans out.
It was due for a sell-off, just like Tesla was due for a bounce, right? Because it really wouldn't have mattered unless it was just something truly catastrophic. They were just completely oversold or fairly overbought because, Meta was just exploding.
Slightly different in that on one hand, I hand it to them. They're just spending so much money on CapEx.
Yeah, I read that.
So I think that the fear, if I were holding a lot of Meta, now remember, I famously took a little bit of heat right after the Meta IPO back when I was trading and decided Facebook wasn't the future and sold it. And I don't even want to think about, I think I had like 20 grand in it. I don't even want to think about somebody do the math in there and then I'll look away.
But it was like $45.
I think people,
it was like,
anyway, it was lower than that. Anyway, people are worried that all that CapEx is going to, if it doesn't pan out, which the metaverse very well may
or may not. Yeah.
A lot of money. Let's talk bonds for a second. This is more up the alley for our traders here. This is a real long-term pattern. And this is one that me personally, once again, this isn't financial advice that I would like to get into, but then the GDP came out this morning and now I would hold off. So this is the 230 spread going back to, I can't read on the screen there, like 2020, 2021, something like that. Basically, we're testing the levels where we're looking for the yield curve to uninvert. What do you say that? Uninvert. And right now, if you're not acquainted with bonds, the 2-year yield is above 5%. Long term, it shouldn't be the same level as the 30-year, right? Because that is a much riskier proposition because you're holding for so much longer and it's so much more sensitive to interest rates. I am very interested to see GDP delayed it today, but I am interested in this trade. Next story, we have an update on the Chicago rat hole.
And I just want to preface by saying I hate it here.
No.
There's some good news. Okay, somebody else did the math. My 20K view worth 220K at the moment. Great. Good to know. Chicago rat hole has been removed by the city. But James, did you read the article?
I don't care, man.
By the way, that building that they're in front of right there, I know the people that live there. They're friends of ours, and it was a circus outside their place. So they're probably glad. But if we go to the next picture, James, they did preserve it. Look at that. They took it out of the ground, and maybe it'll be on an auction soon. Maybe if we run up the house account, Andre, I think maybe we should use it to buy buy the rat hole and put it in the Board of Trade office. There's an idea.
I couldn't even say it with a straight face.
Hilarious.
So we got one more thing for later, but let's get back to the markets for now. Yeah, they're still where I left them.
Yes, thank you for that, Jack.
Hey, I got a quick plug. If anybody.
Oh yeah, thank you, Eddie.
We got a on-air Top Step report card. We want your feedback to help make Top Step even better. I got a link in the chat. I'm going to post right this very second.
Oh no!
This second to that second. There it is.
Oh,
We're going to share that in chat right now. And if you can, provide some feedback directly to our on-air crew and about each segment on TV. We want to hear from you. So there it is. And back to you, Andre. Thank you.
Thanks, you Eddie. Anne-Marie, you hear that? We're sending out a report card. They're going to grade each and every one of us.
Yes, I can't wait.
Yeah.
Every single one of us is getting graded. So hang on tight.
Oh,
I can't wait for all the lovely marks I get from folks that don't understand the concept of a raffle for Top Quiz.
Yeah.
800 to 1,000 people in the competition.
Yeah, Jack, you're gonna get lit.
Anyway.
You're gonna get lit on that thing. I see how much love we get in the chat. I can only imagine how much love we're gonna get when it's anonymous. Oh my god. Oh, they're gonna light us up.
Will you guys be able to see the results? Probably not, unless it's something interesting. I'll show you mine. I don't care.
I don't know if I want.
Yeah, why not? I mean, I'd like to know, where I can get better, or if I need to, drink some antifreeze in the evening.
That took a turn.
I'm sorry. I have the darkest sense of humor.
I love
such
it.
a dark sense of humor. I'm so sorry.
Holy God. No, it would never.
No.
Be nice to Anne-Marie on those report cards.
I hear that they actually have made antifreeze bitter now, because it used to be.
Why didn't they do that before?
Oh, well, here's the
we've known how to make things bitter forever.
It was naturally sweet, and so
that's a problem.
In Florida, I think it was in Florida, of course, because all kinds of zany things happen in Florida. This woman, she's in North Florida, and she married a cop or something like that, and he died mysteriously, got sick, and died. And then she came to the South and married a fireman. I'm guessing she's into that type.
Mm-hmm.
And he also got sick and died. It turns out she fed him both Jell-O with antifreeze. Ooh. And so, which is terribly painful death, I hear. But, a lot of people they've poisoned animals with antifreeze because they'll drink it. And so now all antifreeze is very bitter. So I don't know what kind of agent they put in it, but
I'll
that's why it's bitter.
I'll test it live on air. Michael, you're in the chat.
Nope, absolutely not, Jack. Bad idea.
Just a little bit.
Bad idea.
While we're waiting for this, I'm waiting for this ES to drift down towards my purple box. As I said, I don't see anything in this area right here that I'm really interested in. Emery, my dad was an ENT. And I'm not using names. So there's no HIPAA violation here, but I believe that earliest days he had a patient that eventually died, but not to be too much information, they had to do like an esophageal pull up, right? And the way his throat got hurt was that he was a drinker and his wife had put like Drano or something in his flask, which is terrible. And it begs a few questions, like, you gotta be doing a lot of drinking not to taste Drano in the flask. But also, it may not take a lot to
For real, Jack. For real. Oh, my God.
Oh,
wow. Anne-Marie, you cracked me up with your response to the report card. And, it's been nice knowing all you guys when I get my report card. That may be it.
Yeah.
And I think one of the big things about the antifreeze is, like, if you have a dog and you spill some on the floor and they lick it up, that they'll lick it up no problem, and that's really, really, that a lot of dogs have died that way. So I think that's a good thing.
Yeah, for sure.
And check. Why didn't they do that before?
Yeah, true.
Dane
I guess
says,
nobody.
Please make a Reese's peanut butter cups bitter is pretty good.
Dane Bryan.
Oh, yeah. My brother-in-law's
right.
addicted to those too. They're a lot in the
All right.
fridge.
Let's get back to these markets real. Looks like volume's kind of waning here. We're kind of in this range, this consolidation. Looking at the 30-minute S&Ps. Yeah. Jack,
Yeah.
what was that level you were looking at? That purple box you had? Something to the downside
Well,
there?
the purple box
like
is
it
like
before.
I just put a purple box sometimes around. This was just some liquidity or congestion over the last couple days going back. So basically, I drew this purple box after the GDP number because the one thing that I would not want to do is here. Can you see my cursor on here? I don't know how this works when I'm sharing. Let me try this real quick. Yeah, you can see my cursor.
We see it.
It's like when you see something like this with like GDP is boom, 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 hammer. You don't want to obviously be catching knives anywhere along there. So I didn't take any trades, but I drew this purple box as like, well, this is an area where if it kind of settled down there, I could see taking along. It turned out to be pretty good, but that doesn't mean anything because I didn't do anything with it. Now, after that pullback and then the news thing, it's more of just a signal that I might look for something around here. I still don't feel great about being long today.
Okay.
We already dipped below. Well, that 5,000 is in reach. I don't know. What's your bias, guys? Is there anyone who's thinking about getting long at some point? And if
Always
so, where?
bullish. Always bullish.
I'm thinking if it comes down and it bottoms again, I'm going to try a long.
Yeah, I'd like that too. What level do you think of?
Sit sideways. That 50-30-ish, 50-35-ish.
Over there.
Maybe just 5 points of risk. 5-6 points of risk because you really don't want it to make a lower low. So you get a tight
gold
stop.
Still popping?
Just a few. Is it?
I don't know. We're starting to see more sellers here in NASDAQ.
I'm top there.
Say again, Eddie. Sorry.
Yeah, gold coming off the top here. We had the
top.
same thing here. Pullback. Buyers came back in. Let's see if the buyers come back in again and push these sellers out of the way.
Yeah, we're selling off here.
We're coming into, if you look at big 30-minute levels, see how nicely Jack's box is showing up, right? So what is that, a 15-minute chart? The only thing that worries me about this formation is that the sell bars in volume still higher than the buying bars. And so I would like to see a buying bar that said, hey, listen, this might hold. And that's really, I saw the same thing in the NQ, and it was something else that gave me the courage to say, hey, all right, I'm going to try and short that top edge because I know the selling volume is continuing to increase.
Yeah. And if I was anxious to get into a long, I'm not as perma-bull as Dakota. It could be in there, but like given, I want to see what happens if it tests the lows of the day again in the ES.
What's the price
blow right through this too.
Yeah, what are the ranges for the bottom of your box?
It's just 10 points, just 50-30 to 50-20 pretty much.
Yeah. We got 50-19
like a visual spot.
50-20s. I did see SS here, who loves giving their levels in the chat. SS 26 half bid. John, what are you seeing? Anything down here? Are we catching a falling knife? We're going to take it along?
Well, Dee was just saying in the chat how larger gaps have a tendency to end up as neutral days, which would mean more range bound than directional on the day. We're right back to that 50-30, that point of control that we rejected earlier, and that's kind of right at the top of Jack's purple box, right?
Just for the sake of the purple box, and MP let it be known, this is a traded combine, right? I'm not going to like pay attention to this too much, but just for a heat check of the purple box, I'm going to put on 1 ES right there at 50-30 quarter. And And let me see what I want to do with this. I don't want to see it test the low of the days again.
Yeah, that's how I feel. If it tests the low of the day,
yeah. Okay.
Yeah,
So
it's not a good long. Certainly, you don't want it to.
Yeah.
You don't want it to
Let's
lose
keep
that
this-
ledge.
Let's keep it tight. I just want to see if it bounces back real quick. I'm just gonna risk $150 on this, and
that's going to take
worries
you
if
below
not.
value low, Jack. Today's value low is 50.28.5. And if we start losing that, I wouldn't want to risk much on it either, because we do have a failed auction up at the high here. So this is a see money, take money trade.
Yeah, I'm also doing this as a heat check for the possible house account trade that's coming.
I like it. Thank you.
Keep that in mind.
That's good. I like it.
Oh, I like that too. Yeah,
Yeah.
I like that heat trade. Yeah.
The trial balloon, if you will.
Trial balloon.
Yeah, I like that.
Where do we use trial balloons?
Where do we use trial
Use it
balloons? Jack would
in,
know something like this.
I hear that a lot in like government and legislation. Trial balloon is when you put out something as a test of a greater concept, like you try something a little bit. Say you use a student loan example or something. You forgive a little bit of debt, see how it goes, and then go from there. So it's a trial balloon.
Okay. I get it. I feel like that must have come from something physical, though.
Yeah.
Like
he gives the definition here: a tentative
weatherman.
measure taken or statement made to see how a new policy will be received.
And its origin, though, that's what I'm thinking. You wouldn't come out of the balloon and go, "Hey, let's set out a travel balloon." Maybe it's a weather balloon thing. Maybe
I'm thinking
it's
of weather. That's my guess. Weather.
Yeah.
Floating idea. There you go. Floating idea. Thank you, Mr. Moon.
Spy balloon.
Oh, yeah. Did you just say spy novel?
Spy balloon.
Spy. That's exactly right.
Yeah.
I bet you that's where it came from.
That was amazing. It's like when trying to
Yeah,
test
Sorry,
our
my
airspace.
dog's
I'm gonna
barking
jump
again.
around here, but
It's like when trying to test our airspace. That got me pretty good, lady.
Wait, didn't China have a bunch of
Oh,
things
yeah.
that they
No,
had out those balloons?
just floating right through the Montana,
Yeah.
the Dakotas.
Oh, just a
Come
cornfield.
on through.
Hey, it's in the ocean now.
It's in the ocean. The Atlantic Ocean. It started on the Pacific and ended up in the Atlantic.
Yeah.
So I had plenty of time to travel. All right.
What's happening in
how we
NASDAQ
doing?
here?
How we doing in
If
that,
you look at a 30-minute chart, it's the same sort of heavy congestion.
There's Lacey. There's my dog.
stuff. Jack,
She's
how's that long
such a
looking?
sweet- I love how she looks at him.
It's like right where I put it on.
Yeah. All right, Peter. All right, one trade, 0 for 1. Anne-Marie, you did take another short up there in the NASDAQ. Did I catch
I
that right
did.
after we got stopped up? Nice job.
Yeah, it was at, so when you plot the VWAP on our Topstep X platform,
Right.
I use the little X's, and at the close of the day, there's what the VWAP was at the end of the day. And then when the day begins, a new VWAP begins to form. And what I've noticed is in this sideways movement, it'll come right back up and fill the gap and go into that old VWAP from the prior day. So I've been using that as a region to go, hey, pay attention.
Uh-huh.
I think this is a good trade, Jack.
Yeah, I'm kind of the see money, take money. I almost wanted to trail it when it took that jump up right there. I like looking at the dome in general.
I wish I could get better at getting a feel for it, because I can't, when it starts ratcheting up and I know Michael was talking about, hey, listen, you want to watch it catch a level and then move up. But I feel like it takes a hyper focus. I just don't have the ability
Anne-Marie,
for.
I'm terrible at I don't do technical analysis. I don't know how to read charts. And when I was trading professionally, it was all about the dome because you were executing trades with computers, but it was all about trying to figure out how to manipulate the settings to take advantage of what the dome was doing, right? So all of our edge came from being able to hit one market and get the price in the other market at roughly the same time. So you wanted to be very careful at what you were leaning on and what your settings were so you didn't get missed or stuff like that. I'm pulling this to break even. I don't want to lose money on this trade. I know
Jack.
Hoag does not like this.
Jack, we pretty much had the exact same strategies coming up.
I like it.
Oh yeah,
I mean,
the
it's
2010
a good,
era was all about it.
Yep.
clean space to go long. I mean, that's just. I mean,
Yeah,
it looks noisy, but really, you can tell that they're trying to strategize at that area and hold.
Why wouldn't I like that trade?
Why wouldn't you? Oh, he doesn't like the move to break even, is what he was saying.
Oh.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, we trade differently. Like I'm just looking at the dome, and so I'll trail this. But once again, keeping an eye on levels, the big dog trades.
Yeah, big dog trade. What levels do we have? I guess gonna trade sideways here. Don't forget, we do have a 7-year auction at high noon central here. Alphabet, Intel, Microsoft, like John said, just a couple small companies after the bell today reporting their earnings. Keep an eye on that. But right now, it kind of seems like we're consolidating. It's like it's base hits day for me. Marcus Stalker D says, I hear you.
We also have at 10:30 Central, there's a 4 and an 8-week bill auction.
Okay.
Now, I just listened to a guy who was talking about how these bond auctions will really rally or fade based on the bond market sentiment about the auctions at that time. And so if I were to try to suss that comment out as true or false, what would you look at to tell about bond sentiment? What would you stare down?
I think you look at the demand. The metric's called bid to cover. For every dollar offered, how many dollars are bid to capture that $1 of debt? Anything over 2 is considered strong. So you look at the bid to cover, anything over 2.2 is even stronger. Typically, Rick Santelli will come on and CNBC, give it a grade as well. When you see a dip below 2 back in, I don't know, February or January-ish, it does send a bit of panic into equities. Like, oh, bleep, people ain't buying our debt anymore. But lately, it's been strong. Yeah. It's been strong forever. Jack, I don't know. You got anything to add?
Rick Santelli. He was around there when I was there.
Yeah.
He was a very conspicuous person. Yeah. Always smiling, very amped up.
Yeah. He's a
Chicago Tuckman.
He's a real. I actually like him. I've had a chance to meet him a couple of times, and he's very bold. But he's just alive. He's just a spark plug of a guy. Whether you like what he says, you hate what he says, he's just a spark plug. And so I always am entertained by watching those types of people because I'm a huge fan of people watching. My favorite thing to do is sit in a park, a big park, and watch people. The entertainment is epic. I'm writing stories in my head, all kinds of.
Oh, I do that too.
Very funny things.
New York City. You go to New York, nothing better than New York. Go to like Washington Park or
Chicago's
Washington
pretty
Park,
good,
and it's just let the stories play out for themselves. 100%. 100%.
I think we got a picture of Rick with one of the groups that Michael took on the trading floor.
Oh yeah, that's right.
Somewhere here. I mean,
there's a whole YouTube video of it.
I used to always have a cigarette with him. He'd be outside puffing on a smoke.
Start the
nice
Tea Party
guy.
movement.
You could approach him, no problem. Ask him a question. What do you think?
Yeah.
And he'd give you the time of day.
Yeah, he's just alive. He's got, and anything that if he feels like a guy that it's water off a duck's back. You say he's X, Y, or Z, he's like, whatever. He just doesn't care. He's happy with himself, and is one. He's very, very entertaining to listen to. He says stuff and you just burst out laughing because you're like, did he just say that? Congratulations, Jack. That was a great trade.
Yes, it was, Jack.
That was a good trade.
310 up, risk 150. So I'm happy with that result.
Nice
I
job.
don't know if I'll
Could've
keep
used
checking
that
the
trade.
box again. I think it's going to go.
See money, take money.
Use that for the house account, Jack. Where were you?
I don't think we can just use. We can't just use the purple box for it, but we'll watch it closely, Andre. We have all the levels set up for this.
Yes, we do. Yes, we do. Someone in the chat said failure to make new lows is a bullish indicator for the equities.
Mm-hmm.
Give Jack the keys. Jack, would you like keys to the house account here? Andy suggests.
Heavy is the crown, Andre. I'm not.
Oh, you could definitely tell that this morning when I got in. I thought I was at a funeral for a little bit. I was like, wait, what is
we are
happening?
locked in here, Anne Marie. We are locked in.
With focus.
Hyper focused. I haven't looked at a crude chart or a gold chart all day today. Not even a Dow chart for that matter. We're just hyper focused on these S&Ps and NASDAQ. We're kind of just chilling right here.
I know the market is really. It feels like it's in a wait state or a digestion mode, right?
Okay.
After the
PCE
big
tomorrow.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. It's gonna be big.
It's got its information for today. PCE tomorrow.
The saying is heavy is the head that wears the crown, not heavy is the crown.
I know what you meant.
Either way, I don't want the crown, Andre, is what I'm saying.
Yeah. Well, I don't know that the head would be any heavier if it didn't have the crown. So it really is the crown that makes it heavy. So maybe
that's profound
maybe the original
stuff.
Saying is.
I love it. Bears trying to put the Bulls to sleep, says Vito. We got it.
We could play a round of Would You Rather.
Oh well, no. Hold on now. Hold on, Henry. Hold on. That could. It's a slippery slope.
We can make it G-rated.
Oh yeah, for sure. G-rated. Would you rather drink? Would you rather drink Jano or antifreeze? No, I'm kidding.
Oh my goodness.
Let's get back.
It depends on how bad the ratings come in.
Yeah, report cards come in.
Yeah.
All right, here we go. We are trying to uptick here in the NASDAQ towards VWAP. VWAP slope of VWAP in NASDAQ has flattened out a bit, and that VWAP trade, good in theory, too much heat. Super heavy tilt in the Dow here, 82%, crude 70%.
Which way?
About 50 minutes here left in fast markets. There has been some movement. Yesterday was a lot of movement. Trends, a lot of movement. Good range.
That was the heaviest of them all.
Is it really?
Is it?
Yeah, and it's got delta divergence too. It's 1,700 positive.
I
delta
wonder
check in the S&Ps. Go ahead, Jack.
Let's say with the Dow, I wonder which one of those 30 stocks with the highest price in dollars is causing that.
You sound skeptical, Jack. You sound.
Jack razzing on the Dow.
They perfectly correlate in the long run. The Dow's fine if you want to trade it. It's just kind of silly.
Your disdain for the Dow.
Bloomberg stocks. It's negative
Yes,
7,600 delta in the S&Ps now.
Thank you.
NASDAQ 1,500 positive. NASDAQ's basically trading at the center of the range or the point of control. Nothing to do here. That long down there near the value area low in the S&Ps, which is 28.5. Jack, that was a nice buy there. And way to see money, take money on that. Trading basically between the volume point of control and the TPO point of control now, with a very small failed auction above the initial balance here. That might be an opportunity. I mean, if we're going to keep that as a failed auction, if we approach it Where is that failed auction? 50.45 is the initial balance high. Look at VWAP, 50.44, 75, 78, almost 50.45. By the time we get there, it'll be there. Little confluence there for you, Jeff, for you, Andre.
So
I know
would
you're.
you short it?
If the failed auction is going to remain, that would be a decent short.
Okay.
And you don't have to
I
risk
think
a
it's
lot.
low risk. Yeah, exactly.
You don't have to risk a lot.
45.
44, 45s? Okay.
Yep. Got to get there, but
Yeah. Well, it is upper end of this range.
might be an interesting one. Should I get on the
Throw a
poll?
poll on that? Yeah, let's throw out a
Yeah.
poll.
Well, hey, let's do it. Let's get that poll going.
All right,
We got
I'll
plenty
get
of
on the
time.
poll.
We got time. Let's build into the sucker.
You look like Chris Farley and Chippendales.
Oh my gosh.
Uh-oh.
One of the funniest
What does that mean?
Saturday Night
What does
Live
it mean by that?
scenes ever. Him and Patrick Swayze doing that scene together. I just, and you know, Chris Farley had moves. It wasn't like
he
he
was a
had
good mover.
moves.
He played football in high school. His brother worked in the Japanese yen options, and he visited us on the trading floor one day over in the currencies.
Very interesting.
Was he cool?
He made us piss laugh. It was a
hilarious.
dead day, and he's just going around hitting. He was at Saturday Night Live. People, hey, there's that new guy at Saturday Night Live. And what he did is he ran. If you see the trading floor, there are bleachers, and that's where the phone clerks are. Nobody was doing anything. So he's in the pit, and all of a sudden he starts screaming and yelling, waving his hands at people like, what the hell is he doing? Then he runs out of the pit, runs up the stairs of the bleachers, grabs a bunch of phones, like 6, 7 phones, and puts them on both sides of his ears and starts yelling, drops the phones, runs down, gets back in the pit. And he did this like 3 times. Like he was the broker yelling at the phone clerk, and then the phone clerk yelling at the broker. And we were laughing our heads off. That was a memorable time there on the trading floor.
Hilarious.
Nice. R.I.P. Andre, if we're going to take this trade, we got the pull out there. Let's scale into it this time. I don't want to. Okay. We can vote on it, but I don't want to go all in and then miss it at 45.
So what do you want? What are we
I want a little
here?
taste below it. I want my rule of threes. I want a little taste below, a little taste at it, and a little taste just beyond it.
Oh boy! All right, what would be right before? What's the poll saying, real quick? Not there yet. You like 58%? Yes. Wow. That's 59%. Yes. All right. So what are you thinking here? Give me some prices. I'll work 3 at John. What do you liking the short?
Tasty taste.
I guess you did say it's too short here.
Scale into it.
I think that's the strategy on this one. Yeah.
Jack, what are your levels that you're thinking about scaling in?
I just want where would your stop be? I just want an average price of around that level. Just be a little aggressive with some. And was that a doorbell?
Someone's delivery.
It's my mom.
Your cookies are done.
Calling. She's calling one of us. Hang on.
I mean, if we were to take out the high for the day, I mean that's going to take out that failed auction. So I mean, I'm going to stop anywhere above that. I would go, a point above that. So the stop would be like 50, 47, 47 and a half.
Well, that high?
Well, yeah. I mean, we want to give it a chance to run any stops that are up there, and if there's real buyers, it should continue. But
all right,
we may get there. We may not even get there. So I don't know. Let's arbitrarily say 43 for the first package, 45 for the second package, and your stops above the day high. I mean, there's likely to be stops there, so remember that. So maybe take it at right at 44, get short in the tail at 46 or 40, and then and maybe another one at 48, and then if we get stopped out above that.
All right, working 44. What am I working here? 44.
I mean, it's not a very high excess rejection up there. And I'm conversing with Raheem in the chat now. He's kind of viewing the low as more excess than the high, and I agree with him.
The low.
So we just want to keep this cheap, and if we miss it, we miss it. Most important part of this trade is to keep it real cheap.
Okay.
We got working 3 at 44 for the time being. Jack, you concur?
Yeah. As I'm pointing out, like I just had the 15-minute up, and this would be, higher lows, higher highs on that.
Mm-hmm.
We just started a new candle though there, so anything could happen.
And it will.
Let's see how we feel when it gets closer. We still got.
Yeah, well, I've got the 3. We got some debate in the water here. If we even get there.
Yeah, the poll is 15, almost 60% are saying yes.
I would be careful with that. I would be careful with that poll though, because the question is, that short from 50.45 looks a lot better as it was selling off right there. So I think we might get some more.
As we approach 45s.
As it approaches that level, it gets scarier, right?
Mm-hmm.
Well, no, what I mean is like it's going in our favor. So it's like, of course, short it more aggressively. That's my idea.
Right. Yep. Lacey, why are you licking me?
No, we're back in its comfy zone.
Yeah.
Oh, Emery, I think you're on mute.
I think the volume bars are still telling you that that directional trade is acceptable, right? I mean, we're still seeing more selling bars, more volume on the selling bars than the buying bars. So,
cool.
The question to me is, what are the traders doing down here?
Yeah.
And my first thought would be, well, they're not heading lower, so maybe they're basing. And if they're basing, that's going to give us some upshot into the next framework. So let's take a look at the hourly candlesticks on your chart, and let's just see how. Okay, so we've got, if we do a Fibonacci on a 50% of that candlestick, if it break the current, if we look 2 candles to the left of the current candle in play, we'll see that great big candle right there. And one of the things that, not that one, the one right beside it, to the right of it.
This guy. Okay, this guy.
Yes, that guy. So I will draw Fibonacci on those from high to low, and I'll look at the 50% marker, and I'll say, if my candle closes above that 50% marker, I'm thinking they're trying to base there. And if they base, it means they're trying to do some recovery.
Mm-hmm.
And so...
Sorry, I've never used a fib.
Wow. Oh my god.
Oh my gosh, that's so funny.
Oh my god.
Use a box. Use just a box.
There's so much going on right now. There's so much.
Use a GAN box right on the bottom.
Let's go to Hoag screen.
There's so much going on.
Go to Hoag screen. I don't want
so much going on right now.
I told you I don't do technical analysis.
I heard that part, Jack. I heard that part.
I know what a fib is.
Hourly. Yeah.
All right. I just have never felt the need to draw one on a chart. But Anne-Marie, enlighten me what I'm missing out on.
Okay. So when you're looking at a chart and it stops moving and it starts ranging, I'll take a Fibonacci and I'll look at the big candle it's in the middle of, right? And so not that one, but the one right beside it. The last red candlestick. Yes. Okay. So I would draw the measure from tip to tail. I don't know why I sound like Chewbacca right now. I'm sorry about that. But that 50% marker, yeah.
Mm-hmm.
If I close a candle above is that the base of that candle?
Right here?
No, not that candle. The base of the red candle.
Okay,
yes.
there you go.
Okay.
Okay.
So if I close 50%, if I close a candlestick 50% above that, my thought is, okay, they're basing. And if they're basing, they're going to try to retrace that candle and halfway into the next candle. And it's the same reason I use the Gann box, right? Instead of drawing all the Fibonacci's and whatever, I'll use a Gann box and I'll just square it out and it'll give me the 50% ranges. But if this candle closes underneath there, it tells me, okay, I can still buy the dips, but if they continue to base and I make a higher low, it's going to blow past my recent resistance. And so that's the only that I have with the particular trade to the short. Now, that being said, because the trend is so sharp to the downside, wherever it ends, it's going to have a quick retrace and then maybe catch a new floor. So there's a quick strike trade there also. So it might be at the wick of that red, the last red hourly candlestick. It might be at that wick that it collapses. Yeah. It might be at that wick it collapses. And then, so see, it's climbing the wall of worry that is that last candlestick. And so that's literally when I am right down in the middle of candlestick study, I'll go, where am I in relation to the prior two candlesticks? Is this creating a base or am I still in trend? And I'm always going to, if I stop heading lower and I start spending time in the middle, I go, okay, this is potentially a basing event. If it's a basing event, it's going to clip the top of my old resistance and try to create new higher value. So,
okay.
That being said, that hour is where I think we're stuck in until we aren't.
Yeah.
All right. Well, while we stay stuck in this range for the time being, see if this base is put in. Let's go to JD with some top 10. JD, are you there?
They just buy the purple box.
You made this, man. Jack. Jack, look at him. Agent of Chaos, Jack. Agent of Chaos. JD, you there?
I love the purple box play. All right. Let's start off with yesterday's best XFA P&Ls. Here we go. All right. Nice days all around. Tanner taking the lead. Leader for a day, 13,598. All these traders were trading the NASDAQ yesterday. Oh, wait, I take that back. Han at the bottom. 10,546. 600 of that came from the Dow. That's it. Okay. Bunch of NASDAQ traders in the XFA making money.
Good stuff.
That's awesome.
Nice days.
All right. Here's the bottom half of our top 10 list. Nothing much new on here. We lost one trader, but that really just boosted everybody up a notch. So like Pin, Isaac, Sammy, and Solomon were in 10th, 9th, 8th, and 7th place yesterday. They moved up a notch. We brought in Steve B, who's been on the list before. Steve had a nice day trading 3 XFAs yesterday and popped back into the top 10. I think he was down in 25th place yesterday. So yeah, Penn moved up from 10th to 9th, Isaac from 9th to 8th, Sammy from 7th or 8th to 7th, Salmon from 7th to 6th. All right. Let's take a look.
If I can bust in for just a second here, Andre,
Yeah, what do you got?
I'm out on that short up there because we still have negative 7,000 in Delta. If we've got some trap shorts down here, it could go.
All right, cancel.
I'm out on it. I'm out on it being the higher highs, higher lows.
All right,
and the fibs, which I now know about.
Jesus, what is your deal today?
All right.
What is your deal?
Top 5.
Thank you, John.
And finally, an exciting announcement.
There it is.
Boom! Boom! Boom!
Jerry.
Boom!
Who's Jerry?
Forget it.
Wow.
I quit.
We lose JD. We lose
Very cool.
Here we go. Here we go. All right, Nick.
What a day. What a day. What a day.
I got the whole mute thumb going today. All right, Jerry's in the top spot. Jerry picked up another $8,000 trading across a couple XFAs. Dakota picked up a couple more grand. We talked about him earlier in the live P&L yesterday leaderboard. Yeah, really no change to this list. Adam moved up a notch. Daniel moved up a notch. Philip moved up a notch because we lost that one trader. So there is your top 5. Pretty tight race between Dakota and Jerry. Jerry's kind of taken off a little bit. Monday, they were only about $250 apart. Now he's kind of sealing that lead a little bit. But Dakota is he's a great trader. We'll see what he's doing. Actually, I think we have an update.
Yeah, you want to do it? I was looking at it, pulling it up right now. JD, you do the update on our influencers, if you will.
Where is Dakota? Dakota's up $24.50 today, almost $2,500. Don't have an update on Jerry yet, though. Oh, but look at Jesus. Jesus V was the leader of our live funded P&L list yesterday. He's up $10,000 today trading in the live account. Nice job, Jesus.
Wow.
Big shout out to you.
Yep.
All right, that's what I got for you guys.
Thank you,
You just
JD.
probably
JD?
maybe caught some of that move.
I'm here, Emery. What's up?
Quick question. Do Jerry and Dakota trade very differently?
I really can't speak to Jerry's trading. I know a bit about Dakota's trading just because I catch him in slow markets and he's on the stream quite a bit. But I really don't have a lot of background on Jerry. I could pull up his trade report real quick and
It'd
take
be
a look at some
interesting
stats.
to see how different.
Man of mystery, Mr. Jerry.
Mm-hmm.
Just put some
Trading
numbers.
trading in 3 XFAs. Give me just a second while this comes up.
So, have we traded 43 yet? Like where we would have started to get in?
Yeah, well, did we? Did we kick it?
Close, very close.
Very close, yes.
So Jerry has a average daily P&L of $3,900, average winning trade of $420, average losing trade of $750 with a 62% win rate. So little inverted on the risk reward, but with a decent win rate, it's putting Jerry up top.
I contend still that if my fellow stop movers are in there, that can mess up your stats. If you're pulling, you're basically turning your losers into winners for a little bit of money, and it can decrease a lot your average winning trade.
Hey, just a heads up here in 2 minutes. We have 2 minor numbers. We've got that 4-week bill, and keeping an eye here.
All right, thank you, Eddie.
Jerry's also pulling some size. He traded a total of 274 contracts and 44 trades yesterday.
Wow. Coming up to 44s here.
Yeah.
Okay, so we'd
Still
be
negative 60. Still negative 6,200 in Delta.
Yeah, and the VWAP
Yeah, we're gonna
is
squeeze these shorts
47,
down.
right?
Pardon?
Yeah.
We squeeze them
The
too, then?
VWAP's about 47.
47, okay.
All right, 45 traded. So we'd be in right now. Let's see if this was a wise decision.
Would be in right now. There's Dakota. What's up, Dakota? Good morning. Out there in Salt Lake. 50-45.
I love Utah. It's so beautiful.
Gorgeous. It's stunning.
They're getting the hockey team.
Saw that.
What?
Dakota.
Yeah. Arizona Coyotes moving to Utah.
Yeah, that's the one state west I've never been to.
Oh, it's so fantastic.
Gotcha, Dolby. Gotcha, Dolby. So we pushed up right against VWAP here in the S&Ps.
You take out this high.
Shorts getting squeezed here. What was the count, John? 67?
Still negative 5,700.
5,700. Thank you.
Yep.
So it's a 72% long on the tilt. So my thought is it's probably going to have that punch up just like we saw that happened in that NQ and then the collapse. So it might, the better short might be waiting for the exhaustion of the tilt and the collapse up over the edge, unless, you know, it behaves better than the way NAS behaves.
I was just going to say, it's basically what happened in that NASDAQ trade about an hour ago. Could have waited for the exhaustion to happen, then get your short like you got into, Anne-Marie.
Yeah.
William says, target 50-60 in the ES.
I see that number.
Okay.
I see that number.
Both America and our FOMO, I hope you're right. I don't want to see this just touch 45.
I don't either.
Sell off.
We gotta have some conviction.
Oh man, look at that barcoding right there.
This got short written all over it.
Yeah, that's the 30-minute chart.
Oh, I am looking at 30.
Go right to VWAP. Right to the failed auction.
This I was talking underneath our breath, like we should have taken that short.
I take credit for not.
Adding more delta now. Negative 6,000. I mean, I kind of pulled off on that chart, on that opportunity because of that delta, and we got out. We lost a bunch of delta up there, and it just seems like there were sellers up there waiting for it. But you know, the day isn't over. This could.
No,
I mean, we don't know what's going to happen now.
We're going to make this back.
Hey,
power hour.
We still might have we'd still be at this trade right now. So let's see it through. If it gets to 50, if it gets to 50-35,
then what, Jack?
Then my grumbles will intensify, Andre.
You're gonna have to redraw that purple box. That's what you're gonna have to do.
That's still above the box.
NASDAQ is selling off right now. Oh my God, NASDAQ selling off right now. Seems like the VWAP isn't as strong. And
well, you know, the dome is not. If I'm trying to look at it and understand it the way you might, and it feels like it's holding. It's
got to take a little heat, I think. Yeah.
Well, yeah, I like the way it's laid out in Topstep X. Where I'm looking at this dome is that just below here we have a lot of contracts to have traded in the ES. It's nice just to see those as you're looking at it. Okay, come on. Let's not do this.
You know, in Second City, they teach you the background when you're in the background talking to say peas and carrots, peas and carrots, peas and carrots. I guess I don't know why, but
what would your target have been?
35s.
First target would be point of control, 36, 75. Second target, low value, 31.
There's a possibility still we avoided making a heartbreaking trade if it just nearly gets there. And
it's been a 3-lot anyways. But hey, should have, would have, could have. We're on to the next one. NASDAQ's still selling off here. I did see Dow. When I took a peek at the tilt in Dow here, I just see 93% long, 214 open positions. Heavy long. Did the Dow sell off at all? I don't have a Dow chart up.
And I can tell you in a second.
80%
yeah,
long.
I mean, yeah, the Dow. I can show you the Dow here. This is a 30-minute chart, so I can put it on that platform, but I've got it on this one here. So it's a 30-minute chart. Here's the open. I mean, it's doing the same thing as the NASDAQ and the S&Ps, but the opening range is still the high of the session, which has me looking for shorts if that's the case.
Okay. 50-68 quarter crypto says, we're a long ways from there. We got about 30 points to move. They get back up there. Anne-Marie, how's
one
the
more? Oh, go ahead, please.
No, Jay, I was just going to check in with Anne-Marie. How's the P&L looking today? We haven't checked in with you very much. It seems like you kind of have you've been trading. Your trading's been a bit muted today.
I'm down
and I'm hoping
200. I'm down 200 because I took so much heat on the original short and then got all of it back, but the little bit
scratch day. Is your trading muted because we are simply all seeking out one trade for one account, Anne-Marie? I hope we're not bleeding into your trading too much.
Oh no, I think every time I come on here, I go, okay, what can I learn from everybody? Because I'm such a hermit. I'm a total hermit, right? And so, which I love. I just stay by myself all the time. And so when I get in here, I go, okay, I'm going to learn how to listen better. I'm going to learn how to prepare with my thoughts better. And I'm going to learn how to sit in a group who is attempting to synthesize information together. So today was just magnificent. I learned a ton. About.
I appreciate that.
Yeah, I did. But I'm always like that. I'm just I'm a sponge about everything. I'll go if I have to take my car to the mechanic. I'll be the guy I'll be the woman that the guy comes up to and goes, "Ma'am, you can't be here in the bay," because I want to see what tools they're using. I want to see what he's digging in. I want to ask a bunch of questions because I really don't want to be a knucklehead about if somebody goes, "Oh no, you need an XYZ." I'd like to go,
show me.
What's an XYZ?
Yeah. My skeptical meter is pegging right there a little bit. So, but I did just take another long in the space close to where everybody was short, simply because I see a series of higher lows and higher highs in the ES, and I'm expecting, see that hourly chart that John was showing us? I saw, hey, listen, that first clip, right, where the tilt was all the way up at 72, it came to the top of that hourly bar. It didn't go into the top of the wick, but it came into the top of the bar, and it started to seep down and then caught a bid in front of its 50% marker. And so, when you're just staring down candlesticks, and if you don't use any indicators, you can use that 50% range. And the cool thing is, Topstep X gives you a GAN box. And let me see where the GAN box is. Come on.
It's the same place as the fibs.
Okay. Yeah. If you go down there, you can customize that GAN box to just give you one quadrant, or not even a quadrant. You can just say, show me a 50% line between the range, and you can watch that box and see if it's basing, if the traders are trying to hold and break to the north or break to the south. That's how I've tried to refine Dolby's forms. I'll throw a GAN box on that using those 1 hour candlesticks.
I just threw it on my chart, the GAN box, so people can see it if they'd like to.
Lovely.
Yeah, so you can go in there and you can adjust. You can adjust the colors. You can adjust how many of them. You can anything you want. I like it nice and clean, and I will look at the close of that one candlestick just the way it came into. And from that short there, I thought, all right, if it gives me a nice shallow fade, but it holds the 50%, I'm going to go long. And that's what I did. So we'll see if it holds.
Yeah.
I don't know if it will.
Well, we should take a look at the NASDAQ real quick. By the way, Andre, we missed out a heartbreaker of a trade there. I am no longer grumbling. I think it got down to 50.36.
Yes,
half
back
or
up here.
three-quarter, which we said we were going to take off at that, and then it's back up.
Yes, we are. Okay, good.
Yep.
Look at the NAS.
So, what about the breakout above VWAP? I mean, these higher lows, right? Shorts.
Yeah.
We got shorts in the hole in the delta.
If it catches a bid and it starts squeezing everybody, then, yeah, sure. Definitely.
That would be a time stop. If you're going to do that, you want it to go right away.
Oh, okay. Explain that. Take me through that.
Okay, so let's say
so we should pull it if we want to do it.
I pull it off now.
No, just pull it.
Poll. He said poll.
Oh,
not
so
poll.
anytime
pull
there's
it.
a breakout, anytime there's a
go
breakout situation like the high of this, the high of the initial balance or the high of the previous failed auction, I'm thinking there's going to be some stops there. We've got negative delta. So if we do take a long on that breakout above the high or above VWAP, I want it to go quickly and start paying me right away. And I don't want it to get back in my pockets.
If it can't catch a bid, because that means if it can't catch a bid, it's going to fail.
Right.
Okay.
Well, Dakota's long too from 36.
36. Yep.
What?
I think so.
What 36 is?
Or maybe 36 and change. I don't know. Or he's been long it for a long time.
Yeah. And it's really close to point of control. That would not be a trade I would be taking, but Dakota's got the magic with him. So nice job, Dakota.
Or there's the option we're kind of middle of the range. Near VWAP, it's 1041.
It's dark. You're wearing sunglasses.
I'm wearing sunglasses. Oh.
Yeah, time just to chill.
50-36 half Dakota. Nice entry there. Well, it shows what we did. We took one house account trade. Surely, you guys should be trading around this, taking personal account trades. I think. First ES trade of the year, Coach Dakota. Wow, what got into you? What got into
April.
you?
Almost May.
Boy.
Might lull you to sleep. All right, we are maybe seeing a pop here above 45s here in the S&Ps.
I think I'll begrudgingly go to. I think the crowd wants to see the NASDAQ, so I'd have to kind of sit that one out a little bit. Once again, it gives me heart palpitant like it. I have the. Oh, look at that dome, Siri and thin.
Yes, it is.
Yeah.
Real quick, I do have one more thing I have to know before we end today, because I'll just be blunt. There's a quiz question about it, and I forgot to show it.
Do it.
So,
Let's do it.
Can you hit me? Hit me with Soul Boy.
Which one?
Seagull Boy. I said you right.
Oh yeah, dude, this guy rocks.
Oh yeah, I heard about this
Seagull Boy, age 9, wins European competition. Cooper from Chesterfield in Derbyshire traveled to Belgium. He started impersonating after being nipped by one while eating a tuna sandwich. He wanted to become Seagull Boy like Peter Parker became Spider-Man. Congratulations to Cooper. Keep on screeching, young man.
That's hilarious.
And
there are some very interesting games that we have across the world. I was going to say just in Europe, but it's everywhere, really. I mean, all kinds of very strange competitions that we have. I still do not understand why hot dog eating contests bring so many people as viewers to watch these people dunk bread in water and stuffed it down their throat. I'm like, it is. It's so barbaric. I just can't.
Even discussing it right
Not as
now.
barbaric as the Coliseum. No.
Nauseous.
Throw them to the lions.
That made for good
Yeah, that's
entertainment back in the day.
Coliseum.
That made for
They
really
didn't
good
go
entertainment.
in
That was
there.
entertaining as
They
hell
got
back in the
thrown
day.
in there. They got thrown
Don't act like
in
you guys
there. They
wouldn't
didn't
watch
go
back in the day.
there
There's
on
nothing
account.
else to do. You'd watch that.
That's
Hey,
right.
but it
Well,
wasn't
that's why they
barbaric. It was
brought him in
Roman.
there.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, they're actually barbarians by definition in times past were people who did not speak Greek. So you
Thank you.
either
Oh, really?
spoke Greek or you were a barbarian. That is
Oh
correct.
my goodness.
That is where the term barbarian came from.
You know.
Yikes.
Yep.
I guess I'm a
Yes.
barbarian.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think we all are then, right?
Yeah.
You speak Greek?
It's all Greek to me, Jack. This house
Yeah.
account thing is all
Barbarians
Greek
only
to
have
me.
front
Jack.
doors.
Yes. All right. Got 12 minutes left here on fast markets. Markets have kind of we're in a holding pattern for the time being. I'm going to switch out of this house account. Let's take a look at some of these other markets. Don't expect to pull a house account trade for the time being, as we are coming to the conclusion of fast markets. We're down a little bit, about $3,100 in the house account. Nothing too crazy. Nothing we can't get back on power hour.
100%.
Yeah. Take a look at gold here. Some of the markets. Gold did see that pop on that headline. I am looking at it now. I got you here. Well, not so much, which is interesting. Look at some of the tilts here. 80% long in the YM, 76% long in the crude. Like we said, we are in a bit of a holding pattern. A 4 and 8 week bill auction came out. Not a whole lot happening there. 7-year auction, perhaps, like Anne Marie said. The numbers got to come in super weak on the bid to cover for the markets to really be rattled. If it comes in super good, like super high demand, won't do much for equities, I don't think. Just bad news. We'll get the markets rocking. All right, Anne Marie. So I got a question about this GDP number in Fed. I did see the headline that the first rate cut is now projected to push all the way out to December of 2024. Do you think the Fed will actually cut rates in 2024?
So I have said from the beginning of the year that I don't think the Fed will cut rates.
Man.
The problem is the debt they have to pay is charged at that same interest rate for paying back their debt. So there's a tightrope they're walking there. And a guy that I follow named Albert Marco, who's, if you have thin skin, you just cannot listen to him. He's just he's very aggressive. He's called, I forget what his Twitter name is, but in any case, he said, listen, because he works on the Hill.
Okay.
He says, listen, they are going to wait until it's close to the election date, and they're going to do a rate. They're going to pull it back by 25 basis points to goose election numbers. Other than that, he doesn't really see any, but I never thought they would, because I thought, wait, the Fed's supposed to be bipartisan. Well, apparently from talking to him, the Fed is everything but bipartisan. They're very partisan in their politics and their approach. And so they just have to walk that tightrope a little bit. So that
would be November then.
I think they will come in September-ish, maybe say something about a bill that they might pass to help people, and then, it's off to the races again.
Also, really quick, James, if you go to my screen so you guys can play along at home, if you want to check out the Fed Watch tool, let me play around here a little bit.
Oh, yeah.
So, just Google CME Fed Watch tool or whatever. What you can do here
I like
is
that.
you go through it. It has across the top here the Fed meetings, right? So May 24, you see that it's incredibly likely, and these are prices that come. This isn't like a betting market or something. This comes from the price data on bonds. So we're at 5.25, 550 right now. It's highly likely that's the same. There's a couple contrarians here that something crazy could happen. But as you go out, you can see the uncertainty build.
Yeah.
All right. Some people looking for here. But as we get out to December, So what they're saying is not this meeting, but that rates will be in this range by this date.
Yeah.
So you can see the uncertainty goes out. So it looks like, so we went back to May here, 5/4, 5/2. So right now it's saying for the December 24 meeting, an 18% chance they're the same, 38 of a quarter point lower, 31 of a half. And that's by then cumulatively, not all of this meeting. So this would probably be 2 rate cuts over here, 3, and then some people there's 0.1% chance of some real S going down. So that is the Fed watch tool.
I really like that joke.
I love it that, you know what I love? And I want to say this in all sincerity. You guys know the way that I am, and you're always so careful and kind and G-rated and very respectful of me
100%.
whenever I visit. And I
100%.
am feel a little weepy about it, but
stop.
I'm very grateful.
Anne-Marie, we love you.
No,
don't do
I
that.
am. I'm so great. I'm grateful because you're just also kind, and you're good to me. And I know that you change when I'm around because you are kind to me, and that means a lot. So
we love
thank you,
We
Matt.
love you around here.
I appreciate it.
Absolutely adore you.
Could
around
not
here.
find any violin music. I'm sorry.
Nothing
It would have been really good.
would not be the same without you around here, Anne-Marie. You are the best. Hopefully for our big meetup, our big Topstep Trading League meetup in the fall out in Las Vegas.
Hey, here we
can
go.
hang out there.
Taking out the high
All
now.
meet, trade. Yes.
Yeah.
A big group dinner. A big group picture.
Yeah, that'll be fun.
Enjoy it. Okay, we did.
Awesome.
We are trying to take a peek above VWAP here in the S&Ps.
Joking. I was going to ask John just before, how much time would you give this?
Well, I mean, we haven't even taken out the high of the day, so we're not in it yet.
Mm-hmm.
But
But see, I'm in it. That's what I'm saying. I'm long. I'm long.
You're savage,
I wanna know
Anne-Marie.
how long.
You're getting all mushy on us, and you take a trade.
Oh.
Wow, what a savage.
No, I've been long since about that, 50, 40-ish area.
Oh,
And,
Anne-Marie, if it gets in my pocket at all, I'm out.
Okay.
Because I can
All
always
right.
get back in. All I want to do is just keep it
True.
super cheap. But sometimes it may take 3 or 4 tries to get into
Yeah.
it. What is that?
What is that?
What are you looking at?
Is
What's
that
happening?
something that I'm?
I don't know. Is that
that's-
me?
Is that coming from me?
What's happening?
You guys
I
aren't
can't
hearing
hear
that?
anything.
Okay,
No.
it's just John and I. I have no idea John, you heard it. Who keeps?
Yeah.
JD hears it.
Gremlins.
I'm hearing it too. Yeah, it's pretty loud.
Yeah.
What is it?
I don't know. It
Sounds
sounds like a doorbell.
It's like
Yeah,
Bell
or
sound.
I don't know.
a ringtone of
I
some
got the
sort.
gremlin.
Well, we are barcoding right now. To take a peek above. Above VWAP here.
All right, so I'm going to translate what you said, John, into raise the top, raise the stop much tighter than an ordinary stop.
I
And
don't even put in
then,
a stop. If I get into a trade like that, I just get,
Uh-huh.
on the other side of the dome. And if it doesn't go my way right away, I'm out of it.
gotcha. All
It
right.
gets in my pocket at all. Because that's one of those, and we didn't take out the high. So it was a little preemptive.
Yeah, for sure.
Because we were figuring there's going to be some stops there. If we can get in,
Yeah.
get in there ahead of most of the stops, we're gonna get a nice little boost, and then just watch it. If it comes back to entry and starts getting in your pocket, get out again because you can get out because you can always get back in.
Gotcha. All right. Good advice. Good advice.
3 minutes left here on Fast Markets. If you don't mind, I would like to do a quick rundown of today's schedule. Jack is doing Top Quiz. Hopefully he gets lit up about the fairness of his questions on Top Quiz. I know you can never find the perfect set of questions for the people, Jack. Someone always has a complaint. It's fun to watch. That coming up
Perfect
next.
question for every person, for the
Yes,
record.
for the
is
1,000
4
people.
questions that they and only they know. I can't ask about geography. I can't ask about soccer, the world sport. I can't ask about anything because somebody will complain like, what the hell is that?
You made your bed, Jack. You got to sleep in it now, my man. All right. Well, after this, we got
Go ahead,
Power
Ivan.
Players with Heather C. She's been on with us before. Personal friend of Robert C. Robert is out today getting some medical stuff done. Good luck. Shout out to Robert if he is watching. Probably not. Probably getting a little rest. We probably will see him next week. So we have Heather C. joining us for Power Players. Aforementioned and with us right now, Jack with Vanessa Top Quiz. Everyone, let's get all those questions right and make Jack reconsider the questions he's asking. We got Shoulder Tap, Eddie and Brett, Group Coaching, JD and Hoag. Hopefully that form is pinned to the top of the chat. Get those questions in. Oh, boy, we got the Coaches Takeover this afternoon, 1 p.m. Central. Make sure to tune in for that. Coach Jay, Coach Paul, Coach Vince. Bring it to you live. Then we got Power Hour. Ooh, Mr. Max Maserati joining Dolby and myself for Power Hour. And, of course, we have Dakota with Slow Markets. So be sure to tune in. Jam-packed day today. Let's get after it. But, yes, Anne-Marie, thank you so much for joining us.
My
It
pleasure.
wouldn't be the same without
fellas.
you around here. Everyone loves you. Your vibes are amazing. Your levels are even better. Your tradings are just fantastic. Your insights. We need some more tears. It's good for TV, Emery. Very good for TV. We're gonna miss you.
Next week on the Hallmark movie.
Guys,
Emery,
you guys kill me.
Emery. Good job, Eddie. Oh no, it worked. It worked. No.
We love you,
Anne-Marie. Anne-Marie, leave us with some words of love and wisdom. Thank you so much. We're going to see Jack and Hoagland later today. We're not going to see Anne-Marie for the rest of the... Anne-Marie, please leave us with some words.
Well, I'm not sure I have any after that, but
it's hard to do.
You know,
start the violin again.
The trade. No, please, no. I think it's a day where we really need to watch our contributors here on those levels, because I think the trading is sticky and it's sideways, and we'll just keep at it, watch the risk, and I'll see you guys tomorrow on Strategy Lab.
Thank you so much. Power Players coming up next. Great work, Jack. Great work, Hoag. See you guys later today. Power Players coming up next with Heather C. And welcome back to Power Players. Got Dolby on the side over there with the meme background, and in the middle, Heather C. coming back for a second time. Heather C., you are a power player. Welcome to Topstep TV. Heather, have you taken any trades today? If so, tell us about the markets. Oh, look at the balloons. Wow, very fancy.
Oh, so fancy.
Very fancy. Tell us
hello.
about the trading days. Have you taken any trades? Introduce yourself for those that are meeting you for the first time. Give us a little bit about yourself, how you found Topstep, your trading journey, and some trades you may have taken today.
Yeah, okay. So I am a returning member. Thank you guys for having me the second time. It is a pleasure to be here and to talk to you folks. A little quick intro about myself. Robert C. I met a few years ago in Durham. We were chilling at a restaurant, and then he started talking about trading, got me into trading, and I've been obsessed ever since. I would consider myself a trend trader. Robert had kind of coded me an indicator specifically for trends that I kind of like picked up and figured out along the way. I would consider it sort of a super trend type of indicator. We call it the flux indicator. That's how I make my entries and make my exits. I have not taken any trades today. There has been a lot of flow in the market this week. And the trends have actually surprisingly been pretty good this week, especially for earnings. I feel like usually earnings seasons chopped me up, but the trends have been nice this week. So yeah, that's kind of where I'm at. I didn't take trades today, although I did look at the market. I think I could have made some trades. I probably could have gotten 50 points.
Yeah.
At least. But yeah, that's where we're at today.
Very good. Very good. Dolby time, real quick. What do we got going on with that meme? Let's see that screen real quick.
Oh, yeah, maybe they can full screen it.
Go full the Dolby time if you can. There we go. The discipline in my life. That discipline. Oh, cut off here. What's the John Dale? I get
too
it.
Bad.
Yes. I get it.
Yeah. You get it. You know, sometimes we behave ourselves outside of the market, and then we get in the market, and all hell breaks loose.
Indeed, that's kind of part. Yeah, that's kind of what we signed up for here. All right, Heather, you did say you could have taken a trade, made 50 points. Tell us about that trade. What are you looking at? Are you talking about this buy up, this rally, if you want to call it? Where and when did you see that?
All right.
Perhaps
So
you didn't take a trade according to your system.
Yeah. So if I was going to go into a trade today, which these are the things for me that I've recognized with trend trading. For today specifically, like looking at these charts, I didn't go in because I knew that there was going to be like a blow up at 8:30, right? So I check the news every single day, every single morning. It's earnings season. I think that you know what, I'm not even sure exactly who released their earnings today, but Tesla, for example, was on, I think it was on Monday, was it? My days are all confused. But what I should have done knowing that information is knowing that Tesla's stocks were up. So probably I would have just been like going long all day. If I was going to enter a trade here, this is like a little bit sketchy. Like I said, I wouldn't probably do it at 8:30, but if I did, I would have entered. So okay, let me kind of go back here and make this a little bigger. So basically, there's the green trend, and then it turns white. So when it turns white, I basically, and then there's like a resistance line right here. I would have either entered here, but I knew that the 8:30 news was coming. So after 8:30, I would have waited. And if I wanted to, I probably could have gone in here and gone for like 50 points, right? So basically this got down to 80. I didn't trade today, but if this was like a normal trading day, what I would have done is maybe entered here knowing that there was like an 8:30 news. And then I would have gone to the 40 range bars. And then to get out, this is what I use basically. So I enter at the 5-minute candles. So it would have been an entry probably like right here. And so I would have watched the 40 range until it turned green, right? So if I enter here and then it turns green around here or changes to like right about here, that's probably 2850 points, right? So that's like not a bad day. If I was using, and now Topstep X, which big announcement this week, you can trade micros. That was like a little bit of a challenge for me, but this is like a game changer. So my problem in life is like over leveraging, you know, but now that Topstep X allows you to trade micros, I am probably going in with like 5 micros. So that will be about $10 per point. So if I made 28 points right here, that would have been $280, right? That's not a bad day. I didn't trade today. However, if we want to go back, let me clear out this this drawing here. All right, I'll just delete this. But let's say, all right, let's go back to Monday where it was like a good up day. And this was like when Tesla's earnings came in. So I think like the earnings seasons, what I've learned about it is that if you know who's releasing and that you know like Tesla is doing well, then probably you're going to go long for the day, right? And you can be like pretty confident on that. So let's see. So here's Monday. Okay, I think Tesla was actually on Tuesday, but so for example, like right here, this is the pre-market, these like yellow lines right here.
Yeah, what are we looking at here, Heather?
So, okay, so this is called the Indy Flux Indicator. So it's basically like fluctuates from different colors in order to be able to figure out where you want to make entries and where you want to make trades, right? So right here where the yellow lines are like the pre-market. So I have this indicator that makes me aware of like when the market is opening and when it's like 9:30, just to like be able to map it out completely. So it starts here at 8:00, then it ends at like, I'm on the 5-minute chart, so it ends at 9:25, right? So usually there's like a breakout in when 9:30 hits, it's gonna like break a certain direction. Okay, so like possibly what I've noticed is like around 10 a.m. ish, the market usually changes directions. So if I was going to enter a trade on Monday, this past Monday, I might have gone in for like a few points. Sometimes I aim for like 20 points in the pre-market, knowing that it's probably going to change directions. Maybe not, but most likely it will. The problem is, like, if I try not to enter at like 9:30 because you know how like the market's going to wall out. But what I like to technically end up doing with my trades is if I wake up at 6 a.m., take my dog out, whatever, and I look at the market, I might enter. Sometimes the market seems to change right before the pre-market. So I may enter a trade before the pre-market. If I'm feeling a little risky, I might do a little bit of pre-market trading, but I try to stay away from the market until like 10 o'clock, right? So like right here around 10 o'clock, perfect example right here on Monday. It shoots up in the pre-market. I might have taken a couple points, but if I follow my rules and try not to go like too rogue, around 10 o'clock, it changed, right? So I would probably enter right here in the pre-market and I would ride this down as far as possible. It depends on the day. Sometimes I might just aim for 50 points. Sometimes I might be a little bit bold and go for 100 points. But then there's also days where like I'll look at the 40 range, and as soon as the 40 range bar changes a different color, I'll get out of the trade. So for this one, for example, if I entered around here, I'd probably ride this down. My 40 range would probably change around here. That's still 57 points, right? So that's like not a bad day. And then it enters right here, changes white. Here's another thing that I have been doing lately is like when I stare at the screen too long, I start to like be insane and obsessed about it.
What does that look like?
What does what look like?
What does that look like when you become insane and obsessive from staring at the screen too long? What does that look like for Heather Steve?
Okay, so this looks like it's took me like 3.5 years to figure out my strategy, right? And so I have my strategy, I write it down, I make a checklist. If I stare at the screen too long, I enter rogue trades. When I enter rogue trades, that's when I start blowing up accounts. That's when I start being stupid. That's when I start making losses. That's when I start revenge trading, right?
Yeah, okay.
So what I've decided, and I have kind of like an accountability partner, and shout out to my friend D over there, but we'll like message each other in Discord, and he's like, did you get in? Did you get out? I'm like, I just blew up my account. I'm being crazy today.
Oh, no. Okay.
So him and I were like chit-chatting about it, and I realized, I'm like, you know what? Like when I am sitting there watching the charts, and sometimes it's almost like watching paint dry. You're like, oh my God, why is it consolidating? And it can consolidate for 2 hours. And I'm like sitting there like freaking out, like just make a move. But I think that's when I end up being crazy, is like, I just set these alarms, right? And I'm like, okay, I'll be by my computer. I work from home. I got a million other things to do. When I sit there and I kind of don't make trading, like I don't sit there and obsess over the charts, I do so much better. My alarm goes off. I end up being like, okay, here it is. My alarm went off. It's a 5-minute, sell or whatever. And then I enter the trade according to what I have learned and according to my strategy and my checklist. And that's when I succeed, So I think that for me, I've just really like learned that I need to kind of almost put like the charts in the back of my head and just let the alarms alert me, and then I will enter or exit the trade accordingly. And that in itself, plus just Topstep X adding like the being able to stack micros, that's kind of like the game changer right there.
Yes, I like that. Good stuff from Heather C here. Dolby time. what are we looking at in these markets? Kind of drifting higher here in the Dow, S&Ps, the NASDAQ. Did retest VWAP here in the S&Ps and NASDAQ a little bit. What are we looking at? Anything catching your interest or piquing your interest there? Man, Adobe time.
Looks like it is going up.
That is some deep analysis.
It was going down, and now it looks like it's going up.
I mean, I think it's spot on.
We had not really much of a stop run, but I think it did find some support, at least for YM. On the daily, did a little 5-minute consolidation a little bit, right around 30, let's say 37,970. So it would have been like a pretty cheap cheap long if you could have grabbed it. I was not trading, so I didn't take it. But if you want to put up my charts, I can put a box. Always. I have a green box compared to Jack's purple box. So that would have been the little 5-minute consolidation. And from here, it looks like we're just kind of stair-stepping higher. So what I consider a stair-step is just a series of higher highs and lower low, higher highs, higher lows, and then just, resistance becomes support. So that's the stair-stepping that I'm seeing right here. I wouldn't put on a trade right now. This would be an expensive trade in my opinion, because we're at the top of the 5-minute range. So I would probably, if I wanted to trade, I would get long 38,078, kind of off that pullback. But I missed it, so we're at the high of the range. I think it's probably just going to bounce back up again. I'm not really sure. Gotcha. I wouldn't take a short there yet. I would not.
Good stuff, Told. Fantastic stuff there, though. You're right. I think the moral of the story right there is no trade right now. We are kind of just drifting higher. Volume has tapered off. We do use volume. We do have Max Maserati on for power hours. Ooh, just are seeing a sell off here in gold. What's going to caught my eye? Just we are continuing to sell off here, down about $5 last 5 minutes or so. Just dipping beneath VWAP. VWAP I got at 23.38 in gold right now. Crude catching a bit of a bid at that nice little pull off. So we got long off that pullback here. Good on you.
What's VWAP for? I could just put it up. I don't know why I'm asking. Let me just get.
It's all right. What market you want?
I was thinking YM.
I got it at 38,209. 209 is VWAP. We're about 59 points from there. So I guess some real if we're going to target it, I mean, both S&Ps and NASDAQ are well above VWAP. Dow is definitely the laggard today. So if you want to do a VWAP play,
misbehaving as usual, doing whatever it wants.
It is misbehaving.
Very Dow. That's very, very Dow.
Put it in the corner. All right, Heather C. I think I failed to ask you, what products do you trade? I don't think I asked you this. I do see in your bio, but please tell us and the audience what products you trade. We are seeing a pop here in S&Ps and NASDAQ. Dow might want to hit that VWAP play, so there might be some room to the upside of the Dow. Heather, what products do you trade?
So I trade, just real quick too. I probably enter a trade right here. It's going through, it's like changing colors and it's going over the resistance line. So just
what would your trade be?
I would enter here and then I would probably put my exit here. So
we have people who listen to this like a radio. So what is the level?
Yeah, what's your price?
So the level would be like I'm at 17,447.75.
Okay.
Right. Well, you can sell 450s right now if you want to. All right, so you're a NASDAQ trader then.
Yeah, I'm a NASDAQ trader, and I wanted to ask you guys your opinion because one thing that I actually realized that I struggle with. So I kind of been dipping into the Dow a little bit because I feel like as a trend trader, it's making it's trendier, right? But what I feel like I ended up doing this week is like which kind of I think screwed me a little, was like going back and forth. I'm like, oh, the Dow looks better, and then I'm like, oh, but the NASDAQ is making moves, and I think I was like switching back and forth too much that it kind of like blew me up a little bit. So what do you guys think about how do you kind of just trading different instruments, or products, like what makes you feel like you want to do one over the other for the day?
I'll let my partner answer that one. That's right up his alley.
Yeah, I mean, I think the most important thing is trying to find a market that fits your personality. And so for me personally, NASDAQ does not fit my personality, so I have a very, very hard time trading it. In addition to that, it doesn't really fit my strategy either because I like trading ranges, and I find that the NQ tends to extend ranges like much more in a much more extreme fashion than say like crude oil or YM. So I have a very hard time with the volatility in NQ. So that's why I typically don't trade it, or I'll trade like an E mini. I haven't even dipped into micros yet. If I had to trade it, I would probably use more micros and kind of like try to scale it and scale out, even though I'm not a huge fan of micros, to be honest. But if you're switching to YM, I think it's a good market. I would just suggest maybe trading with like 2 contracts off the bat because it can move a little bit slower than NQ. So I think you kind of have to temper your expectations for what kind of profits you're going to get, because you do have to trade a little bit more size. But I do enjoy that about YM because it's much more forgiving than NQ as far as, you know, placing stops, being able to trade a little bit more size. And I don't know. I think if you're going to trade the NQ, just get very, very, very familiar with it. And this is like to everybody, is NQ is such a particular market that has such a wild personality that if you were new to trading, I would spend a lot of time on just that market and trying to learn it, and probably just trade the MNQ. What about you, Dre?
I think you nailed it spot on. I think you have to find what suits your personality, what suits your risk tolerance. I mean, if you're willing to take heat, I mean, sometimes, let's be honest here, everyone looks at their unrealized P&L sometimes. I know Michael has been known to put a post-it note over that. Depending on what your risk tolerance is, I think you find a market that suits you. NQ, you got to have high risk tolerance. You are inevitably going to take heat on your entries. There's rarely such a thing as a perfect entry in the NQ. Like Dolby was saying, NASDAQ, Dow, a little bit slower. You see the trades develop and play out a little bit more. Not take as much heat. It's also thicker, it's thicker market. It's not as thin as the NQ, so prices hold a little bit better. It's not as little less slippage. So for that reason, I think you kind of want to, you said you're playing with the Dow. Keep trading the Dow. There is some more volume there. It does move a little bit more logically. Like Rodolby said, the ranges, they do hold better. I mean, look at the NASDAQ chart compared to an S&P chart and a Dow chart. I mean, one of them looks schizophrenic. The other two kind of are orderly, kind of have some a method to the madness, if you will. But some people like the NASDAQ, and I can't blame them. The volatility is there. People love that volatility. If you can take the heat on some of those trades, you will find the profits, the upside, will be rewarding.
I don't know. It does seem. Oh, go ahead, Heather.
Oh, sorry, I didn't mean to cut you off. Do you guys have do you go by if you hit a daily loss, or what's your strategy as far as do you have a profit goal for the week, or how do you kind of approach daily losses and gains?
I have a personal daily loss limit for the trading combines that I have here that I only take trades on screen for TopstepTV. And it depends on the account size. I think for the 50K account, I've set it to 500. It typically should probably be about 350 to 400, but that's the maximum I'm willing to risk. And for take profit, for this month, I'm just doing it structurally. However, it has been working, so I might continue it into May as well. I'm a range trader, so let's say we'll use this 5-minute box down here. Let's say this is a 1-hour box, even though it's a 5-minute. And let's say theoretically, I got short up here at 38,027. Up here, boom, boom, boom. Let's say I went short. I would try to take profit at halfway of the range, which would be 37,990. And then I would try to take a second contract if I got filled at 37,950. If I only got one contract, maybe I just play the full range. And then if I have 3 contracts, then I'm looking for anything outside of the range break. So that'd be anything down below would be the third. Okay. And you'd let that one run. So it's structural. I don't have a fixed profit target.
What about you, Heather? Heather, what about you? What's your loss limit? What's your profit? Like Lily said, I'm not gonna cap my upside. Obviously, I'll take a $10,000 day as opposed to a $1,000 day, obviously, but no stopping there. It's more if the 3 strikes and you're out for me, more so than hitting a daily loss limit. Obviously, if I hit $3,000, I'm locked out for the time being. but hopefully I don't get there with my my risk parameters on the 3 strikes and you're out. What are you currently sitting at? Like in terms of like profit for the day and daily loss limit.
So I've been doing the daily loss limit of $500, which is a little aggressive for a 50K account. I don't really have like a necessarily like a profit for the day because sometimes the day could be like 250 points. That could be $2,000. That could be, $4,000. It really depends. So I try to like make the risk to reward make sense. Sometimes if I'm just like, if I'm down, if I had a down day, I'll probably just go for like 50 points, which if I'm doing like the full mini could be $20 a point, which would be $1,000 day. Right. So my loss would be 500, but I just like wiped out my loss from the previous day and I made $500. So I try to kind of aim for that structure. And then, like I said, like just kind of feeling out the trends. Like earnings seasons is a whole beast in itself, right? So like it's actually been pretty trendy this week on the market. If I was like smart and actually followed my rules, I should be up like $4,000 this week, but like I said, yesterday I sat in front of the screen too long. I just made like rogue trades. I over leveraged. I just like wasn't smart about it. So kind of just like riding the trend is really like the rule here, for being a trend trader. But I'm interested in looking more into like the Dow because I think that when I learned on the NASDAQ, right? But like you said, NASDAQ is like
That's
a
rough.
crazy beast. It really is.
Wild.
And you know what? The kind of the beauty about trading the NASDAQ though is because like 3.5 years I've been trading the NASDAQ. And if you kind of are able to conquer this beast, it almost makes every other instrument seem like child's play.
True.
Right? Because it's like not, and so I'm almost thinking about the good thing too is like when you find a strategy that's like really comfortable and you like look back and you see that it works and you like follow your own rules, most likely that strategy can work the same way in like other instruments. So I think that
I almost agree with you.
Yeah.
You almost agree?
I think NASDAQ is so unique that you almost need a special strategy because I can't trade it at like for shit. And I feel like most of the time that I've taken NASDAQ trades with my system, I'm getting stopped out and my trade idea is totally fine. It's just the volatility that is in NASDAQ is so high. And I feel like the risk that you have to take is just really expensive relative to the gain.
Yeah.
So I don't like trading the NASDAQ for that reason. I think it's really good for like momentum traders who want to like trade some size and get in and out really fast. Like we've seen some of like the influencers do a good job with that. I could just never trade that style. Like I can hold trades for an hour or longer. So why would I trade the NASDAQ if that doesn't play to my strengths?
And I think that's smart of you too, because I've also realized like if I could put in a trade and leave the room and go walk my dog and eat lunch and come back, that's when I'm more profitable. So that's why I'm kind of almost thinking that maybe I should be like taking my strategy, because trend trading is trend trading. You really want the instrument that is trending, right? And so I think that like NASDAQ is a beast, but it doesn't always trend. I mean, nothing always trends, but like YM could be more trendy, and it's something that I should look more into, I think, moving forward. But I'm curious, Dolby, like, so you actually wait for consolidation because most people, most traders
100%.
hate the chop, but you like kind of
love
the chop, right?
Yeah.
So I'm interested. Where do you, so are you like waiting for the chop and then trading like breakouts, or are you like actually okay?
No,
I'm
absolutely not.
interested in knowing what your strategy is.
So after like spending some time on like Topstep TV and getting to talk to all the influencers and people who come on, I feel like there are kind of like two camps of traders. There are those who want best momentum and those who want best price. I am a best price trader because I want to find the cheapest trades. I don't care about momentum at all. And like the reason why I like range trading, I'll go back to this. This is like the only range I can find right now. So this is the one we're going to use. Is that it makes for really cheap trades. And what a cheap trade is, in my opinion, is that it's a trade where you can define risk easily. So let's just say theoretically, you know, we like this box and we want to go long this box right here. What is this level? 37,953. And so we got a little bit of like a consolidation on this one, like within consolidation within a consolidation. So you could even see this little tiny 5-minute chart, tiny 5-minute box. Let me change the border so it's a little bit more obvious. And why I like this is because it allows me to define my risk. So if I want to get long here, we have a little 5-minute consolidation between 37,950 and 37,980. I can just set my stop down below the range. And basically, we're asking the market to prove us wrong. Right. And so the market will range much more frequently than it will break out. And so by having a stop down here, you're asking the market to break structure, which will happen fewer times than it will, stay within range. And so it just makes for a cheap trade. Like I know exactly what my risk is. It's probably would be like a couple $100 if I went 2 to 3 contracts, and then I get all of the upside. Which is great. And I get stopped out, it'd be super easy. And you can also do the same thing on the short side too. So like you could have taken this 5-minute range and then done the exact opposite. You could have gone short up top, and then you could have set your stop up, up here, and then now you're, short here. And hold on. This annotation's so annoying. Okay. So then you could have been short at 38,032, and then your risk is defined because you're looking for it to not break out of 38,035. And so that's another cheap trade in my opinion. And the reason why I have no trades right now is because there are no cheap trades. Like the 5-minute is not range bound, it's just trending higher. If I was on a larger time frame, I already know there's nothing going on. There's 15-minute broken out, 30-minute broken out, 1 hour completely broken out, 4 hour massive bounce, daily massive bounce. And so I have to go all the way down to a 1 minute chart to find a range to trade. There's just no value in finding a trade right now for me being a range trader, which doesn't exist.
Interesting. If I mastered your
guys.
strategy and my strategy, I'd be baller because I'd be like trend trading and range trading, and you can't get better than that, right?
Heather, do you want to team trade with us, Heather? We're loving team trading. I'm joking. We're working on team trading strategies over here at Topstep, and we're into some challenges with team trading. But I was just a little bit of a joke. But you got it.
You said you were joking? I was dead serious. But that's
we can't.
fine.
Well, we can. Trust me. We'll talk offline. If you definitely we can.
Yeah.
I do want to touch on one thing. We are getting a lot of interest and interesting questions about the indicator that you're showing us. Tell us the backstory on the indicator and give us a little bit more of like how it came to be, what we're looking at on that indicator that you like, because you're drawing a lot of interest in the chat. Real quick though, we got a 900 lot sitting at 5065 in the S&Ps. We got 900 lot. That's the biggest order I've seen in a long ass time, a couple weeks now. So just something to keep an eye on. 5065, 900 lot sitting on the offer. But Heather, please tell us about the indicator that we're looking at, the backstory, what it's showing you, what it tells you.
Yeah, so giving you guys a little bit backstory on me and how this kind of like came to fruition. So I'm like an artist, right? So I've been heavy into like acrylic painting and music and like all the the frills of being an artist. I'd say that I'm more jacked up on the right side of my brain than the left side of the brain, and so I was trying when Robert and I were kind of like chit-chatting about our strategies, he's very analytical. He's very like jacked up on the left brain. And we're like, how can we combine efforts to make magic? Like taking your powers, taking my powers, and creating an indicator so that like people like me who are like, not so into the like trading jargon portion of things, like will understand how to enter and exit trades without being like super technical. So we kind of just collaborated efforts and came up with this color coded indicator. And it works for me. I don't have to really, there's like simplistic things that you have to know about trading. So look at the news every day, look at the earnings, who's like reporting every single day on earnings. I hate earnings seasons, by the way. It's like
we're in the thick of it.
It's my
That's
enemy.
been tough.
But knowing, who's reporting on specific days gives you kind of like an edge on the market, because I'm like, okay, Tesla's reporting, most likely we're going long that day, right? And I'm like, Meta's reporting, probably there's going to be some dips in the market. So like knowing like earnings and stuff like that have been very good for me to research and study and know which, like when to enter, when to exit, long, shorts, etc. But on normal days, quote unquote, I feel like there's earnings all of the time though. But like on normal days, it's just, I want to be able to like know the change in color and know that the trends are changing. Also like knowing kind of like the standard time where the market is going to like change direction. So what I've noticed particularly with my indicator is that the market changes directions around 10 o'clock, and like if there is news at 8:30, I probably won't make a trade in the pre-market because I know that it's gonna go crazy like it did today. However, if there is not news at 8:30, I might make an entry and I just might keep it and I might just hold it all day. So for example, I can give you like a trade that I did this week that ended up being killer. Hold on, I'm just going to remove the drawings here. But so this was Tuesday. So I think Tuesday was the Tesla earnings. So it ended up like dipping down. There was no like huge news reporting at 8 o'clock. Here's another thing. If it dips down, changes colors. So see like right here, for example, it changed pink, but then the candle never changed colors, but this line did right here. So if I had missed the entry, which would have been here at like 2:30, which is the London market, and I was sleeping at that time. So I woke up at like 6 o'clock. I could have either entered right here. I would have held the trade. It would have been down like 43 points, but like the color of the candles never changed. So I would have just been like sweating this whole time, but I didn't enter. So like I saw this like little switch in the line. So I ended up entering this candle here because this is the flux. This part right here. I don't know if you guys can see like where I'm drawing.
Which indicator is this? Chat is clamoring to figure out what indicators you're using right now.
Custom, right?
So this is called the flux indicator. It's a customized indicator that Robert coded for me. Okay. So I think that
every single line on there. The green and the pink and the wavy stuff is all in the flux indicator.
Correct. Yes. The only thing that's out of the flux are these like range and resistance lines right here. And then the pre-market is like an indicator that Robert made for me too, but it's super simplistic. It just basically maps out like 8 o'clock to like 9:25 because I'm trading on a 5-minute chart. But what I would have done is, because like for here, I did actually end up making this trade. As soon as it like bounced down, stayed green, this line changed pink, I just like went in here. This could have been a ride up. And now here again, this is like an example of where I would have entered here. There was no big news. I could have ridden this up. This is like 273 points. That could be like $4,000. 10, if I wanted to go with like 5 micros, that could be like a $2,700 day. Now here's the thing. So like, let's say I entered right here, okay, because there's no big news, and then everything stayed green. Now I would switch over to the 40 range chart. And then let's see here. Like, gonna pull it up because this is weird. I think it's back
Got
here.
a couple minutes here left in Power Players here, Heather. I have one more question for you before we do jump off. Yeah, please show us.
Okay. So sorry, I'll be quick. But
You're good.
for example, right, I would have switched to the 40-minute range. I would have waited until it turned pink, which the 40 range turned pink here. So I would have gone out at 167 points, which is like that's a big trend. That's a good day, you know. But so that's a wrap.
No, awesome stuff. There you go, Chad. It's a custom indicator. Thank you for explaining this. They were very intrigued. I got one question for you there, Heather C. Can you tell us one funny or embarrassing story about Robert before we let you go that we can use to hang over his head when he gets back? You got anything? You got any dirt? We can use on Robert.
No, I don't have dirt on Robert. He's a stand-up guy. He's been very good as a mentor and a friend, and he's a loyal dude, and I love him, you know.
There you go. You skated there, Robert. Just kidding, Robert. Good luck today. He's got a little dental work done, I believe. So good luck to you. Heather C., thank you so much for joining us today. Do not be a stranger around here. We hope to see you soon. Dolby Time, I will see you in Power Hour. Great job explaining your strategies there, Dolby Time. Heather C., thank you so much. We got Top Quiz coming up next. Thank you, guys. We'll see you. Top Quiz coming up next.
See ya.
Hello, everybody. Welcome to Top Quiz. It's Thursday, which means I'm joined by Vanessa. Vanessa,
Hi.
what up?
How are things? I'm excited. Happy to be here. Hi, Thursday people.
They're good. Eddie reminded me that keep an eye out. We got a 7-year auction at noon. So just be aware, especially since some new products might be coming next week that make that very pertinent. Something I might be interested in.
Bum, bum,
Wink.
bum.
Bump, 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 bump. Indeed. You guys know how to sign up. Click that link. If you get 3 or 4 of the 4 multiple choice questions right, you are entered into a raffle for one of 50 free resets. That number might rise slightly, but I don't want to overpromise what I can't deliver. So answer the questions on your device because we're 6 seconds behind. Vanessa's going to play along with me, but we are in the past when you see us. So Vanessa, you ready to do this?
Yeah.
Yeah.
As ready as I ever am.
All right. With that, see, it's a joke from earlier. I see Jack's Box is a popular one in there. All right. Let's do this. We're going to start right about now with the first, this friggin' intro. Sit in silence. Okay.
Yeah, I don't know.
What company holds the record for the largest drop in market cap in a single trading day? Is it Apple, Microsoft, Meta, aka Facebook, or Tesla? Any thoughts here, Vanessa?
I'm between a circle and a square. Maybe.
Okay. 6 seconds left. Here's your hint.
Triangle.
It's where your grandma posts earnestly.
Meta. Circle.
Yes.
Yay!
It is indeed Meta, as we discussed before. Somebody put Aldi. Not an option, but that's pretty good. Okay. After one. Grav Dalal. Jack knows fibs. I'll talk more about that later. Inside Chair, Solistimo, Naz Dude. Just to clarify, I do know what fibs and fibs levels are. I've never felt the need to draw one on a chart. I didn't want to say this, Anne-Marie, if you're watching, I didn't want to say this in front of you, but I don't get why. I understand it's a natural ratio in music and seashells and stuff like that, but it doesn't work for me. All right, enough about that. Question number 2, Vanessa, you ready?
Ready.
A 9-year-old known as Seagull Boy recently won the European what competition? Flying, screeching, worm eating, or pooping on beachgoers?
I'm hoping it's not a square. I'm hoping it's maybe diamond.
Well, let's see. The seagull in the picture is correct. It was a Cooper. We'll have a picture of this after we see the not the winners, the people who are on top right now. Still Inside Trader, Jack Knows Fibs, JS Nazdude, Lionheart. And Vanessa, you'll be happy to know we do have a photo of yours. Here's Cooper the Seagull Boy.
That's awesome.
I know, right? Do what you
Cooper.
love, and you will never work a day. All right.
I can't wait till he's older and he's like showing that off to try to get chicks. Like, no, I was Seagull Boy. Like, what?
You don't understand. He's throwing a bottle of whiskey at the wall. I was Seagull Boy. I was someone. Okay, question 3. Which of these companies does not release earnings after the close today? Alphabet, aka Google, Intel, Microsoft, or Nvidia? And I'll give a hint at 6.
Let's see.
It makes the GPUs that power AI bro scams.
I was like,
Nvidia.
I don't know. I was like, what kind of hint is that? I was gonna guess square, actually. So, like, I have that in my heart. I have that going for me. Like,
Yeah,
just
I'm
because you said
sorry.
NVIDIA before, and I'm like, oh, there's a word I kind of recognize that he said. Like,
Well, I was going to
that's
say
it.
it's something that until recently I mispronounced that for months. I just could not get around it. I would say NVIDIA. It's NVIDIA.
Mm,
Diaz, Jack Knows, Fibs, Luke Skywalker, good one. Pathetic
cute.
Trader, do woppy wop. You guys are fired today. All right. One final question, Vanessa. Take us home.
Here we go. Here we go.
All right.
Maybe. There we go.
What
Now
what
here we go.
percent decline in the NQ will trigger a level 1 circuit breaker, i.e. trading halted for 15 minutes? Is that first circuit breaker at 3%, 5%, 7%, or 10%?
Really no idea on this one.
Okay, it is the number of dwarves
7.
in yes, indeed. It is 7%.
I was like, where are we going with this? I thought you were going to be like, it is the number 7.
Yeah.
It's like, oh, okay.
I was thinking it's the number.
So
It's the number
different.
of deadly sins. It's the number of
Mm.
what are some other 7 numbers? I don't know. Okay,
The
been a long
movie.
time since we've seen one of those. The movie 7, which is about the 7
Mm.
deadly sins.
Mm. You got me with
And
the dwarves. I know Snow
Kevin
White.
Spacey did not learn from that movie. Okay, let's see. Bofa D's. Sharmods. And in first place today is Pinch and Poos. Caleb to the Bears. Hell yeah. It's happening tonight. Is in 4th. Vanessa, next
Always
Thursday,
a pleasure.
when we do this, Caleb Williams will be on the Bears and the dynasty begins. So it'll be a much happier me. Thank you for
You weren't
participating
happy
today.
today?
I'm happiest on Thursdays for some reason.
Yeah. Who knows?
All right. That's enough of this for now. We got shoulder tap next with Brett, group coaching. We got Max Maserati stopping by later, so stick around. We'll be back right after this break. Goodbye.
Bye.
Welcome to Shoulder Tap. Time to share some success and, of course, trying to avoid some failure as we do see. So let's bring in our risk manager, Brett, to the show here, and let's see who's doing well and who needs a tap on the shoulder. Good afternoon, sir. How are you doing, Brett?
I'm doing great today, Eddie. It's warming up in Chicago and should be a beautiful weekend for us. I know we're a couple days away, but we've got a lot going on in the markets today. A couple that I'm going to tap on the shoulder and give what we think might be able to help the traders see a little bit more success in the markets, as well as some that we're just going to highlight what they're doing right. So really excited. We have another 5-figure trader actually that is up 5 figures today in the live markets that had also finished the day up 5 figures yesterday.
Well, let's get going here.
So
I'm excited. I
excited
got the
for
trader
them.
prints ready to go. And not only are they going to learn, but those that are listening, hopefully they pick something up too.
Excellent. Likewise. And we're all here just to learn from each other, and the markets teach lessons a lot of times to individuals, but if you can learn it from somebody else, it's generally a lot lower cost of entry than learning it yourself trading in the markets. The first person I want to mention, actually, I kind of beat them up a little bit on Tuesday. I did speak with them after, and they said, thanks so much. It's all from the heart, and that's Coach Dakota.
It is.
Coach Dakota profited $1,800 yesterday, and everything that I saw, it was one direction and really didn't have any pullbacks in profits yesterday. So far today, Coach Dakota is up another $3,600. And yeah, these numbers aren't as big as those 5-figure days that Coach Dakota had been having, but we keep this up and it's going to quickly add up. As we saw on Tuesday, the numbers kind of just were right around flat as far as profits and losses go in the duration of the account. So really excited to see this trend. And I think today is his 4th, if not 5th winning day in a row. So really excited. We've also got David A in the live markets up just shy of 1,900. And then Jesus V is up 10,112 today. He was up just over 10,000 yesterday. And actually, I am saving 2 days in a row, which is a very difficult thing to do for anybody. And Jesus is actually going to be the second that tap on the show. But if anything, Eddie, I'll move to it.
All right, let's get going here. And
Elliot R. Elliot R. we reviewed yesterday, and Elliot is or was in a 150K XFA that we decided we're going to be calling that account up to live. And there's some things that we really like in this account. And one of them is that the trader only takes 9 trades a day. And as a risk manager, I love this one. It's 2 contracts per trade, totaling on average 20 contracts traded per day. So really limiting the risk, and they appear to be highly selective, really limiting the losses on the trades. One thing that you may see, Eddie, I'm curious what you think about those average win-loss durations on the trade times.
You know,
if you have a chance to look at those.
I'm looking at the trade report here, win-loss duration here. He's really good. And the thing is, I'm scrolling down on his trade report and I'm trying to see, when did he have a losing day? When did he have like 3 out of the 21 days? I mean, this is great. And one of those days was only down $16. I think probably had something to do that day. Put a trade in, didn't work, and he left. But good stuff.
Yeah, 81% winning days. And one thing I want to highlight is average losing day. Average losing day is less than half. I was thinking their daily loss limit was 1,000, but their average losing day is less than $500. And that really stands out, showing that the daily loss limit is really something that should be there for rare events. It shouldn't be something that you're hitting every day. It should be maybe a few times a month at the most that you want to use that as your backstop, because you want to be able to trade when market events happen. And if you've hit your daily loss limit, you might be able to only sit there and watch. And I want to trade. We all want everybody to be able to trade. And if you're locked out for the day to stop some of those losses, you might miss something that you could have jumped on. And getting back to the average win-loss duration for Elliott, it does look like you are very selective with your trades, but your average win trade time is about 3.5 minutes. Your average loss is just shy of 7 minutes. That can be a tough thing to do where you have trades that you just sit and watch that are going against you. But it looks like it's working. Just don't get married to a trade and make sure you have a chance to get out, because a lot of times the market will give you an opportunity to get out of a bad trade or a losing trade. However, you have to be willing to take it. A lot of times I could have scratched a trade, but I said, I don't want to scratch a trade. I want to make a tick to cover my costs on that trade, or whatever silly rationale I had. And ultimately I watched it go even a tick or two in my favor, and then suddenly I had a bigger loser than what the markets should have allowed me to get out at.
Again, that hole, right? That hole just keeps getting bigger and bigger. I like this.
Yeah.
One thing I see here, Brett, it's a 150K account, and of course it took him 21 days, but his net P&L is $614. I mean, there's no greed with this trader at all. Well managed, putting up what he needs to put up, his expectations, and shutting it down. I like this trade report.
We do too, and that's why we chose to call him up. And another thing I want to highlight, we throw around big numbers on Topstep TV, on Shoulder Tap, and we highlight a lot of these 5-figure traders. That $614 over the course of all 21 days of this express funded account have added up to almost $13,000 in profits. I see the trader took a payout just last week and paid themselves, and that's what everybody is here for, to trade better and be profitable in the markets. So Elliott, excited for your live funded account. Want to move right along, and unless you have something more to say, Eddie, to Jesus.
Let's move on. No, he's
all right.
Great.
Jesus is in a live funded account. It's a 150K live funded account. And the average daily, Jesus, I had mentioned earlier, made $10,000 yesterday, $10,067 yesterday, and is up $10,112 today.
Lock it.
You might
lock
say,
it out.
wow.
Shut it down.
And that's what he did yesterday. And I see a lot of parallels between Jesus and Coach Dakota, where there's a lot of daily loss limits hit here. Actually, 75% of the trading days are daily loss limits of $3,000 or more dollars. One other thing I want to highlight, the trader has cleared, assuming they stop trading today like they did yesterday at just above 10 grand. They've cleared 20 grand in the past 2 days trading. With that change, that $574 that you see at the top of the trading card, that's without today's trading. But it does include yesterday's big win. With today's trading factored into Jesus's account, he's still averaging down $146. So take this as an opportunity to kind of hit the reset button. Say, you know what? Maybe I should look at Elliott's trading a little bit more and go for those more modest numbers that, you're like I like to say, you're not going to take over the world or rule the world in a week or two or a month, but you're going to make a comfortable living. And that's what you're here for, to trade for tomorrow and pay yourself.
Right. I'm scrolling down here looking at the trade report, and DLL, 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 DLL. These big days have saved him. Now, let me ask you, Brett, what category would you put this trader in? I'm sort of looking at possibly leaning towards, let's pull out the home run bat and see what happens. Let's pull out the big wood and try to have a big day. And a lot of this is just shutting him down early.
Yeah, I would classify Jesus as a home run hitter, especially given this trade report where anybody that hits their daily loss limit 75% of the time. And we're saying these things so that you can acknowledge it and hopefully improve on
Learn from it. Yes, improve on
yeah.
exactly, Brett.
And definitely a home run hitter, but like we showed with Elliott, those $400, $500, $600 days, they add up quick when you do it consistently. And as anybody in the commodity sector will say, it's not about big days, it's about consistent profitable days and limiting losses.
Right. Now Jesus was yesterday's live P&L leader. So I mean, you want to build confidence. You want to pat yourself on the back. And just looking at this trade report, so many bad days can really hold you down, making decisive decisions. And I really hope these 2 days in a row sort of give him a little relief and open it up a little bit more, where his focus is a little bit better. His management is much better. I mean, he's getting himself out of the hole, and that hole was dug pretty deep. But these last 2 days, I mean, that's helping. He's getting back to, I think, where he should be.
Yeah, absolutely. And a couple of things that stand out to me with Jesus's trading: 6 contracts per trade. That's a ton of risk. Do 1 or 2 and work towards that $500-$600 a day. And the winning trade percent at 22% isn't the greatest. Yeah, you're making almost $1,100 on the winners and losing $500 on the losers, but both of those numbers are almost too high. If the losing one was a little bit lower and the winning trade percentage was higher, or if just the winning trade percentage was higher, I'd say this is fantastic.
Yeah.
But we're having too many days. We're too comfortable with losses. We need to switch something up and really get on a more stable platform or stable foothold with the trading. And it's a great spot to hit that reset button. Maybe even consider taking a few days off.
Too, Brett, I'm looking at P&L highs here. And usually if you're trading those, I usually use the 3 trades. If there are 3 losers in a row, I've got to take a step back and reevaluate. And I'm not really seeing anything. Most of these trades were straight into losing trades. First trade of the day, losing trade. Second trade of the day, losing day. Hit the DLL. That's what you got to ask yourself. Am I seeing the market correctly? Do I have the focus? How's my mindset? Don't fight the market. We're not here to fight. We're here to trade. Be a trader, not a warrior, right? So I think that's what he was trying to do, fight the market, and the market was winning too much. But like I said earlier, he's getting himself out of the hole very nicely.
Absolutely. And really got to a good spot. And I mean, trading should not be flipping a quarter between buddies where one wins and one loses. If you have a 50-50 shot on something, the best thing you can do is probably not take it even, or just go real small. There have been some trading tests that I think are of yesteryear now, but there have been some tests that prop shops would use to vet their traders. And one of the questions was, on a coin flip, how much of your capital are you going to risk? And the answer is certainly not 50%. And that's why Elliott has the same daily loss limit as Jesus, and Elliott's average losing day is less than $500.
Right.
Moving along, let's yeah.
Take a look.
And yeah, Mark O is the third trader that we want to talk about. Mark O is in a 50K XFA, and this is kind of another side of the coin that I'm talking about. Winning days 57%, average daily P&L 173. Has been in the account for 30 days, almost a 60% winning day. Average P&L per trade, we've got a 2-to-1 risk over reward over risk, as Hoag likes to say, where he's making 200 on the winners, losing 100 on the losers. But the winning trade percent is only 36, which there is some room for growth there. But your selectivity with the trades, with 11 trades per day, your intraday P&L highs and lows, they're really modest, and you're really reining that in and limiting your losses. One thing that I really want to highlight for Mark is Mark's had 30 trading days completed in this express funded account.
I see. Right.
How many daily loss limit days do you see, Eddie? I'll give you a hint. It's a low number.
It is.
There's zero.
Scrolling.
There have been 0 daily loss limit.
No, yes. Nice.
And
once again, going for base hits.
Yeah, that's how you stand out, is little base hits. You don't try to hit the 10 grand winner. You try to hit 10 $200 winners or whatever your trading style suits best. Because having a 20 or 30% winning trade rate is a difficult thing to sustain, and managing a winner can be just as stressful or even more stressful than managing a losing trade, which is something that is is easily forgotten by a lot of traders.
You know, you mentioned managing. We talked about the 3 boring ones: discipline, patience, management. And you tend to forget to use those. Very patient here, and guilty as charged. I'm still working on my patience after decades in this business. You want to have that home run day. You want to put up the big numbers. Who doesn't? But as we keep going through shoulder tap, you're going to realize that hitting these base hits, small profits add up. It takes time to see success. There are some traders that come in here, sign up on a combine, and right away they're an XFA. Very low number, very, very low number. But each and every day we do shoulder tap. And Brett, I'm glad you brought these up, because this is proof in the pudding. I mean, from what I'm seeing and from what you're telling me, we have to take our time, and we have to expect to take our time. Great stuff, Brett.
Absolutely. And I mean, one thing that you kind of alluded to, Eddie, is there should not be gambling within the futures space. If you want to gamble, go to a casino. And the reason I say that is, in futures, we should have the edge. That's why when I traded full time, I didn't like going to casinos. I still don't go very often, maybe once every year or two. But it shouldn't be gambling. It should be calculated risk management, and saying to yourself, if I think I can get this reward over risk, I'll take the trade. If I think it's a coin flip, I'm not taking it, because we're here to take money out of the markets, provide liquidity for the markets, and trade successfully, by trading for tomorrow. And it shouldn't be gambling. If that means you're only taking one trade in a day, so be it. Take one trade in the day and let the account grow. A lot of times we find that traders can start taking more than that, but it's somewhere to start. And I don't care if you're a seasoned professional trader or it's your first week trading. Sometimes you just need to stop trading for the day on the right side of zero where you have a positive balance, because even though you lost something yesterday and you only got 10% of that back today, it feels like a drop in the bucket, but those drops in the bucket add up quick, as we saw from Elliott.
Right. You know, I mean, have your expectation, have your target, have your goal. If you rock it, lock it. Okay. If you're having a good day and you're rocking the day, you're having good trades, end the day with a great feeling. All right. If you rock it, lock it. Walk away, enjoy the rest of the day, sit here, watch Topstep TV, make some popcorn, do whatever you got to do, soak your feet, follow whatever you need to do, and enjoy the rest of the day, because you have walked away from this trade day with a victory. Keep that in mind.
Absolutely. That's something I used to love to do. I remember on good days, I used to sometimes go out and get a new pair of sunglasses or something just to treat myself and get myself away from the computer. And you don't go broke taking profits. And I mean, between Jesus and Mark and Elliott, it really, the traders that I tried to highlight accentuate how pigs get fat and hogs can get slaughtered. And
then we got ham sandwiches. Yes, and that's where we get our ham sandwiches. All right. Brett, I appreciate you going over this with me. I hope that our traders have learned something. Remember, trade small. It's going to take time, right? If you need money quick, go to the casino, okay? But this is a process. This is a commitment, all right? So remember, it's going to take time, and you might have a great day. You looking for singles, you might hit that home run and get to where you want to be a little quicker than usual. But remember, there's always the opposite. You know, we have to expect losing days. We have to accept losing days, but we just got to manage them correctly. So, Brett, I appreciate you, and I appreciate what you do for our traders. You guys over there in the risk management, like you said with Dakota, you called them up and you appreciated the call. That's good stuff, man. It's really good stuff.
It's fun to be here, and it's fun to watch the traders that can find success and learn from them and help them learn at the same time. Thanks so much for having me, Eddie.
Man. Thank you for being here. All right, coming up next here, we got group coaching, and looking, we pinned at the top of our chat. Group coaching, ask Hoag anything. Whoa. All right, get your questions in. We're going to have JD and Hoag with us here for group coaching. Don't go away. This afternoon's going to kick some butt. We'll be right back.
Good afternoon, friends and traders. Welcome back to group coaching. Thanks for submitting your questions. We still have the form pinned in the chat. If you do have a question for John the Goat Hoagland, use that form. Fill it out. We got plenty, though. Probably not going to get through all these. We're going to do our best to. I'm JD behind the curtain. Hoag is staring at you through your screen. We're going to pull up some charts. We're going to talk about the markets. Hoag, how you doing today?
I'm doing great, man. Having I love what I do here, man. This is I don't even feel like I'm working.
What's the old saying? If you love what you do, you never work a day in your life, right?
You work a day in your life, right? Yeah. So, hey, JD, it was great to have you on Fast Markets today. Everybody's enjoying staring into your beautiful blue eyes.
Yeah, I saw some hecklers and some well wishers out there. It's nice to meet everybody. I appreciate all of your feedback in all forms. So I'll be back Monday. I'm taking tomorrow off. My bowling team is in the finals tonight, so I anticipate an evening, and I won't be at 100% tomorrow, so I will not be here. But yeah, be back on Monday.
Well, good luck, man. Good luck. Go get them.
We're gonna get them. Let's jump right into these questions. The first question, the name, I'm going to say it out loud because it gave me a chortle. All right, Poobut, here we go. Poobut wants to know, what is a single print TPO? Well, we were talking about that this morning with a trade with Anne-Marie, correct? Or the breakout move that happened. Why don't we outline that a little bit and talk about what those single print TPOs are, because they were significant in the early morning trade today.
Yes. Just about the time we ended Fast Markets, this trade began to play out. So this is the TPO chart, right? If you're not familiar with the TPO charts, this is going to be a little bit vague for everybody. But if you remember, we were talking with Anne-Marie, and I said, if this market breaks out the top of the early range here, I know there's going to be a bunch of stops there, and if I want to take this momentum change or move to the upside, I want it to go my way right away. And right after Fast Markets, the market started to break out, and if you took that long right there, 50-46 quarter, there's the doorbell and there's the dog. I apologize for this. So the market did find some pretty good motion to the upside. The next 30-minute bar opened up. It traded back to where the breakout started, but never closed out this single TPO. This single TPO then becomes a level of support. And again, I apologize about the dog. So then the market continued to push to the upside, started leaving single TPOs again. These single TPOs are kind of viewed, as far as profile is concerned, as levels of support. The market just came back down to this level a couple of times, found support. It's continuing to try and push to the upside. And there's no reason to think that this market can't keep going to the upside, because we've been leaving single TPOs, and these single TPOs are considered support in profile. Some people call them fair value gaps. And if the market does turn and we start taking out all these single TPOs, it's an indication that potentially something has changed. Okay, so the single TPO is an excess area, right? So this little TPO above the early range then becomes excess below price. Excess is when price goes too far one direction and goes too far in one direction and fails to continue. Well, this one went in that direction and continued to go upside, go higher, leaving single TPOs along the way. This is a pretty emotional upside move here, I would say, because we're seeing a couple of areas of single TPOs. Basically, the single TPO is a level of excess. I'm going to take my rally sweater off because the rally's already underway. And so that is, in essence, this single TPOs. there was an opportunity here in gold, I think, yesterday or the day before, or I'm going to see if I can find this. I hate doing this, but I'm just trying to find a good example. Okay. So on this profile, the initial balance high 240360, the initial balance low 2395.60. Well, in the third 30-minute period of the day, price broke out of that initial balance, but did not continue. It fell back inside the initial balance. That created a failed auction, excess, single tick selling tail, we can call this. Some people would call it a selling tail. Some people would call it a failed auction. And then the market, actually did rotate lower, through the middle part of the day, and then finished the day in the middle. So single TPOs are areas of support, resistance, and excess. Excess is where auction processes go to die. I hope that that's pretty clear. There is a lot to the single TPOs. There is a lot of information that comes from the market profiles, and if you're not familiar with market profiles, it's difficult to kind of speak to them. And if you're not familiar with market profile, I will put in a link here to the market profile masterclass that's on our YouTube, and this will give you a good kind of overall view of the market profile. It is not all of the information. It's just an hour long where you're going to learn the vocabularies, the construction of the detail, the different features of the profile, some of the nuances of the profile, just to get you started. And there's a lot more information out there after that we can certainly share with you. And there's some really good books about it as well. The book that I always talk about is Mind Over Markets by James Dalton. Great book if you want to learn about the profiles. Great question. Thank you, JD. What else we got?
You got it. I just pinned Hoag's Market Profile Masterclass to the top of the chat, so go ahead and bookmark that YouTube link. Watch it at your discretion. TPOs, I know a lot of questions come in. Are we going to get TPOs available on TopstepX? It is on the roadmap. We don't have the exact date yet, but it's on the timeline, and it should be coming out pretty soon. So keep checking for updates on the platform.
Mm-hmm.
All right, next question comes from Jax. Jax wants to know another thing that we talk about regularly and was kind of significant during early trade this morning. Jax wants to know,
yes, it was.
Can you go into detail about Delta? What do the numbers mean for short or long bias?
Great question. And I'll never get tired of talking about this because it can be wildly impactful and helpful for traders to understand how to look at and how to use Delta to their advantage. And there was a great opportunity for that today. Gap filled in the NASDAQ. See this, man? This is great. All right. So when we were looking at the market this morning, okay, none of this above price 50.46 even had happened. The market was struggling to kind of hold below the middle of the current profile. And we were noticing that the delta was negative, about 6,000, 5,000, 6,000, 5,000. So that's telling us, Jax, that there were a lot more aggressive sellers in the market because Delta, as we know, is trades that trade on the offer using market order buys are positive Delta. Trades that occur on the bid using sell market orders are negative Delta. You would think that the more aggressive traders hitting into bids would move price lower. What didn't happen today was we had more aggressive sellers and price kept ratcheting higher and higher. So when we were taking a look at this trade at the top of the range
in the S&Ps, that's when I said we were thinking about taking a short there for the house account, and we looked at it. We said, okay, we're going to take this, and then I looked at Delta, and I'm like, you know what? I'm out on that trade. I don't like that trade anymore. And it's a good thing because it did give us a degree of profit, but if we would have stayed in it, eventually we would have been stopped out on that trade. So with all of this and price continuing to try and push up near the highs with 6,000, 7,000 negative delta, I said I'm out on that short. If we take out the high, we're going to see a whole bunch of stops, and if I'm going to take that long, I never want it to get into my pocket. If I'm going to take that long, I want to stay profitable the entire time. Well, it did offer that opportunity. It came right back to our entry. Hopefully you didn't move your stop to break even, because this was the launching point of this whole rest of the move. Now we're at 8,400 positive delta, and we're still continuing to try and push to the upside. There's the range gap close from yesterday, 50.82 even. What's our high right now? 50.78 even, within 4 points of it. Are we going to go close that range gap? What about settlement gap? So we had a really nice rally off the IB high, and it was kind of foretold by Delta. So what those numbers mean is, if you're seeing Delta increasing in negativity, market orders are hitting the bid, but price isn't going down, it's going up, and Delta is getting more and more negative as price goes up. That's getting a whole bunch of shorter time frame P shooter, weaker hands traders like me shorter and shorter as price moves against them, and at some point they're going to give up and they're going to say, you know what, this isn't working, let's get out. And that community of traders that are hitting into those bids, they're probably going to all get out at the same time. They're going to turn and they're going to run the market higher. Sometimes this was kind of an unusual time of the day for this to happen, but we don't get to choose that. Sometimes we see, delta divergences clear themselves out at the end of the day. So, Jax, I hope that this was helpful, a helpful question for you. Hopefully you've been around for a while. You understand what delta is and how that divergence saved us from taking a short trade this morning. And when that broke out to the upside and never came back to the place it started, that was a really good opportunity to take a long. Hopefully you got this. Jackson. If anybody has questions about Delta, I can talk about it till I'm blue in the face. You just want to make sure that it's clear what the concept is, and it is coming on Topstep X very soon. So you'll all be able to see it, and this is going to be a good thing. Jax, thanks again for the question. JD?
Awesome. Thanks, Hoag. Just checking in on the markets real quick. We got a nice rip happening in equities. NASDAQ and ES both on their highs at the moment. Looks like we got a good chance of taking out these overnight gaps. We have the range gap in the S&P at 17,567 quarter, and the settlement gap at 17,664 half in the NASDAQ. Thanks for giving those numbers out earlier, Hoag. I jotted them down. In the S&P, we've got the range gap close would be at 50.82, and the settlement gap close would be at 51.07 half. Keep an eye on those numbers because we're creeping up to them as we speak. All right, follow-up question to the Delta question you just answered came from DD. Could use a little clarity on the difference between different types of charts. D's asking, what is the difference between the tick chart and the Delta that you're always referencing?
Okay, so a tick chart is not based in time. It's based in executions. This is a 500 tick chart. So when there are 500 executions, it's going to create a new bar. Okay, so whenever there's 500 executions, a new bar is going to open up. This is a 500 tick chart. It's a very short time frame. Delta really doesn't have anything to do with the tick chart. Delta is, again, the number of contracts that trade on the offer using buy market orders as positive. Every contract that trades on the offer adds one to the delta, and the negative delta is the number of contracts that trade on the bid using sell market orders. Every contract that trades on the bid that way is -1 in delta. So they're really not related. Tick charts are just a different way to look at price action that takes out time. You don't want time as part of your decision. Tick charts might be something good for you there. And if there's a lot of participation, if things are going really fast, you're going to see a lot of bars, depending on the number of ticks that the chart is set to. You're going to see a lot more bars starting and ending when there's a flurry of activity. And when it's slow, it may take a lot longer as far as time is concerned. But remember, tick charts don't include time. It's the number of transactions. 500 transactions, it's going to open a new bar. You can get a 100 tick chart, you get a 500 tick chart, you get a 1,000 tick chart. There's all different. You can pick your own levels as far as the number of ticks that are going to close one bar and open another one, but they don't really have much to do with each other. JD, was that a good answer?
Yeah, perfect. Checking on the chat, Paul T missed those gap numbers I just said, so I'm going to repeat them real quick. Paul, get your pen and paper handy. Here we go. These are overnight gaps in the equities based off of regular trading hours. So the range gap in the NASDAQ would close at 17,567 quarter, and the settlement gap would close at 17,664 half. In the S&P 500, overnight gaps based off regular trading hours, the range gap will close at 50.82 even, and the settlement gap will close at 51.07 half. There you go.
Wouldn't it be something? We were talking to Anne Marie, and she was looking at that stat system. I can't forget the name of it, and I apologize, but she said, when the market has created this much of a gap, what was it? 6 out of 6, 5 out of 5 never closed the gap, and I said, wouldn't it be funny if that was today?
Yep.
Looks like it might happen. Looks like it
Downside
might
gaps
happen.
too. Yeah, NASDAQ's about 10 points away.
Yeah,
S&P
and the
is
S&P
1 point away.
close. Yeah.
Yep.
We may have it happen live.
What a reversal. Yeah. All right.
Right.
While that is playing out, let's get to another question. This one comes from Believe Yourself. Nice name, Believe. All right, Believe says, just activated the 50K Topstep XFA. Can you please share some risk management strategies? I mostly trade micro gold 4 to 5 overnight session and 2 to 3 MNQs during regular trading hours. Strategy is simple: supply and demand, liquidity, VWAP. Thank you all, the members of Topstep and TopstepTV. Be Yourself is looking for some risk management strategies. Trade in micros during the day session and gold during the evening session or overnight session in a 50K combine.
Okay, Believe Yourself. So you're in a 50K. You're trading micros. That's a good thing. That's good risk management in and of itself. Simple supply, demand, liquidity, VWAP. I mean, you got into the XFA because you are a good risk manager and you have a strategy that, at least for the duration that you were in the trading combine, has paid you over time. I mean, I think the best thing that I can suggest is continue with the strategy that has worked for you in the trading combine, and just do the same thing that you were doing in the trading combine in the XFA. Forget it's even an XFA. It's a trading combine. Moving on to the XFA, of course, it means that there's money. There's a little bit different of a feel because you can earn money in that account, and just try not to let that freak you out. You might want to just believe yourself. You might want to just open up the platform with your XFA on it and just look at it for a day, watch it for a day, maybe 2 days,
just get your head wrapped around that there's no difference from what you were doing in the combine to what you want to continue to do in the XFA. It's not time to change everything. It's not time to push the pedal to the metal. It's time to continue with the process, the strategies, the patience and discipline that got you there in the first place. As far as, levels or amount of risk per trade, anything like that, I can't get into that because I don't know your time frame, your tools, your strategies, anything like that. But what I will tell you is everybody to some degree, when they get into the trading combine after trading sim, it's different because now it matters. You've got rules, you've got, profit targets, you've got all these things. Everybody says it's really easy to trade when it doesn't matter. But when it matters, it changes things a little bit. But if you've got a strategy that you're treating like it's real in sim, and you apply that strategy in the trading combine, you get through the trading combine, you get into the XFA, it's been working for you in the past. Keep doing it the same way in the XFA, and just don't let the fact that you're in the XFA freak you out. Don't be afraid to fail a little bit. Those are the things that we learn from. Just keep doing what you were doing. JD, should I pull up the balance beams?
Yeah, for sure. That's a great visual.
Okay, so I'm
while Hoag's pulling that up. While Hoag's pulling that up, we did indeed fill those range gaps in the ES and the NASDAQ from overnight. Again, the range gap fill for the NASDAQ would have been 17,567 quarter, and in the ES 5082. We're above both of those at the moment. So those gaps you can consider those gaps closed for now.
Yeah. So thank you, JD. Believe yourself, believe in yourself. This is a kind of I use this all the time, and it seems to be a really good kind of explanation of how adding risk to your trading plan makes things more difficult. If this little balance beam was laying right on the floor, as long as you're an able-bodied person, you could probably just walk across that relatively easily without worrying about falling off or even stepping off. You might even be able to dance across that. Get into the trading combine, it's going to be a little bit higher now. The process is the same, going from one end to the other, here, but because now you're 2 feet off the floor, it changes things a little bit. There's a little bit more risk involved. The process is exactly the same. If you could dance across this one, why can't you dance across this one? Well, you're going to be a little bit more cautious. I know, if I fell off a 2-foot balance beam, if I were ever on one, I might roll my ankle and sprain it or something worse. Well, that's the trading combine. And when you get into the XFA or a funded account, the risk is greater, but it's the same process. Going from one end to the other is no different 4 feet off the floor than it is 2 feet, than 1 foot off the floor or on the floor. It's just the greater risk is going to cause you to be a little bit more cautious, a little bit more patient, a little bit more risk averse. And what I'm suggesting to you is it's the same process on the floor as it is 4 feet high, but the feeling is going to be different. It's going to be more difficult to make those same difficult trading decisions. Try not to do that. Just take the process that got you through the trading combine, get on the 4 foot balance beam, and succeed. We're looking forward to it.
Boom. There you go. All right. We got time for one more quick one. We're approaching time. Tom has a question about Mind Over Markets. Tom says, I'm reading Mind Over Markets and was wondering how wide your TPOs are on the NQ. I'm using 20 ticks, but I'm just wondering if that is too wide, and maybe you could share what you use. How wide is your...
Okay, so I read this question and I'm kind of confused because the wideness of the TPOs, it doesn't make sense.
I think the question is how many ticks need to print before it prints a new box higher or lower?
One.
Does it go every single tick? Okay.
Every single tick. Yeah, unless you kind of smush it down, this is every 2 ticks. But if we take 1 tick above the high, it should print another TPO. Like the NASDAQ, the NASDAQ has such big ranges. I have this set to 4 tick TPOs. Every TPO is 1 point on this NASDAQ profile. As far as wideness, as far as wideness is concerned, if you're talking about value area, I put that at 70%. And as far as the time for each TPO, 30 minutes. Each TPO on my charts, my TPO charts is set for 30-minute time periods. That's the way I learned it. That's the way, that's the way I learned it. So, Tom, I'm not sure if we're getting the right question here. I'm sorry.
Yeah. The way I'm reading the question is he's printing a new TPO every 5 points that's printed in the NASDAQ. And he's just wondering if that might be too wide. You're doing every point. He's doing every 5 points.
Yeah. When the NASDAQ, the ranges are so big, I have it every point is 1 TPO. Thank you, JD.
Yep. Got it. All right. And with that, we are now out of time, folks. Thanks for joining us for group coaching. While Hoag brings up some dad wisdom, I'll run down the schedule. Coming up next, we have a coach's takeover. You're going to see Coach Jay, Coach Paul, and Coach Vince all right here, joined by yours truly, JD. I'll be driving the bus. After that, we're closing out the day in Power Hour with Andre Dolby and Max Maserati, the happiest man in futures. Can we please mute our microphones in the green room, please? All right, Dad. Hoag, let's get that dad wisdom.
So, believe yourself. This is a good one. I mean, my dad always said, if you make the hard choices early, you may make yourself an easy life. But if you make the easy choices early, you may create for yourself a hard life. So make the hard choice early to stick to your plan. This goes with that for anybody, being a trader is a maturation process, and it's an opportunity for everybody to delay gratification. So if you make those hard choices early to delay gratification, you might make a big difference in your eventual outcome in your trading. Thanks, Pops. Love you, buddy. Love all you. Love you, JD. Always one of my favorite parts of the day and the week that I get to do this, and appreciate everyone being here. Oh, there's
Appreciate it, Hoag. There's Lacey. 3 barks from Lacey is a buy, everyone. Don't forget that. All right. We'll catch you tomorrow. More group coaching. Coming up next,
Thanks,
we got
everybody.
the coach's takeover. We'll see you shortly.
movement today. Coach Vince, Coach Paul, and even Coach Shay. Pay attention because they do this once a week. Take some notes today for their trading technique.
Welcome back, everyone. It's Topstep TV, and we have the Coaches Takeover happening right now. We've got Coach Jay, Coach Vince, Coach Paul. How is everybody doing in the coaches room today? What's up, guys?
Doing good, JD. How are you?
Excellent, excellent. All right, what do you say we just dive right into it? The markets are moving. Awesome. Markets are moving. We're talking equities for a little bit. Coach Jay's got a trade set up in the NASDAQ we're going to talk through. And then we're going to touch on some risk management with Coach Paul and Coach Vince. But let's see this trade setup in real time before we get into it.
Yep.
What do you got, Coach Jay?
If you guys can see my charts, and excuse me, this is what my charts look like all day. I'm drawing things. Everything I put on here is for a reason. But this blue rectangle we have here is the gap that Hoag was talking about. The high of that gap is 17,664 and a half. So I'm looking for a trade up to that high of the gap to close it. Right now, we're dealing with some turbulence right here. If you can see this yellow line, that is 50% of the that drop we had yesterday after the Meta earnings. That's 50% of that move right there. So a little bit of a resistance right now, but the yellow line, and if you join Brian Shannon's session yesterday, this yellow line here is our 2-day VWAP, but we see it being supportive right now. So right now what I'm looking at is a pullback to this 2-day VWAP to potentially hold, and it actually looks like it was playing out while we were in the green room. We're looking for this to hold and then trade back up through this 580 area and then to 600. I'm always going to use a conservative price target first. So if I got long here, I would be looking at the market reaction to 600. And then if we buy above 600, then to close that gap at 664.
Awesome. Yeah. 664 is the settlement gap. If you were here for group coaching just a few minutes ago, Hoag and I were discussing this. The range gap close in the NASDAQ was at 17,567 quarter. The settlement gap that Coach Jay's talking about is at 17,664 half. And those are based off of regular trading hours, overnight gaps. Coach Paul.
Yeah, we closed
today.
Yes. Well, one thing I would
today,
ask
what
Coach
do you
Jay,
think?
what? Oh, go ahead.
Nope, go ahead. You're on.
Coach Jay, when you put that on, what are your risk parameters?
Yeah, so for this one, if I can get the 2-day VWAP entry here, I'm going to risk about 20 points. So I might take that one with micros instead. I am up on the day in this account, so I don't want to give back too much of that profit. So I might take that with micros just to limit some of the risk, because to the downside, if we don't hold that 550, then we're going back to 500, I think. So I would put on 1 or 2 micros to start, risk 20 points, and if we hold, then I'll add to that.
Okay. Yeah, one of the things that I always, when I'm entering, I want to know how much it's going to cost me consistently, so I'm comfortable with the risk, and I don't question myself once I'm in. So I like the idea. I was just wondering what the risk. I might put it on myself. So looking at crude here, it's touching the 200 bar moving average on the hourly. I think if it closes above it, I also might take a trade there. Overall, today I would ask, today is a day that risk management is key. I mean, the ranges and the swings we've had already, starting yesterday, without that risk management, it's hard to survive with the whipsaw action. One of the things I'll look at is the average true range. So if I'm looking at crude oil right now, even I'll bring up a 5-minute chart just to get an idea of what my risk is. So a 5-minute chart, the average range is $13 or $130. If I put that on, I want to risk 2 of those ATRs or $260. The way this market is moving, considering it was lower, now it's basically unchanged to 12 higher. I think we could be explosive. I would even say right now it's worth putting it on. I'm going to put
If
that.
you're not familiar at all with average true range, I'm throwing a blog article from our website in the chat right now. Take a look at that and study up on average true range. It's a pretty powerful tool. But yeah, keep going, Coach Paul. What else you got?
So on mine, I'm going to actually buy a crude using that stop. So I just got filled.
2 ATR stop on the 5 minute?
Yep. I just got filled at 83.26. So I'll put my stop in just under 83, so 82.99.
You short on that, Coach Paul?
No, I just bought it.
You long? Okay.
Long crude oil at 26?
Yeah, 26.
Stop. Okay, taking about
82.99.
Taking about $250, $260 worth of risk on that trade. All right, excellent.
Yeah.
So you had some comments about risk management in the equities today. It was super choppy right after the open. We had that move down on GDP number before the open, and then we were really just kind of barcoding for about an hour and a half. Ripped out the weak shorts, came back down, barcoded for another hour and a half, and now here we are sitting at new highs, closing gaps to the upside. What kind of risk management tips would you give to traders who are down there playing ranges or trying to get short? I'm sure more than one person got ran over during that rally today.
Absolutely.
Well, first, knowing how much you're going to risk before you get in is the important thing. I use the ATR. What an ATR is, the average range. You could throw true out. I think that throws people off. The average range is important. In a 5-minute bar in a NASDAQ, Coach Jay, I have crude up. Could you give us the average true range in a 5-minute?
Yeah, right now the ATR on a 5-minute in the NASDAQ is 25 points. So with a one lot, that is $500.
$500.
$500
on a mini.
in 5 minutes. Pretty expensive.
Wow.
In 5 minutes. So risk management is really capital preservation, right? If you're starting, you have $50,000 combine, you have $2,000 to risk. You want to risk in 5 minutes a quarter of that. Now that's on a mini. A micro will be 1/10 of that. I like to use 2 ATR stop and to get in. Once I know that, I'm comfortable. If you're not comfortable in that risk getting in, what usually happens once the market starts moving? Doubt, fear. You want it to work right away.
Copium.
Then doubt, fear start driving your decision making, and then you, as humans, as traders, we are human. We lose control. I've been doing this a long time. I know the feeling. That's why anytime I get in, I want to know how much I'm willing to risk. Once you do that, you can let the trade develop and learn how to lose well. The worst thing that I've found in working with traders is the ability of trying to be right versus trade right. The first step in trading right is measuring your risk. You can trade any of these markets. It's the beauty of futures. I mean, it's got all the asset classes. But in any of them, frame out your risk before you enter. You know, have an exit strategy, and the winners take care of itself. If you want to go 1-1, 2-1, that's up to you. But framing out risk before you enter in your trading plan, have your trading plan, have your risk management before you enter, know what you're willing to lose. And I would give it to Coach Vince
Absolutely.
Yeah, for sure.
Yeah,
That's
no,
true.
you hit
If
it
you
right
know
on
where
the
you're
head
getting
there.
out,
Yeah.
yeah, when you know where you're getting out, then that means you know where you can get in at, and you shouldn't sacrifice those trade entries to expand your risk parameters unless you're scaling down in size or something like that. But I didn't mean to interrupt you, Coach Vince. Go ahead.
No, that's all right. Yeah. So, Coach Paul hit it pretty much on the head. I mean, anytime I take a trade, I know my stop before I even place the trade. I know where my risk is, and I know pretty much where my profit target is, before I enter the trade, right? So I don't just watch a market start to move and then I just hit buy or sell, right? So I'm always looking for an area that I can limit my risk. It's got to meet my risk parameters, which is usually like $250 maximum per contract, per $50,000, right? So 0.5% usually is what I'll use as my my total risk per trade. So it kind of keeps you out of trouble, trying to expand that. So if it doesn't fit, I don't take the trade, right? So that's number one. On a day like today, if you're trying to trade the range, okay, and then we get a breakout like we had, you have to be able to flip your trading strategy from range to trend, right? Because if you keep on trying to sell the high, you're going to get ran over all day. This was a rough day. I'm a range bound type guy, but I do like to get in on trends, and I caught a piece of this move today, but I only got about a third of the move because, I'm pretty risk adverse. And, when I saw volume starting to dry up, I exited my position and then it picked back up, and now look where we are. My original target was the gap close in the S&Ps at 82. We ended up getting there today. I was long down to 46 quarter. Goal was 82. But hey, things happen, right? But if you were shorting this market today, it was painful. Today's a painful day for the short side.
Yeah,
for sure.
I'll
There are a
add to
couple
that
of
also. One other thing is when we talk about capital preservation and knowing your risk, but what is capital preservation? It's preserving your account, right? Because you can't trade without your account. So the next thing in that is when you're preserving capital, you shouldn't lose more. I limit my loss on any one day to 10 to 12% of my capital. Think about it as running a business. If I can survive losing 10 to 12% of my capital, 50%. Now I got to make 100% just to get back to even. It's paramount. That's what capital preservation is. And when you get used to that, you get comfortable. You can trade better. On a day like today, I came in short. I was feeling good. I did get out. I gave half of it back, but hey, I didn't. In my younger days, when I was trading, I would have pressed it. I want to make, $50,000 today, because I started
Yeah.
with
Pick a
5.
number.
Who's ever done that? I mean, guilty as charged.
Yep.
Actually, I'm about to get out of my crude here. It's almost a $200 winner,
Nice trade, coach.
and I'm going to take a 1-to-1.
Very nice. Excellent.
And then talking about risk management, if you guys want to share my chart, I want to show them a couple things, a hypothesis I was looking at, and how you can manage the risk and try to get into this move. So, all right, we're up.
Got your charts up now, Vince.
All right.
Yep, you're all set.
Good. All right. So here. All right. So let's just go over this morning how things came about. So early this morning, I was like Coach Paul. I'm thinking short side originally because we opened with a gap, right? We opened down here at 39.50, I think, or somewhere around there. Yeah, 39.50. So we opened with overnight inventory to the short side. So I was looking for maybe a potential push down, to maybe value low here, this point of control. We couldn't get there, right? So we put in the initial balance here, the first hour trade, and now I'm thinking long side. I took this first breakout here on the IB, and I'm usually a range bound trader, right? But I took this initial balance breakout, and my first trade, I time stopped it. I got a little bit, I lost like maybe, 6 ticks on it. Nothing major. My target was to fill this gap up to the close, the gap close and the low here of 82. So that was the original target. So, I took a first stop here. Then we came up again and we took it out. I didn't take this one. I did get long again here, okay, on the third attempt to take this breakout. So I did get long in here. All right. And I wrote it up. The volume is on my other chart. I don't have the volume, but I saw the volume like picking up on this move right here. So I was pretty confident with it. And then in G period, we had this pullback and I saw the volume kind of like it was dying, right? And I kind of cover right here. But then I'm saying to myself, wow, I just jumped out of a trade where I would have got long. And at that point, it was too late. So if you were looking to get into this move, you see these volume nodes, this is a perfect spot to take a long right here around the 58 mark, risking this G period low. Because if this market comes down, you're not risking a lot, right? 58 to 56.50. So you're risking like, 2 points, right? So this is a great way to limit your risk. Another one up here, I might take a long. If we get in this area, I got to see how things play out now, but I might take a long if we're still on the session here. We're going to see what happens. But this might be another opportunity to limit some risk. We'll have to see. But we did close the gap. So
Coach
I'm
Vince,
kind of...
I'm sorry. Is that a triple distribution?
I believe it is. Hold on. I know it was a double. It might. Yes, we have a triple distribution trend day at this point.
Wow.
All right. So we have single print TPO. Actually, it might be quadruple. There's only one here, so I wouldn't call that
a rare event.
one. Yeah, triple distribution trend day today.
Yeah. What's the significance of a triple distribution day? Does that just mean a strong uptrend, or?
Yeah. So when you have a double, triple, quadruple distribution trend day, so what happens is, you start off kind of in a range, right? So like this area here, we were in this first hour trade, right? So we have a pretty balanced distribution of volume here. Then we get a push, right? So we get the breakout with the single print TPOs here. Okay. And then what happens is the market then start establishing another volume distribution above here, or if it's to the downside, whatever. But we have a second distribution of volume here. Okay. So you could trade the range using these single prints as your risk limiter. So up in here, right, this is a good spot to take a long because you can use this as your support zone. And then if we fill this in, something may have changed. But as you can see right now, these single prints have been supportive. And again, we have single prints here. So that's what I'm saying. If we can get in this area, I might take a long, risking what's left of the single prints as a cheap entry. This thing could rotate all the way back down. Who knows, right? But it gives me an opportunity to at least limit my risk, right? It's all about limiting your risk. We don't know what's going to happen. Anything can happen. So we use that to limit our risk.
I love that. Cheap trade.
It
doesn't mean
cheap trades.
It's meaning. Yeah. Go ahead.
Cheap. You could come back from a cheap trade, right?
That's been the theme here for pretty much the whole month. Cheap trades. That's what we're looking for. Cheap trades. Jay, what's up with your trade? Did you ever get in?
Yep. Yeah, I took the long in micros. I'm not really liking how the price action is looking at this 2-day VWAP, but I did take the trade, risking 20 points with micros. So about $80 on this trade with a 2-lot micro. Again, this looks really heavy. This entire move up happened on pretty low volume. So we would need to see, and someone asked in the chat about this, we would need to see some volume step in and push us above that 580. It never happened, right? So I'm short right now, but taking this trade, we were talking about risk management. I'm short, but with micros, and I'm very happy I took that with micros.
Excellent. Yeah. What was the price that you're short at again? Can you remind us one more time?
Sorry, I'm long. I am long.
You're long. You're long.
Did I say I was short? Yeah, did I say I was short? 17,559. I'm long 17,559.
17,559. Okay, gotcha.
Yep.
And hanging on to that. All right. We got VWAP down at all the way back down at 420. That's kind of far off. But looking at a 15-minute chart, we kind of had that symmetrical triangle. The breakout, measured move target from the breakout is right around that 17,545 to 550 range, which we're hovering around right now. Well, we're down to 40 again. It's breaking pretty quick. What's your exit strategy on this one, Jay?
So I went with 20 points initially, but I have this pink line here, which is right around where my stop was. And what that is a 4-hour range from 2 a.m. Eastern to 6 a.m. Eastern. And I just set my stop right below that to see if that holds. I'm probably going to get stopped out on this. Yep, there we go. Stopped out. So lost about $130 there on that trade. Again, very happy I took that.
Nice move taking the micros.
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah, on a micro. Exactly. If this was minis, I would not be smiling right now, but this is very heavy.
Yeah.
This market looks very heavy. And that 580 area is where I was talking about, and this is why I use 50% retracements all the time. This yellow line here, and again, there's a ton of drawings on my chart, but this yellow line here was half of that move from the Meta earnings yesterday. I think what Brian Shannon might do is anchor a VWAP to that event, right? He talked about anchoring VWAP to events. That VWAP is 100 points from where the market's trading right now. So a reversion to that would not be surprising.
And how would you play that then? Would you use the VWAP then, the anchored VWAP, as a resistance area to take a short, or would you get long above it?
Yeah. So this 2-day anchor, this yellow one right here. If we're not going to hold above that, right? We've been below that the entire time. We traded above it for a few minutes and right back below it. If we're not going to hold above it, we can use it as a resistance, short it, and then short back down to the anchored VWAP for the day, and that's about 100-point trade there. If we do get that right, all of these VWAPs down here are anchored to more recent events, right? This red one down here is anchored to the New York Session Open, and we can see price went up, but all on lower volume, so VWAP is still hanging around down here. Now, if we think the market reverts to the mean, that means by the end of the day we should trade back down to that VWAP somewhere at some point. Too many lines on the chart. Someone says they're all drawings. I know it might look confusing. We can take them all off. And basically, we're looking for a trade back down to this opening range. They all make sense to me.
Awesome. Thanks for clearing that up.
Oh, yeah, no problem.
Dre, I see you in the chat. Yeah, if you're looking for more house accounts trades, stick around for Power Hour coming up in just about 30 minutes. We're going to be banging trades out in that house account. All right, Coach Paul, what's up with crude oil? You scouting any more trades? You still looking at crude?
I got out with $200 profit, and this is a trap, a mental trap. It's up about another 50 cents. I like the trade, but this can be a trap, especially for novice traders. Oh, I should have stayed in. And what does that create?
FOMO.
Well, I get back in. I just start buying it, and it comes back down. It's unchanged. Now I gave back the profit. Catch yourself. Has anybody ever done this on this panel? I mean, we have.
I think if
Are you asking
everybody
the
said
last
they
time I did
haven't
it?
done it, they'd be lying, right?
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
Right. If you're asking for the last time I did it, I could.
Yeah. When's the last time you did it? That's the question.
Right.
Yeah. Tell you one thing, that was a nice wash
So
we just had there.
Yeah, it's vicious right now. So
I might be setting up
yeah, it
for
was a
long
great
sale.
trade. 1-to-1 for I wanted to put a trade on for this. It was there. I like the 200. I just can't say enough. When we talk about capital preservation, risk management, don't look at a trade that keeps going your way and start chasing because you think you should have made more. I mean, observe it, learn it, maybe, but every trade is unique. Every one. Now we look for patterns, but every trade is unique. So
Absolutely.
yeah, crude is now up 75, 80 cents. If I could,
Coach, what you just said.
here's another thing is, who else? Go ahead, Jay.
About we hear traders say it all the time. Oh, I could have made more. And I think we tell traders all the time, what was the expectation, right? How far did you expect that move to go, right? Because if you were only expecting a 40-point move and you took 25 points out of it, you did your job, right? You took 60% of the trade. If the market then goes 150 points, it's not, oh, I could have made more. Your analysis only allotted for that 40 points, right? So then it's look back at your analysis, right? What could I look at that potentially tells me the market could move that much? And then I do my job of taking out, a bigger percentage of that move. But it's always easy to say in hindsight, right? I could have just bought it down here and just sold it at the top.
Absolutely, Jay.
It's
I
the
mean, it
old
happened to me,
saying for
right?
traders.
I got my move and I jumped out of it with a profit that was decent, but I left 25 more handles on the table. It's part of the process.
Right. Exactly.
Yeah, it does sting when that happens for sure, but there's always another trade.
Yeah.
Hindsight's
right.
always 20/20. Everybody knows that. Don't twist yourself up with what it coulda, shouldas.
Hindsight is the wisdom of fools.
A lot of Monday morning quarterbacks jump into this business thinking they're going to make a mint, but
what does Hoag usually say? What does Hoag say? If my aunt, I forget. He says something about his uncle. I forget what it is, but I'll let Hoag say.
Yeah, if my aunt had any balls, she'd be my uncle.
There you go.
Classic Hoag right there. Some dad wisdom for you.
That's it. Yeah, can we?
All right.
Go
What
to
else
my
are we
charts real
watching
quick?
in the markets? Yep. Let's do it.
I want to show the S&Ps real quick here. So this is the 5-minute open range here. Okay, we have about 9-point open range. We tested to the downside first, and we couldn't push, right? So then we got that reversal, and then we took out this initial balance high. Okay, this was the breakout trade. Now we have this nice pullback. This is like a wash, right? So I'm kind of thinking maybe there's still a long opportunity today. I'm going to watch this a little closer as we go through this segment here. But, a lot of people bought up here late, up against this, right here we had some sellers, right? So up in here was sellers. And we kind of found them, pushed through it. But if we can hang up in here, I might take a long and then risk this low if we get up here. But we'll see. We're going to watch this as we go through this the next 20
It's got more of a momentum trade. If you start seeing a rally, you're going to jump on board with the rally. Is that what you're saying?
Yeah, I think so. I mean, we have a nice strong move today, triple distribution trend day. If I pull up a TPO chart, even though we filled in those single prints, okay, we still have this here, right? So we filled in that first distribution, but we still have single prints down in here. So see how we have 2 distributions of volume? So I'm still thinking this is the range right now. You follow me? Until we fill this in.
Yep, follow you.
I'm thinking we're going to be trading up here, right? So this value high from volume value high, may be an opportunity for a long risking into
Yep.
here.
If you were
if
you were here for group coaching just a minute ago, or I guess that was an hour ago, Hoag talked into detail. He went into detail about single print TPOs and how in a trending market, a pullback into those single print TPOs is a great opportunity for a long position. That's exactly what Coach Vince is talking about right now. Didn't mean to interrupt you there, though, but please continue.
No, it's all good. Yeah, it's all good. So it gives you an opportunity at least to limit your risk, right? Like I said, we don't know what's going to happen. This thing could rotate all the way back through here, get back to this point of control. We don't know. But we have something to lean on, right? So it's kind of like when you're, I would say if you call it like a casino, right? They have an edge, right? That's why over time, a series of trades, it's just like the longer you stay on the table, the worse off it is for you, and it's better for the house, right? Because they have that little bit of an edge. So you need to trade with some sort of an edge, right? So if you could lean on this, doesn't mean it's going to work. But over time, we know that these areas tend to be, good risk limiters. Going back to the risk conversation. You just got to be patient. A lot of times people see the move and then you're a laggard buyer and then the market turns around, stops you out, right? Gets down here, then it comes back and you're like, oh, I had a good trade on, but you got in a bad trade location. So it's all about finding trade locations and cheap risk.
Yeah. Leaning.
Cheap trades. There it is again.
Coach Jay.
We need it on a t-shirt. What's going on, Coach?
How about a volume analysis of the S&P?
Yeah, let's look
anybody,
at it.
By the way, I'm going to throw a plug for our At the Buzzer. I've been around for decades trading. I've always had a problem with volume, and I learned from Coach Jay. So I'm going to throw a free plug in here. Join us on At the Buzzer at 3 o'clock Central on Discord and learn about volume analysis, because Coach Jay is really good at it. Because my feeling here is we're away from volume and light volume, and anything can happen. I wouldn't doubt if we had new lows this afternoon.
I agree with you. I agree with you, Coach. And like you just said, anything can happen. And what Coach Paul is talking about, let me do this. I'm going to clear off all these drawings since there's too many lines on the chart, and we'll draw new lines. All right. Here, we are looking at a 3-minute chart of the ES. The red lines that you see down here are our opening range from the New York session. So
you guys
30 Central, 9:30 Eastern time. If you guys are looking at my charts. I think those are Coach Vince's charts we have up now, but okay, here we are. So what Coach Paul is talking about is, and Brian Shannon talked about this as well. I anchored VWAP to the New York session open. We can see in the ES right now, we are 22 points away from that right now. And this entire move up happened, and we can look at volume, happened on lower volume, right? What David Paul would call that is a non-validation of the move, where right now, price is going up, but volume's not going with it. And we've talked about this reversion to the mean, reversion to volume trade. Right now, all these buyers are happy right now, but there's a lot of space between where their positions are and where the average price is. So if we see volume increase, again, all of this happened on lower volume. I'm sure there's some short time frame traders that joined this move up. If price comes back down, these are going to be the first people to sell. We'll see volume increase. And Coach Paul's talking about, we could see new lows again. All of this buying is not convinced buying. I think how I'm reading this and how Coach Paul might be reading this as well, on a higher time frame, we were in somewhat of a downtrend. This might be a short covering rally. So any buying that we're seeing is profit taking, right? Profit taking and some short-term buyers, but overall the market is in somewhat of a medium-term downtrend. So we will see. We got power hour coming up. A reversion to this VWAP trade is not out of the question.
With that, I'm going to put on a micro S&P.
You going short?
There we go.
Yeah, one micro.
Yep.
Hey,
yeah, I really like that trade.
We're here to trade, right?
Again, I was buying. Yeah, I was buying it up here. And Coach, I know you asked me for that reason, right? You asked, hey, you're buying it. I said I was looking to trade the Nasdaq, and Coach Paul goes, a short. And off of that exact analysis, right? We got extended from VWAP and looking for a trade back to it. The short was the right trade. I kind of wanted to do some risk management stuff there with trading the micros, but the short's the right trade there, especially the area that the trade happened. We were, and again, one more thing with volume. Here is that spike that happened last night with the Meta earnings. The market respects volume. A ton of volume came in a short period of time. As we trade back, and it was sell side volume, right? We saw the market sell off. As we trade back up towards those prices, buyers are not convinced and they reject those prices. We come right back down. But put that short on.
Great explanation. Great.
Yeah.
Coach Paul is short, and just to reiterate what the coaches are saying, later on, maybe we get someone to post our Discord link in the chat right now. You could catch all these coaches in our Discord server. Coach Jay, Coach Paul, Coach Vince. These guys are in there all day long answering questions. If you need a trading buddy, trading mentor, look no further. Jay and Paul are going to be here at 3 o'clock Central Time at the buzzer. They're going to be talking more markets. After that, 6 o'clock tonight, we got Coach Ray talking about volume profile, supply, and demand. Coach Vince talking more bar charts and TPOs, and then Coach Dakota, slow markets, 8 o'clock. We're giving you guys a lot of coaches, a lot of trading insight from a lot of veteran traders all day and night long here at TopStep. So take advantage of all of it. Begging you to, please.
Yeah.
All right. How's your short
I join
working
those
out
sessions
there,
all the
Coach
time.
Paul?
Do you hear you?
Coach Paul, you might be on mute.
He's muted.
Yes, I am.
There you go.
I'm going to double that because
What was the price?
I've learned a lot from Coach Jay. I mean, I don't know how long anyone has been in business, but working with coaches, I've you learn, you get different perspectives. At the end of the day, it enhanced my trading. So please tune in. You take advantage of it. There's a lot.
Every great athlete has a coach.
Yep.
Yeah.
Yes.
True.
It's true.
Hey, Coach Paul, we're short a micro S&P. What was our entry price on that short trade?
What is my price? 50.68 and a half.
50.68 and a half. All right, we're gonna get that up on the overlay in just a second.
Nice. I really like that trade. If we see some volume come in here,
and I'm risking
VWAP is
12 handles.
$60. All right.
Yeah.
Yeah.
All right. While that plays out, Coach Vince, any trades lining up? What are you looking at? Any market in particular? You see anything worth noting?
I think, I might try to play along off this single print area if we get there. So we're not quite there yet. We're just tapping the higher value from today. So we are. Can you see it here? The reddish.
Yep. Yeah.
So we're at higher value.
Coach Vince,
right here. Yeah.
Real quick, Vince, where is that single TPO area? What price?
It's between 56 to like 52, around there.
Yep. Yeah. That would be the target for the short.
And half back. Yeah. And we have half back at 50.54 quarter is half back. Today's half back, which is right here, this blue line. So you'd be surprised how many times this market will come back, trade to half back, and then not fill in and then go in the other direction. Not to say it's going to happen, but point of control is here. So this, you might have a good short on. This could come all the way through, rotate through here, right to this point of control. So we'll see. But I might take a long around here. So I'm watching it.
Good.
Let's pull up.
You kind of half answered my question there.
What's that?
Say again, Paul.
What was the question?
Just about those single print TPOs. Would you say that those trade setups are so good because you kind of half answered it? Is it rare to see price come back and revisit those single print TPOs, or is it such a good trade
I don't
because
think it's
it
rare.
doesn't happen that often?
Yeah, JD, I mean, I don't think it's rare, but I think it's worth a shot, right? Even if you're wrong, because you're not risking too much. You know, you're
right.
If you take a long, let's say here, just for an example, 59, and you risk it just to like here, just to where it would start to fill in, you're only risking like 2.5, 3 points. You know, so I'll take those small losses all day long, even if I'm wrong. Right, because all you need is a 40% win rate at a 2-to-1 ratio, and you're a profitable trader. That's the math. So if you want a risk plan, that's what you should really shoot for. You don't need a 60% win rate, or I know a lot of people, their egos get in the way and they want to be right 80% of the time. But you could be right 80% of the time and take 2 big losses, and you wipe your whole account out. So I'd rather be wrong a little more, but get a little bit of a bigger return on my winners.
Cheap trades. There it is
Can't
again.
say that enough.
So right
trade
here we
right,
have the S&P. You know,
don't
nice
have to
trend.
be right. Mm-hmm.
So we're gonna watch this here because this is a little concerning to me. So if we get something like this, right? So I'll just do. Oh, that's not what I wanted. This concerns me a little bit, and I'll show you what I'm talking about. So let's say we're doing this, right? All right, let's say we're kind of in this type of a pattern, okay? And a lot of times you have a market that's trending, all right? And the trend is your friend until it bends. So we're trending, we break the trend, and then we retest, and then we go. So I'm thinking along still, but if we come up here and we can't like get back and start to rally, you might find some sellers coming and pushing this market. So we're gonna keep an eye on this here and see what happens. But as of right now, I'm still thinking maybe long. So we'll see.
Checking in on the chat, Tourist Time says, JD, you guys want to be very good to go on a date with because we're so cheap. Well, dating and trading are 2 different animals there. Get me outside of here. I love to spend money.
You're cheap with your trades. Cheap with your trades so you can spend money on dates, right?
So you can order the big steak.
Right, exactly.
You have to be. You got to protect your capital. This whole game is about protection of capital. And good decisions will bring the profits.
Yeah, that's one of Hoag's lines also.
Survive the drawdown period.
One of Hoag's great lines is profits are a byproduct of making good trades, and it's 100% true.
Absolutely. Yep, for sure.
What were we saying? What were we saying, Paul?
Think about it. When you're in a drawdown, sorry, I cut you off there.
No, I was going to say Paul Tudor Jones, one of the greatest futures trader, fund managers of all time. As a quote is it all boils down to managing risk. Because at that point, you know, cheap trades, yes, but let them grow. You know, look at the power of a seed, right? It's a little thing that can grow into an oak. So look for a lot of little seeds, let them grow. But I don't like this trade here in the micro. I'm going to use that one. I keep my stop in, and I'm going to get it out on the close. If it's either going to hit my stop with a cheap trade, $60, or if it makes new lows, I might make some enough to take someone out on a cheap date.
And just to go back to the, the risk management part, we're all going to get into drawdown phases. It's just inevitable. It's just a matter of when, right? So we're all going to get into that drawdown period. And by having those cheaper risk, trades, it'll help you survive your drawdown period because you're not taking huge losses. All it takes is a couple of huge losses and it's so hard to get it back, right? So if you're in there and you're not risking a lot, you can survive those drawdown periods when they come, because they do come for everybody. I don't care who you are. We're all going to have a drawdown phase.
True enough. Ebbs and flows. It's the nature of the beast.
Yep. That's right.
I like your style too, Paul. I'm getting out on the close. I'm short. I'm either getting stopped out, $60, no big deal, right? Or going home for that cheap date.
Yeah, I'll either have mac and cheese or a steak.
There it is. What's for supper?
Or ramen.
I'll tell you after the close.
It might be ramen too.
I'll tell you after the close.
Gotta get the
Daddy,
extra
are we
hot,
gonna
the
eat?
fire one.
But anyway, that's the definition of a cheap trade. Now, and I can do that using a micro. I'm not going to do that with 10 times the risk. So you're going to hear me hammer at home. Coach Jay and I have done this almost every day, trying to convince people trade micros.
Yep.
It fits your account.
Yeah. Shout out to and just a shout out to the traders that join us all the time for at the buzzer. And Coach, you're saying trade micros. Ryan again today, $1,800 up trading only micros today, micro NASDAQ. So
nice.
Really good job.
Congratulations.
Yep, right.
And he's
That's
been
awesome,
saying,
yeah.
It's less stress and still putting up some really good numbers. So really good stuff. You can trade micros pretty much any day. The scaling rule that we just put in with Topstep on Topstep X, now you can scale all the way up to 50. I don't know if I would suggest doing that, but you have the room to be flexible with your trades.
Yep. Definitely. You don't have to trade big to take home big bucks. It's true.
One of the best
All right,
traders I knew on the floor of the board of trade, it was a large soybean trader. I was talking to him. He's like, just about how we started. He's like, no, I didn't start here in the soybeans. By the way, for those people, soybeans are the NASDAQ of the grains. They're just insane. He goes, no, I started in the oats. At the time, the oats had a $50 range, which was like a penny or £2, $100 range. He goes, yeah, I learned how to trade theirs, and then I went to the corn and I moved up here. It's a very valuable lesson for our traders who are just learning how to trade.
Very true. Well, with that, stick around, everybody. We're just about out of time here. We've got fast markets coming up with, what was it again? Andre Dolby, Max Maserati, the happiest guy in futures trading. We're going to pull out that house account. We're going to be bouncing ideas off each other. We're going to get the chat involved. We're going to get everybody involved. All our trader influencers in the chat. We're going to be throwing levels out there. We're going to be slinging trades around. We're going to build that house account up all together. It's going to be a great time.
Nice.
Stick around for that. Coach Paul, Coach Ray, Coach Vince, awesome having you guys here. The chat loved you. Everyone's saying thank you very much. Great having you on. Don't forget to catch these guys later on today. We've got Coach Jay, Coach Paul, 3 o'clock for At the Buzzer. These are Central Time. After that, Coach Ray for Volume Profile and Supply and Demand. Coach Vince, 7 o'clock Central Time for Bar Charts and TPO. Coach Dakota, 8 o'clock for Slow Markets. Catch everybody in action. Stick around. More tradertainment coming your way in Power Hour with Andre Dolby and Max Maserati. Thanks for joining us, everyone.
Let's go. It is Power Hour. Where is he? Where is he? The man in the middle, playing with his camera right now. I'm sure producers love when he does that. Max Maserati, the man in the middle. Let's go, Max. Welcome to Power Hour, Max. How are we feeling today? How are we doing?
Very happy, very happy. As you know, nice to see Dolby here like a detective with his glasses and his cap.
Dolby is going to be helping us. We're gonna find the trades. We're gonna find all the good trades. Okay, let's cut straight to the chase here. We are rallying in both S&Ps and NASDAQ. I assume Dow's probably catching a bit of a bid as well. Max Maserati, what are we looking for today in Power Hour? You got any levels for us that we can trade around? We keep in mind we have the house account up. We're gonna be looking to do a 10 to 15, maybe even 20 lots if we really like a level. We tried pulling in some levels from the chat. Been kind of thin, so I'm leaning on Max. I'm leaning on Dolby. John Hoag, if I know you're listening, spit me some Delta levels too, if you could. And those in the chat, throw some levels out there. Currently got the ES and NQ up right now. So Max Maserati, what are we looking for in ES?
Okay, on ES, we are looking like a huge move, which was expected because like I was expecting price to come down here to the 4-hour Max Maserati external block CDL because it created a market stick to change here with a bullish body close. So I was expecting price to
Max,
come down
real quick,
here.
before I'm sorry to interrupt you. I need you telling me, instead of saying here and here, I need prices. Give me exact prices. Just so those are looking at the screen, they're looking at their own charts. They know exactly the price you're talking about.
Yeah, as we can see here, so here I have my Max Maserati external block CDL. So it was between 50.30 and 50.05.75. So I was expecting price to come down to the CDL and then push up because price overall is very, very bullish. If we go on the daily, on the monthly, on the weekly, price is super bullish. And I can just show you something very quickly. You can see my chart. So we have this CDL here on the daily here between 49.87 and price came inside of it, bounced, and then see, as you can see here, price came inside again, and then it's bouncing from this. Now we'll have like a Max Maserati internal block. So probably we could have taken a trade here exactly on this block here at exactly 50.2175. And if we go down on the lower time frame, for example, on the 1 minute, and then let's look for the low of this price. Okay, let's go all the way down. I'm going to show you exactly what happened today. See, price came exactly on top of it. Okay, price came exactly on top of the Max Maserati external block and then bounced. And then as you can see here, price created a market stick to shift with a bullish body close. And then we have our MMM external block, which produced a CDL on the 1 minute. And then we'll be marking this level here. Okay, this is on the 1 minute. Okay, let's have the template going on. We have a CDL here, and then we'll be waiting for price to come down here, either on the fair value gap or at this level that price produced the CDL, and then price came exactly down. We test the external block on the 4-hour, and then here, as you can see, gave us a PO4 bullish here, and then you'll be entering your trade here, and then cover down here, and then you just target. For me, price will go all the way down to the previous day close, the settlement line here, the blue line, 51.0750. So this is where I expect price to go all the way up here, and then price need at least to cover the to distribute on the gap we had today. So I'm expecting price, even like I was telling the guys in my Discord group that we might even see higher prices at the end of this month or next month. We might even see another all-time high again. The way price is going, this is my expectation.
Okay, let me ask you here. We're trading 50.78 here in the S&Ps or the ES. We're trading 17,560, 17,560 in the NASDAQ. You have any levels up here? Anything that you're just catching your eye, or is this kind of a hands off here? I know you caught the bid to the downside, and we did rally. It's been a heck of a rally all day. Very impressive considering the news we got out this morning, or the economic data we got out this morning, as well as the news. Do you have any levels up here, Max Maserati?
Yeah, for example, I was waiting for a reversal here at this level.
What price?
Like on
What
the
price?
15 minutes.
What price?
It's exactly at the order block on the 15 minutes between 50.75 and 50.75.50, because this 4 hour close body close, the bullish body close, as you can see, close above the high. The high is 50.8175 of the previous bearish candle. So it closed body close, a bullish body close. So I was expecting a retracement inside of this candle, and then this candle to push up until the settlement line here. And so exactly price is doing exactly what I'm expecting for. And on the 15 minutes, this is the best area that price, I was expecting price to do a nice move, because price already distribute down here. As you can see, this long wick here. So we have a very nice distribution here. And you see this volume here, this volume, this highest volume on the bearish volume here. So this is our HVC high volume candle. This is our high volume candle. Let me delete this bearish one. This is our highest volume candle. As you can see, price is closing above it, which means the short, the people going short, or the sellers are not really interested on pushing price down anymore. So the bulls are taking over. So in 4 minutes, I'm expecting for this candle to close above this HVC on the 15 minutes. Let me mark it down. HVC 15 minutes.
All right, what price is that?
It's 50.75.75.
Got you. 50.75.75.
75, yeah. And then I'm expecting the actual actual candle, which is like pretty much 3 minutes 50 seconds to close. I'm expecting to close above the HVC line on the 15 minutes, which is at the level of 50.75.75. And then after the close, I will be expecting a retracement inside of the candle and then a push up.
Okay.
So
all right. So we're looking for a pullback. Trade idea. We got pullback to 50.75.75 in the S&Ps. Wait for that pullback, then possibly get long for a move to the upside. Dolby time. What are we looking at over on your end?
For the ES, I mean, I have a 1 hour range between 5,064 and 3/4 and 5,086.50. We are starting to consolidate a little bit on the 5 minute. I would be interested in cheap shorts at around 5,085, let's say.
All right.
Or cheap longs at around 5,064. But I think a long up here would be like a momentum trade if you want the push to the upside. I typically don't like those trades because they're a little bit expensive, in my opinion.
Yeah.
I would have preferred the 5,064s for sure. It has a nice 5 minute consolidation down there. It's slowed up. So I'm not sure what's going to be happening here. I would love to get, Chat's opinion on the ES and where you want to, bullish or bearish, Chat, on the ES. Like I said, I don't know. I don't trade momentum, but I'm curious to see Chat's thoughts. Everything is a box, Max. Everything is a box.
Yeah.
Jack's purple box got a lot of love earlier this morning on Power Fast Markets there, Dolby.
I know. I'm kind of bummed. I've been doing boxes. I've been doing boxes for a long time, and he beat it. He beat me to the branding. He got purple box like trending already.
Yeah, most people are afraid of boxes.
I don't know why. I don't know why they're good. I love ranges. It's cheap. Every range is a great trade.
I mean, as long as you have a technique that allows you to be profitable with trading ranges, it's okay. I mean, if you're comfortable with it and it fits your trading style, that's all matters.
Agree.
Yeah, right. But I mean, Anne Marie trades boxes.
All right. Oh my god.
You see the 50.78.50. You see the price already came down inside of the fair value gap on the 1 minute at the level of 78.50. Yeah, at this level here,
78. Yes.
Price came down without the fair value gap. So we highly likely see a push up, not a good retracement back down here on the 15-minute candle. But it hasn't closed yet. 45 seconds to close. And I don't think price will retrace all the way down to the HVC on the 15 minutes.
I don't think so
because
either.
Price already without the fair value gap. But let's see if price want to fully distribute inside of this fair value gap. Let's check out.
Yes, I agree. Yeah, we all right, quick Delta update. People in the chat were asking for Delta. We are plus 10,000 in the ES, give or take 500, plus 5,400 in the NASDAQ. So we are long up here at these levels. So we
might see
how it reacts. We still have time. We're only 15 minutes into a power hour here. We are joined by Mr. Max Maserati out of London, England. Thank you again for joining us. Audio is coming in great. Clarity is fantastic, Max. I love that you have your indicator up. I'm sure
hear that.
Absolutely. We fixed it. Our tech team.
Yeah, that was amazing.
On the case. We got Detective Dolby time down there at the bottom of the screen, hunting out, looking for the best trades here on Power Hour.
Trying to find the best box, Andre. That's the goal.
You're an idiot.
That's another 15 minutes. 15 minutes to close. See this huge bullish candle as expected. Now let's see if price retreats down at least to the midline of the candle, like at the 50.7800. Let's see. We are looking for a nice retracement. So what I do, I'll be going to the 15 second time frame in that case to see if price will give me but price already like retraced down here, so I might not have what I'm looking for. So price already retraced inside of the okay, so we're done.
Okay. We're almost near the highs of the day here in the S&Ps. We're about two points, two handles off the highs of the day.
Sorry?
Yep. No. I'm listening to you. You talk us through this trade. We're looking for levels here. I don't think we have any levels up necessarily here. Hey, chat. No, we didn't buy yet.
Coming back inside, didn't take the liquidity up there, so we still have a chance that price if it retraces. But at this point, if we need to buy, we might highly likely, and then like a premium discount oscillator, it's still on premium as well. It's still on premium, so at least I want a retracement down here, back on discount to be like to really feel like I'm buying into discount. So I'm sure that when my trades start working out, it will work out very, very nicely. And then so we need to wait and see a nice push down at least to this level around here, 50.80.00 or even like 50.78.25. That will be very nice, but we don't know yet. We just need to wait for the oscillator to go a little bit down. And we see this huge volume candle, which is not following up with, I think it's 50.84.50, but at least there's no candle closing above it. See? It's still being respected. No, this is our HVC on the 15 second. This is our HVC on the 15 second. Okay? So it's still being respected because there's no candle close below it. And then, so as you can see, the buyer getting in, pushing price up, still being respected because no candle is closed below it. Highly likely, we might see a very, very nice push up with momentum, like crazy move.
Well, the level we're looking for to enter along is perhaps a pullback to 75. 75. What's up, Rips? Rips in the house. Rips, shoot us some levels, man. Rips, I'm missing. I'm leaning on you for some levels here. We're trading 50.86 here in the S&Ps. NASDAQ had a bit of a bid. Rips, if you're listening, I know you're in the chat, so shout out to Rips. Your level's been spot on. Hope you've been trading well. Shout out to Rips. Missed you, my man, buddy. We are catching a bid here. New highs. S&Ps, new highs.
Here's the push. Here's the push.
Here's the push. Yeah. We never got that pullback. We would have been buying the highs here. It would have been expensive.
It's too late. It's too late.
Too late.
Let me check. Let me check. Where am I expecting a nice little retracement? This is not fair value gap already over. So there's no fair value gap. So I think price will there's no barrier for price. Price will keep pushing up. Highly likely keep pushing up until the settlement line here.
Yeah, we got rips saying we got left targets. 93 quarter, 5105. Ah, yikes. Damn it. Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, we're pushing here. We're pushing.
Yeah, push. As expected. Since I saw this retracement inside of the fair value gap before the candle close, I knew like price wouldn't come all the way down here again. Highly likely keep pushing up. Yeah. Yeah. Let's see on the 15 minutes at least if there's something that I might expect price to have nice retracement. And so we can.
I know, Dakota. I know.
There's this fair value gap here on the 15 minutes. Price came inside of it. But I don't think this fair value gap will be strong enough to stop price going online. Yep. No chance. No chance. Yep.
Yeah, my 5-minute box got penetrated by that long green candlestick. So I don't know if there's a trade here.
I mean, yeah, that's trading for you. That's trading. All right, trading for 89 quarters here, 89 half in the S&Ps. We got a target at 50. We got a target of 50.93 half, 53.90.5. And
yeah, market's really firming up right now.
Yeah, it is. It's we're at the highs of the day here in the S&Ps.
Yeah. So market, I think the market will go all the way to 51.0750.
Really? Okay.
51.0750.
Okay, well, we got Confluence then. We got rips. All right, I'm in. You guys, you convinced me. You guys going to 51.07 half. We got, I'm in plus 10 from 50.90, what is it? 75. Who's whatever, what? 10 times, long 10 times. We got max selling. We're running up to 51.07. We got rips saying 51.05. We're going to pull the trigger here.
Just remember,
in the range. I do understand that.
We're buying the premium.
Yeah, I know. I literally bought the highs of the day. It's all right. It's okay. Momentum on this one. What are you going to do? Might buy more.
Yeah. I mean, it's a 1 hour range. So if we did want to hop into a short, I'd want to see it consolidate a little bit, at least on the 1 minute, if we think it's going to hop back down again. I'm just not sure. I mean, this does seem pretty strong so far, so it might just keep on going.
Yeah.
I don't know how to get into a trade here, to be honest. Yeah, I just don't know how to take advantage of it. Because in my opinion, I agree with Max. We're late to this party.
Oh, definitely late to this party. Definitely late to this party. But we got Dakota. I got Max Monterey. I got rips. We're targeting 50. We're targeting 50.93 half, or if not 51.05. We got the stop beneath here at 85.75.
Yeah,
again, for those that weren't listening, we are targeting 50.93 half. Again, 50.93 half. For those that aren't listening, we are risking $2,000 with a stop of 50.85.75. I will say it again until everyone has heard me. 50.87.5.
Look, we trying to like buy a pullback.
Trying to catch the momentum, the breakout. We got rips. I got rips, Dakota, and Max saying we're looking to the upside.
So we're okay. I mean, if we're trying to get long,
we're trying to get long.
I mean, if we are,
you got to BD. You got to
87.
Yeah,
target settlement. I got Hoag saying target 51.075. 51.075.
We are very late to the party, though.
Wow.
We are very late to the party. At least wait the 15 minutes. At least wait for this 15 minutes to close and wait for a nice little retracement, because right now we are inside of a fair value gap on the 15 minutes.
Okay.
Yeah, I mean, this could theoretically pull back within range. I just don't have a ton of confidence in a short up here. Maybe if we got to 50.93, we could consider it. because that's, I think, kind of a gap fill, maybe. No, that's not a gap fill. Never mind. But I think that'd be an interesting level.
Definitely.
Yeah. But I mean, if we want longs, I think 50.87.
I want longs. I got my trusted advisor. Got the trusted traders here in the house saying long. They got targets, upside targets. 50.93 half, 51.05, 51.07. Go short this market. Wait for a pullback. George, what up,
nice
George?
Would have been amazing. A very nice one. Would have been amazing to enter.
I mean, it's hard just to slam the buy button when we're trying to trade the house account and get confluence between everyone in chat, influencers, get the right direction. So it's a little bit of latency in getting the trade in. But people want to get long, which is cool. But it's just now we're kind of at the whims of the market, hoping we can catch a pullback. And if it doesn't come, then
it happens.
Are we gonna catch FOMO and just slam a trade because we want to?
I mean, that's kind of. I don't know. It's kind of what happened there.
These shorts are intriguing.
Yeah, honestly. I would. Maybe shorts are the price.
They're intriguing.
Yeah.
Yeah, we might get a nice discount between 50.95 and 50.93. Between this area, 50.95 and 50.93. Yeah, we might have a nice little push down.
Are you in a trade right now?
Max or myself?
Yeah, between these
I thought I saw one on the house. I thought I saw
house
one on
is
the
in.
house account.
Oh yeah, house is in.
You're
We are taking. Yeah, we're long. We're long the highs.
Oh, you're long?
Yeah, we're long.
You're long.
Oh, we're long, Dolby. We're long. We are long.
You should have waited at least for a retracement, no?
Yeah, I should. Definitely should have. Definitely should have. I had. Maybe we got a little quick trigger there. I might get long again here, bro. I may have jumped the gun a bit.
Did you buy highs?
Yeah, see, now price is giving us a retracement. I hope it goes
Dolby,
down.
We're long. We are long, Dolby. This might be the pullback we're looking for, Louis, with the one lot. Ooh, there's your retracement. If you were able to get those 85s, good on you.
Yeah, nice little pullback here. Yeah, we get a nice little pullback here on the 15 second.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, and then we have a PO4 bullish with nice volume candle.
I'm bullish.
New HVC, 15 second.
I'm bullish. Oh, we're bullish.
Yeah. 50.88.75. This is the new HVC candle we have. So let's hope that price respect 50.88.75. There's no candle close below it, and then we might see a very good push up. Because as you can see here, price came right into the discount area on the 15 second. But on the 1 minute, we're still far away into premium. See? We're still into premium. But we get a very nice PO4 bullish candle here. But we still have this fair value gap here that hasn't been touched, no distribution inside of it. So we still might expect a retracement inside of this fair value gap. And then a rejection up.
Got close. Got close.
If we get underneath 50.86.50, this could be real interesting because then that's going to be a 1 hour range rejection. I would go range to range. So you could theoretically see 50.64, the halfway point, which would approximately be 50.75. That'd be a hell of a
we do have a downside target of 50.77 half to the downside.
Yeah, do you see this volume candle here on the 1 minute and 50.83.50 with the fair value gap on 1 minute fair value gap. That price just came inside of the fair value gap now. So this is what we were looking for. That price came inside, at least go into the equilibrium line and then push up. But still no entry for long. But we know price is going up.
We got in early. Maybe it was the momentum playing the breakout. We'll see. We're committed to the stop. We're committed now. We are committed to the stop. We'll see the
just because you know price, you need to wait for price to tell you what to do, okay, and when to do it. Price already tell us what to do. We know that we are going long, but price hasn't told us when to enter, so we need to wait. And if you're not patient, this market will eat you alive.
Oh yeah.
It was like,
yeah, maybe we jumped the gun a little bit there.
Yep. And it's okay. Excitement. We have the public looking at us.
Yeah. Oh, they're watching. Everyone's watching, Max. Everyone's watching.
Certainly are. And listening.
This is the way
intently.
the market is. I mean, this is the real life experience. Like we do that all the time. We jump the gun. This is part of trading. This is part of the journey. But we learn
from
from
an MOC coming up, which may or may not help this trade here. Yesterday was like $1 billion to the sell side. I'm kind of curious to see how it's going to come in today.
Yeah.
Dre, you almost bought the top. That's pretty impressive, man.
I did. I was very eager to get in.
Yeah, you were very off the top. That's awesome.
Very eager to get in.
But hey, we might actually do okay here.
Very eager to get in.
Let's wait for 1 minute.
Look at you go.
Let's wait for 1 minute to close.
Hey, didn't get stopped out. How about it?
We can trade from here.
Everyone
We can
watch
take
the
a trade
house.
from here at the retracement, but stop loss should be at 50.80 250. Stop loss 50.80 250. We can enter here.
Yeah, see, I did like the longs at 50.87. I think that would have been the cheaper of the long trades if we were able to kind of wait for that, because that would have been the resistance become support on the 1 hour. So that it would have been a decent little 5-minute consolidation. Like the 1 minute's gotten really tight, so that would have been the cheap long.
Yeah,
kind of at 50.87. But even still, since we're trading at the top of a range. Yeah.
Okay. See now?
No, I'm just saying.
The 15 minutes close, bullish body close. 15 minutes close, bullish body close. Now, this is the retracement we're looking for. This is the real retracement. So if price is going down now, and then we're expecting price to retrace inside at least midline of this candle. Here.
Trey, can you add 10 more and get us a better average?
Yeah, I need a price. I'm gonna need a price, Max. I need rips. I need Max. Actually, I don't mind the longs.
50.87.
Yeah, definitely you can go long from here. You can go long. You can go long. Just cover one.
Watch your 5 more. Watch your 5 more. I gotta move the stop.
Yeah, stop loss in, but let's see if we can average down a little bit.
Oh, we are.
Okay.
You're allowed long from 88.
Try to get a breakout. Yeah.
Long for 15.
Yeah.
How tight's your stop?
Pretty tight.
Pretty
I'm
tight.
moving it down. Move down to 80s.
To 80 what?
80 even.
80 even. Okay. All right. This is going to be
83s. I take that back. 83s.
Everything is riding on this next 5 minutes right here.
We got I got 50.
Everything.
It really is.
Yeah.
It has to bounce right now. It has to bounce. If it bounces, I think we're golden.
I think so too.
If it doesn't, then we lose.
Not yet.
Not yet. Okay.
Not yet.
I think we're still okay.
Because like if you check on the 15-second time frame, you see you have a lot of bearish volume coming in. And then
yes, we do.
We are looking for very, very nice bullish volume. At least we know that price is going in our direction. For example, my indicator will plot a nice PO4 bullish, which you'll see with a lot of volume inside of it. And then on the retracement, you take the trade. But so far, we are completely bullish, but no signal to enter yet.
Yeah, Delta update plus 11,000. We're getting close to this stop.
Yeah, this is not looking too hot.
Yeah, we'll see. Plus 11K. What was that other number, John? Plus 5,600 in the NASDAQ. I must say, S&P's moved much smoother. Not as
slow,
crazy.
isn't it?
It's slow. It's just fluid. It's just kind of moves. It's NQ. Thank you, John.
Okay, so now we're... See, so, okay, this is a great example. Are we on my... Can we switch to my charts real quick?
Yeah.
This is a really good example of an expensive trade.
Yes, it was. Big time.
Yeah. Okay, perfect. We got my charts up. Perfect. Okay, this is the 1 hour chart. Do you see where our average long is for the MES? So when you put it next to the 1 hour range, we basically bought the very, very high of the 1 hour range. So the only out we had was like an immediate like move to the upside. But if you go to like a 5 minute chart, then you don't really have that context and the trade doesn't look as expensive. But on the 1 hour, it looks extremely expensive. Extremely expensive. So that's where like having multiple time frames can kind of help you frame out trades. And so that's why I was kind of leaning short initially, is because of that. So 1 hour range, you're going to get a little bit more movement to the upside or downside to wiggle the range. And then if it hops back in, then you're good. But that's kind of how that goes. Dre, I would move our stop to 50.80 and a half.
No problem.
It should not. This needs to get above 650 right now. Right now, it has to get above. If not,
we need a little more breathing room. Buy 5 more. I got JD saying buy 5 more.
No way. I wouldn't buy 5 more.
I don't know. JD, JD, you got a big bowling match tonight. You got a big bowling match tonight, don't you? You need you to stay focused. Find the pocket there.
This needs to catch a bid immediately.
We got to catch a bid.
I don't know.
Yeah, well,
we're targeting 95, targeting 95s or 5107, 5105, somewhere above 5100s. Well, we have enough oomph in this market to get there.
Not yet.
Not yet. It's taking too long. Oh shoot, it's already 35 after. Hey,
no.
If we got some quiz results, I know people love the quiz results. Much as
even
they love
more than
this.
10 long. I'm just joining now.
What's up, Jack? You want to?
Yeah, good.
Jack, would you like
interesting place to go long?
More? Should we buy 5 more, Jack?
No, definitely not now. This is going back down to 50.64, to be honest. That's my opinion.
God bless it.
Yeah. At least this HVC candle need to be respected on the 1 minute.
Okay.
I wouldn't want to see price close below 50.8325.
Me neither, Max. That's not good.
Here we go.
We're getting there, Max.
Pushing up. Violating the 15 minutes almost, but I think it might push up. As long as this 15-minute low is respected, we are okay. And it's still 8 minutes left for the 15 minutes to push up. So. And I think it might happen around here now, because at least the price reached the equilibrium line on the oscillator now. So if price wants to push up, it should be around here. Otherwise,
should happen now.
It should have happened around here. I wouldn't want to see price close below 83.25.
It's okay, Max. Don't sweat us.
83.25. I wouldn't want to see price close below this low here. If it closed below this,
we're getting there.
I mean, I'm kind of surprised it's even
but no closing yet.
As much as it has.
No closing yet, so it should be okay. No closing yet. And price is reaching down to equilibrium, to discount, so we're okay.
We might catch a bid here just from the previous 5 minute range.
I'm looking at that. I'm looking at that right now.
If shorts or if those shorts want to cover. If anyone got short around like 50.82,
cover now.
50,
cover now.
Yeah, they might be covering, which would give us a bid, but that's about all I'm seeing as like the potential.
All right, Max. What are we thinking, Max?
Oh yeah, this is my HVC one now, because this price came down here. If you can show my chart, I can explain. For example, here you see I don't want price to close below this level here, right? So price came here, and then but this is a week but didn't close, and this candle now it's my HVC one, okay? But now I don't want price to close below this HVC one, because the HVC one
is the first
candle
close beneath it.
This trade's
Yeah, highly likely. Highly likely. Yep.
1 hour range rejection is what that was.
Yeah.
Yep.
Yes, it
Yeah,
was.
but as you
Nice
can see
shorts.
down here, price in discount now. It closed below it now. So there's no value. There's no value for me. So which means the short are in control. They are in control now, but we still can push up because price came inside of discount now. So we're expecting for price to push this level here, because here we have our the Max Maserati external block here, which push price up here. So this push price up here, this P04 bullish, push price up.
We push price
so we
higher.
at least if price didn't if this level didn't push up, so at least we expect this level here to push price up, and price is in discount now. So we'll be looking for a P04 bullish now. If it happen, yes, we can take a trade. If it doesn't happen, if there's no green line candle here in this area, around this area here going up, so I think we're done. But so far,
Are we in trouble? Are we in trouble here, Max?
The bear are in control.
We gotta start
The
pulling
bear
on
are
this
in
one.
But still, there's hope. There's hope. There's hope.
Okay, there's hope.
There's hope. No worry. No worry.
Don't forget.
Price do what it do.
Hey, real quick, while we're all mesmerized by this house account trade, we must update you. We do have Alphabet, Intel, and Microsoft after the bell today.
Wow.
Yeah, we got some super heavy hitters. Might see a bit of a muted power hour due to those big time earnings.
Yeah.
Mister says the market was telling us to buy. Justin McCowan says, "Get out, Andre. I can't. It's the house account trade. We commit to the stops. I'm committing to the stop.
Yeah,
we have stopped out. We are down $9,800 on the day. We have stopped out. Day is over.
You're gonna lock the account?
Indeed, I am. Day is over.
Yeah, it's
locked
probably a good
out.
idea.
Flatten out. All right, wasn't our day. Couple
Probably
bad
a
levels
good
today.
idea.
Couple bad trades. Out.
Yeah.
I'm
So,
gonna
I mean-
switch over. It happens.
Well, this is the two things, right? You have people who trade ranges, and you have people who trade momentum, and the people who were the momentum traders were super excited about 5,086.5, and they wanted to hop in bullish, and the 1 hour range said no, and then it rejected, and come failed moves, come fast moves, and now we're back within the halfway point of the range, and we're probably going to go to 5,064.75 if we go range to range, which we probably will. So, but that's the thing, it's like you have momentum traders who would have loved 5,086 and
wow,
range
we just
traders
gapped lower. We were getting hit
Yeah,
hard. That's why you use stops, everyone. The lesson there, that's why you use stops. We just gapped lower there. We were trading 50.75 in the S&Ps. We got out at 50.80.
Yeah, but I still believe this market will keep going up.
On the long term, it will. It's all right. It's okay.
Yeah, it's
We got
completely okay.
50. We got 18 minutes left in the day. Here, hey, click like, click subscribe if you guys like what you saw there. Hey, Keith says, don't follow these idiots. Keith, do I need to pull up your trade report? Do I need to pull up your trade report and see what's popping behind under the hood?
What's your username, Keith? Let's take a look.
Keith, I'm now Keith. Don't follow these idiots. You're watching us. You're watching these idiots. You're watching these idiots, Keith.
I thought
my
it was
goodness.
educational. It was an educational moment. You had momentum
Watch you roll
traders
now.
and range traders coming to a disagreement in price,
All
and
right,
range
quiz
traders
winners.
won. That's all that happened.
They want quiz winners.
Yeah.
People want quiz winners, Jack.
The people will have
Yeah.
what they desire.
Keith really just wants to know if you want a free reset. So
Keith,
hopefully he's not on this list.
Keith, we'll find you. We'll find you.
Let's see.
All right.
Idiots.
Gave away 60 today.
Whoa, 6-0.
Yeah, there were some good ones along there.
We're
What was
getting it
the-
now.
Max, are you in
Coming
there?
in?
So,
It's
yeah,
coming
so
Yeah, I know it's coming back,
it
Max.
went to the halfway point of the range is where it
Now
ended up going
we
to.
need to wait for a P04 bullish now. The P04 bullish.
Man,
Let's
Max,
wait
you said
with this candle.
75s.
Highly likely we get it at this candle now. 1
Max,
minute
you
candle.
said 75s.
All right, rewind if you want to see these. We'll get back to it. And I blacked out. I would say it for Jack's smelly black box there.
God.
But I don't
Oh
think
my
I can
God.
say it. I would.
You
I don't
did-
care.
you just
I
said
thought
it.
it was amusing. No, I said black in there. I said Jack Smelly black box.
We have seen
It's even worse.
We're gonna need
you
you
guys
on
get out of
tomorrow.
here. You guys are all the
Are
worst. All
you
right.
on tomorrow? Are you on tomorrow?
Enjoy your resets. You jerks.
So bad.
Oh,
Good night, sweet princess.
So good night, sweet princess.
Take this down. Take this down.
Take it down now.
Is it Friday yet? Okay, it's not Friday yet. Still one more day of
the week
trading this week.
Yeah, we do.
We can get it
Right now we
back.
got Alpha.
We can get it back.
Yeah, don't. One more time. Don't forget about Alphabet, Intel, Microsoft coming up after the bell. Some heavy hitters. Shoulder tab. There will be a show. I think tomorrow's actually roast my trades there, SP.
Oh, that should be fun.
Yeah, it is actually fun. Mick needs to step his game up. Dolby tried coming after him for his weak effort. And,
I did
he
go
did.
after him. Yeah, and then he brought reinforcements and had a ghostwriter. So I think I won that one.
Yes. TopTepTV, yes. Hey, Eddie, keep us posted on MOC when you get a chance.
Eyes on the prize.
Roger Dodger.
I did, Micah. I did indeed, Micah. I did.
Did Anne Marie catch
I did
that
not
short?
actually. It
'Cause
was
we were
actually
kind of
the
on the
house
same
account.
page there.
It's
we were
all
on the
good.
same page there.
House account still have money this week, believe it or not. So Keith, shout out.
Yeah, it's doing great.
Shout out, Keith. For some reason, I don't think you're profitable, dog. Anyways, we are trading 50, 78. S&P's crude just kind of up, cruising higher here.
Still? Even in oh yeah. Oh my goodness, look at this. Crude is to the moon. If we can get to 85, 50 something, that'd be really good for bulls. So really tight range though in crude. Just in general, it's a very, very range bound market. So it consolidates a lot and then just explodes either up or down. And we're kind of at the top of the range for the daily consolidation. So we might get another explosive move maybe tomorrow to the upside.
Yes.
I would target 85.64 tomorrow for crude to the upside. Calling it right now.
85.64. Oh boy. That's starting to that's still in the is that a yellow flag, yellow level of concern or red level of concern, Dolby, in terms of bleeding into equities?
Just no.
Remember you said
nothing.
remember we talked about that? The mid 80s, it's like code yellow.
Nah,
you get in the 90s, it's code red.
I think 90 is yellow and then 100 is red, and then everything above that is 50 shades of red.
50 shades. Okay. Oh boy. All right, we got 14 minutes here. Max Maserati, what are you looking for going in tomorrow? You do sound bullish. You think we will see above 5,100?
I'm waiting for this price now, at least to a bullish body close above 58,125 to make a market structure shift, so I can have a CDL. Once I have the CDL, I will be waiting for a retracement inside of it, and then for price to push up. But if price violates 50.74.50, which means this MMM external block is invalid. But we are in discount now on the 1 minute, so we're still looking for long. Still looking for long.
Yeah, I still think we're going to 50.64 in the next 13 minutes.
Yep,
it's a big call.
Yeah,
it's a big call right there.
Nice sell-off. Boy, the range held, man. Typically, the ranges don't hold power hour. Interesting.
What do you
mean?
mean?
We just got to throw ranges out the window. It held very nicely there. Dolby, that was a money short. Dolby time. I know personal count, you would have been short there. We are still seeing some sellers here. Max Maserati. Max, I haven't even asked you. Have you taken a trade yet today, Max?
Yeah, not yet. Today.
Today.
Yeah, in the morning. Yeah.
Oh, you caught the long. Wait, you caught the long today?
No, I didn't. I enter at the beginning, and then I got out when I saw this huge move down. I'm like, oh no. You know, like the retracement. I think there was something happening in Gaza. Strike in Gaza, and then we had a huge move down. I'm like, oh. And then I'm like, I need to get out because like it wasn't like very certain that price wasn't going to keep moving up.
Right.
I mean, we're right at the halfway point of the 1 hour range right now.
Yeah.
That's where we bounced first. Doesn't mean we'll stay there, but maybe a little pit stop. Who knows?
Yes. We'll
maybe
splash and go. Splash and go. I like that.
It's been honestly, it's crazy how many different market states that we've experienced in the last 2 months. It was like the AI, everything is AI and goes to the moon. Yeah, that we had to buy the dip phase. Then we had a Fed speaker phase. We had a Middle East phase, and now we have earnings. And like every single market state has been completely different.
Yes.
Different.
Yeah. Good call, Dolby. Good call. And now we have. Are we even going to cut rates this year? I mean, that's in the back of everyone's mind. So yeah, good call.
And your best guide will be like the higher time frame. The higher time frame.
Yeah, I mean, just so many things. It's crazy.
Yeah, that's true. That's true. And all of them like influence the market in one way or another. If you're not being careful, you never know what to expect.
You're right. Sometimes you end up buying the high of the day. How about that?
That's why
sometimes the house account ends up buying the high of the day.
So that's why, like, when price was moving up, I was telling you, price is in super, super premium. So you shouldn't buy.
Yes, always very expensive.
Yeah, very
expensive trade. But Max, when you get these levels that we're going to go to 5107, 5105, what if 5090 is no big deal, right? It's 15-point winner, 15 handle winner.
But at least price. The market move a certain way. You need to wait for the market. The market already told us, I'm going higher, but the market doesn't tell you yet when to enter. So you need to wait for the perfect moment to enter. The perfect moment to enter is in discount.
Eddie,
hey, we got the MOC in balance 320 million. Not too much here. To the sell side. MOC in balance 320 million to the sell side. Back to you, Andre.
That's nothing.
Yeah, thank you, Eddie.
Not a thing.
For example, here, what I'm looking for, you see this level is still being respected, 50, 74, 50. It's still being respected. And we are having a huge push up, huge volume, bullish volume coming in. So if price close above this swing high here, and then I would like to see a retracement, a nice little retracement, and a PO. See, now I have another PO for bullish here, which is a good sign that price might keep pushing up. See, this huge volume coming in. So this is the way I'll be framing my trade.
Okay.
So here, let me put this here. So I expect price to close above here, and then we'll have like a MMA external block CDL on 1 minute. And then after that, I want to see a retracement and another PO for bullish, another line candle. And then I want to see that price is still in discount on my premium and discount oscillator. I want to see price is still in discount when these things happen. So price close above here, bullish body close, a bullish body close candle above this swing high, and then a retracement inside of this MMM external block, and then a PO for bullish, and then I enter the trade. This is the way I enter my trades.
More, we just see more selling there than NASDAQ for a second. We were just about three pennies off the a little bit of a pop here in S&Ps. That 75 level, Max Maserati 75 level. That was the time to get long, Max. That was the time to get long. 75s, not 90s. 75s,
it's
much
just
better.
Such a mediocre trade, though. It's like
8
minutes left. We're in the middle of a.
They were all mediocre trade. Dolby, they were all mediocre.
It's like what? It's just like why would we take a long here? I could maybe do like a short, actually. I could justify a short and see if we like push lower or something. But either way, it's like it's everything at this point's a coin toss, so there's no edge.
It is.
There's no edge
Yes,
in the middle of the range.
I think we're going to chill going into the earnings after the bell here. What do we got tomorrow? I know Eddie will definitely update us on what we got coming out tomorrow. We'll give us some Exxon Mobil shot. We got some energy company earnings tomorrow morning.
Tomorrow.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You're right, Michael Stan. Michael Stan, it's all good, Michael Stan. I appreciate it, though. See you here tomorrow. Michael Stan, a real one here in the chat.
Oh, yeah.
Don't sweat it, my man.
Bell to Beller.
Don't sweat it.
Real Bell to Beller. Should I try a short?
John T. John T in the chat says, shut it down, boys. Trade more tomorrow. That might be some sage advice. Max Maserati, you are the king of discipline. One trade today. How many trades will you be trading tomorrow, Max?
So tomorrow I'm looking at least to take 1 or 2 trades, but I don't know yet. But I'm planning to take 2 trades more. But if one trade is completely okay, but I'm still looking for price to reach to 57, 51.0750. Still, I'm looking for price to reach this level. So this is what I'll be looking for tomorrow.
Let me see. You're bullish, right? You're looking to see if we can push over 5100s in the S&Ps, correct?
Yes, I'm very bullish. I'm very bullish, and very strong
bullish.
reason behind the bullishness.
Yes. Okay. Excellent. We'll take that going into tomorrow, Max. All right, we got looking at the countdown clock in the lower right. 30 seconds. Look at the power hour. Hashtag power hour. Dobie, really quick, tell them what hashtag power hour is. We'll pull some stuff. Tell the people.
Tell the people. Hashtag power hour on X. Tag us at Topstep. Use hashtag power hour, and we will post your memes, your best trades, your wins, whatever you got. Yeah. We will share it with the people, with you, your trades on screen, or your funded certificate. That would be cool too. Definitely. I think I did send some stuff to the production Slack. There was a couple cool images there that
wow,
we could share if we have time. If we don't have time, it's not a big deal, but it's up to production team. But they're in there. They are in there. This is probably going to be a quiet close if I had to guess. Earnings has really made things not that much fun to trade, to be honest. Very
50s, 10 to the hour just hit, and typically we'll see a bunch of liquidity inject into the market. That was a dud.
Yes.
Yeah, I mean, I think the only good trade was probably just, if we had gotten short, that would have been nice, but that would have been a tough short.
That
would have been a really hard short to take because we've been
nice. When the entire market is bullish, you don't want to short, right? So you never know what will happen. So you stick to your bias, because your bias is the most important thing. But what you just need to do is just to wait for price to go back to discount. And then you look for your strategy, your entry point, and then you just enter. For example, in this trade, I wouldn't enter because price didn't give me price didn't come price wasn't into discount, right? And then when it come into discount, now it's almost done. The day is done, and now we're seeing like a nice bullish volume coming in, but it's too late. It's probably might see this tomorrow.
I agree.
So because we missed the move down there, we missed the move from around 50, 68, 75. See? Do you see the chart now?
Look at the bounce. Look at the bounce, Max. Man,
price is closing above the market structure shift, exactly above the swing high on 1 minute. Price just closed.
Patience.
Boom.
Patience.
Here we go.
Yeah.
Here we go.
Could have waited. Could have waited a little longer. Could have waited till about 3 minutes till the close. Should have waited 57 minutes in the power hour to pull our first trade.
Definitely.
It will be. Yeah, here we go. Man. Just like I said, Zysoft in the chat said, just like I said, Zysoft, I hope you're long to prove that's what you said. I hope you are long.
Honestly, I don't think that long was that bad.
It was bad, Colby. It was bad. It was bad.
No, it really wasn't. Because, I mean, look, it could have been like this formation up here at 5,088. Like, that easily just could have been like this. And it could have just rallied. You know what I mean? It's not bad. It's only bad in hindsight. And it's, it was expensive in my opinion, but if you're a momentum trader and you like the momentum, then you think it's a cheap trade. It's all perspective. Like, this easily could have rallied to 5105 and Andre, you'd be like a god. You know what I mean?
No apologies here. Yeah. First time attending Power Hour. Thanks, fellas. John, this is your first time? Damn, John. Welcome to Power Hour. Please don't be a stranger. Come back tomorrow. Shout out to John. First time attending Power Hour. Typically, you'll see some more fireworks.
I got 90 seconds.
You got in, Max? You got in?
Yeah.
Max,
that's it.
You dirty dog. You dirty dog. Max got in. I like it.
I mean, I got
Welcome.
everything to enter now. Everything is in
Love
order
it.
to enter.
Well, keep in mind, you got about,
Because,
well, I guess you got 10 minutes after.
expect
You got a little time.
close above this high, and price close above this high, we trace back down, and then I have nothing. This is my strategy. Just need to enter, that's all. And then let's see. If it push
Oh, hung
up.
this long from 553. Nice entry. All right, Eddie, you got the bell, you got outro. We got 50 seconds.
Yeah, unless something crazy happened. But so far,
I think it's pretty orderly. I haven't seen that much liquidity in the S&P. Typically, you see the ladder, you see 300 up on the offer, 300 up on the bid. It's very thin in the ladder. And looking at the S&Ps, kick it over to the NASDAQ. Always thin in the NASDAQ. Yeah, I think we're going to be waiting for some earnings here. Keep in mind, one more time. I'm going to sound like a broken record.
100%.
Microsoft, Alphabet,
It's
Intel.
gonna be a big one. Those are all
NASDAQ
big.
will. Here we go. 10 seconds. Anne Marie, big hug to you too. Absolute
push,
push, Max, push, Max.
Yeah, there's a lot of fight. Yeah, let's go, baby. Let's
All
go.
right. Push for Max Monterey. You got it, Eddie.
Yes.
Thank you.
That is all she wrote. And Max, thanks for being with us here. Dolby time. Thank you very much. And Andre, great job leading the pack here all day long. Great job, brother. And well, question is, did we learn something from today? I'm sure we did. We did for sure. And what do we got tomorrow? Let's take a look here and see what we've got. Meat on the bone. Yes, we got a little meat on the bone. Core PCE tomorrow, 7:30 Central Time. Also, price index. We got the month over month, year over year. We also do have the PCE price index. Also, personal income, personal spending, and personal consumption. Boy, we got a lot at 7:30. So make sure you get up a little early, get yourself prepped. Scrolling down here, we do have a Dallas Fed PCE at 8 o'clock. 9 o'clock, Michigan expectation, and of course, the Michigan consumer expectations and the consumer sentiment, which is the biggest of those. Scrolling down a little bit more, we do have at 11:30 Atlanta Fed GDP, 12 o'clock Baker Hughes rig count, and that's going to be it. A little later on in the afternoon, CFTC, but those are very minor. Tomorrow, yes, tomorrow is Friday, boys and girls. And boy, we had a big week here today, this week. So I hope you learned something, and I hope you progressed here. And thank you for participating. Those in the chat tomorrow, I'll be here at 8 o'clock a.m. Central Time. Hoagland and myself will fire up the machine. Fast markets, you're gonna like this one. Andre, Coach J, Hoag, and Coach Dakota. Power players, Jack, and what the Tuck? It's Peter Tuckman, Dolby and Hoag. Top Quiz. I'm going to be with Brooke and Top Quiz. We're going to have some fun there. Shoulder Tap, Mick and Jack. Group coaching, Dolby and Hoag. We've got a strategy lab with Anne Marie, Hoag, and Dolby at 1 o'clock Central. And to end the week, the dynamic duo of Dolby and Andre with Nick T. So, my friends, until we meet again here, we love having you here each and every day, and I hope you love being here with us. And like I said earlier, I hope you learned something. So get some rest, re-energize, have a fantastic rest of your day. Stay safe, stay healthy. Until we meet again, I'm Eddie Horn, and this has been Topstep TV. Good night.